Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
He, have you thought about it? If you lose, the price is to turn into a doll and stay to play with me. In front of the battlefield, Sabrina sat on a cold stone chair. The sound came from the lowly doll in her hand. Dark green long hair, bangs, delicate and pretty features. But her eyes were cold and looked emotionless. The lowly doll in her hand was very strange, and the movement of her mouth was extremely stiff. It looked like the resentful baby in horror movies responsible for scaring people. The mission required defeating and changing Sabrina, so Ash would naturally not back down. He motioned Xiaojang and Misty to step back and reach for the Pokeball on his waist. Since I dare to come, I will definitely not be afraid. After saying that, he released Ghastly, who had just been promoted to the semi-champion level. The moment Ghastly appeared, the air on the scene suddenly solidified, and a gloomy wind blew across the battlefield. It makes one's hair stand on end. What? That's a ghost Pokemon that's beyond the elite level. At this moment, the uncle who quietly followed Ash and the other two, using Psychic to cover his breath, had his eyes narrowed sharply. Ash is just a rookie trainer. He already has a semi-champion level Pokemon. 710, when did rookie trainers become so perverted? He felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. Most elite level trainers, they often need a long period of years to train Pokemon from the initial champion level to the semi-champion level. After being promoted to the champion level, it is even more difficult. The experience required for Pokemon increases exponentially, and ordinary battles cannot provide enough experience for elite-level Pokemon. In the field, the empty eyes of the lowly doll in Sabrina's hand also lit up with bright psychic blue light. The cold and emotionless voice sounded again. Ghost Pokemon, you are indeed different from those idiots in front, but it's useless. Psychic Pokemon are invincible. After the words fell, a Pokeball nearly half the size of its body appeared out of thin air in front of the lowly doll's hands. The Pokeball was controlled by Psychic and flew into the air. In the white light, a squinting Abra appeared. Abra, level IV.20, qualification gold. This Abra should be the lowest level Pokemon among the gym leaders that Ash has challenged. The gold qualification can prove its excellence. Ash looked at Sabrina vigilantly. He knew that things back must not be that simple. Sure enough, the next moment, the Yuli doll in the child's hand began to infuse Psychic into Abra. It evolved directly into a Brawl. Brawl, level IV.55, qualification gold. Unlike the underestimation in the original plot, Sabrina at this moment has already used all her Psychic to increase Abra's power. Not only did Abra evolve into a Brawl as in the original plot, but it also briefly entered the elite level. Of course, this is already the limit that Casey can bear. If the power is a little stronger, even though it is a Psychic Pokemon with a strong ability to accept Psychic, it will be counterattacked. Brawl versus Ghastly. Ash's face is as calm as water. The semi-champion fights the elite class. Ghastly has a big advantage. What he has to guard against now is Sabrina personally attacking their trainer. With Ghastly here, he doesn't need to worry too much about the frontal battlefield. Confusion. Use Shadow Ball Ghastly. Ash doesn't want to waste time, and he goes all out. A quick fight will put more energy on him. After all, compared to the Braveheart in front of him, she is much more threatening. If Sabrina during the Rocket Team executive period was cold-blooded and ruthless, she is now in self-isolation, and her Psychic may go berserk at any time. She is more like a powder keg that may explode at any time. If Sabrina goes crazy because she can't beat him, then he has to pay attention to protecting Misty and Xiaojang around him. Of course, although her Psychic is strong, it is not so easy to attack Ghastly, who is at the semi-champion level. Ghastly is the confidence of Ash to challenge the Golden Lotus Pavilion. The battle situation is basically the same as Ash expected. In the field, Ujira tried to test Ghastly with confusion, but Ghastly went all out and threw several shadow balls at him. It was blown away before it could react. Ujira lost its ability to fight. Elite versus Semi-Champion. Psychic vs Ghost. Ghastly started with shadow balls and attacked with all his strength. It was reasonable that Ujira would be killed instantly. With the support of so many baths, if Ghastly couldn't kill Ujira instantly, then it would have lived in vain for the past 1,000 years. I thought it would be an extremely fierce and bitter fight. Misty, Xiaojing, and even the uncle hiding in the dark were all stunned when they saw Ujira being killed instantly in the field. Fight! Is the battle over? I haven't seen anything yet. The firepower of the continuous shadow balls is so strong. Ujira was killed instantly, and his expression suddenly became intriguing. Dissipate the blessing on Ujira's psychic. After receiving the evolution experience card, Yanjira quickly degenerated into the form of Abra. Hee-hee-hee-ha-ha. The mouth of the lowly doll in Sabrina's hand opened and closed stiffly. The sick, cold laughter resounded throughout the gym. The dark green hair moved without wind, and the beautiful eyes bloomed with dazzling deep blue light. Suddenly, the powerful psychic, which was as strong as a substance, flooded like a tide towards the position where Ash and others were standing. It seemed to drown and swallow all of them. Haunter, it's time for you to show your talents. Seeing that Sabrina's Yanjira was defeated head-on and the situation gradually became out of control, Ash decisively took out the Pokeball and released Haunter. Want to reproduce the scene in the original plot. At the same time, he did not forget to command Ghastly to move towards the audience, protecting Misty and Xiaojing behind him. Always be alert to Sabrina's reaction. Also, as the executive of Team Rocket, Sabrina's situation is slightly different from Majigong. She locked herself in the Saffron Gym, combined with the Pokemon of another famous psychic, Catlia, in the original plot. Ash has a deeper understanding of psychics. Catlia would also be furious at first because she lost the battle, causing her psychic to go out of control and cause serious damage. But then she left her hometown and went to the Unova region alone. With her own efforts, she successfully and perfectly controlled her psychic so that it was no longer dominated by negative emotions and even became the Unova 4 days. On the other hand, Sabrina chose to join the Rocket team and was promoted to the executive level, proving that she has made many contributions. But an evil organization like the Rocket team is a gathering place for malice. After so many years, it is probably difficult for Sabrina to calm down and try to control the psychic. It may be that Giovanni also found that Sabrina was increasingly unable to control the psychic, so he ordered her to stay in Saffron City and not participate in the Rocket team's actions. Haunter appeared and immediately started to show his funny attributes. Floated in front of Sabrina, who couldn't control her emotions and was about to go berserk with psychic, and started to perform with winks. Make all kinds of faces and do weird movements. Ha ha ha. Sabrina, who had no playmates since childhood because of psychic, was undoubtedly amused by Haunter's performance. The doll disappeared, and the tall and beautiful Sabrina suddenly laughed, and the closed emotions since childhood burst out completely at this moment. The originally cold and gloomy Saffron Gym. As Sabrina untied the knot in her heart, the gloomy and depressed feeling was swept away. The gym badge of Saffron Gym. It seemed that she wanted to vent the emotions that had been suppressed for decades in one breath. Sabrina laughed almost nonstop for several minutes, and there was no sign of stopping yet. Ash was also afraid that she would laugh to death, so he quickly asked about the gym badge. This time, he walked closer to Sabrina with confidence. Sabrina came back to her senses and covered her belly, which was aching from laughing, with her hand. She wrapped the saffron badge with psychic and handed it to Ash. Her tone was a little cheerful. I didn't expect you to help me suppress negative emotions. This Haunter has great acting skills. Sabrina's attention was no longer on the gym battle. This is just the beginning. Haunter still has a lot to learn. Thank you for the saffron badge. Ash took the badge and smiled. Ding! Saffron Gym Challenge mission completed. Defeat the Saffron Gym Master and help Sabrina restore smelling salts and control the psychic that sometimes gets out of control. Rewards: 1 million points, rare candy, 50 to 60. Level X5, Sabrina intimacy increased by 80%. Psychic entry potion allows the user to learn psychic. Sabrina, you're finally back to normal. The uncle who had been watching in the dark for a long time burst into tears when he saw Sabrina back to normal and walked up to her father and daughter. Great, the family is finally reunited. Yes, this time it's really thanks to Ash. Misty and Xiaojiang, who were watching, were also moved. Afterwards, Sabrina restored all the challengers and her mother, who she had turned into dolls, to normal. During the period, she also followed Ash's advice and apologized to the challenger trainers who she had turned into dolls. What caught everyone off guard was that many female trainers expressed their gratitude to Sabrina after learning about the situation. The reason is that although they were turned into dolls, their appearances still remained the same as before they were turned into dolls. Looking at the old man with the vicissitudes of life and Sabrina's mother, who was in her prime, standing together, if you didn't know, you would have thought that it was a father and daughter standing side by side. Ash immediately understood the thoughts of the female trainers, who thanked Sabrina. Sabrina's psychic is really a bit against the sky, a sci-fi-level freezing technology. If the wealthy people who sought immortality in Ash's previous life knew about this, I'm afraid they would rather pay a huge price to let Sabrina turn them into dolls. Ding! Trigger the couple mission. Please become a travel partner with Sabrina and establish a couple relationship. Mission reward: 100 W points, top quality psychic Pokémon egg. While thinking, the system task prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Oh my, the couple mission with Sabrina is here too? Ash subconsciously looked in the direction of Misty, but found that she was happily watching Sabrina's family reunion. After Sabrina's family recognized each other, Sabrina's father warmly invited Ash and his group, who were about to leave, to stay as guests, wanting to express his gratitude to Ash. After all, if Ash brought Haunter, Sabrina would not be able to recover so easily. If Sabrina didn't recover, his wife couldn't be saved. Ash's contribution to the reunion of his family today was undoubtedly the greatest. During the dinner, Sabrina changed her usual cold demeanor and toasted Ash frequently to express her gratitude. Facing the enthusiastic Sabrina family, Ash could only treat them with sincerity, but he didn't like drinking and chose to drink juice instead. After dinner, Ash originally planned to return to the Jingjing Center to spend the night, but was warmly kept by Sabrina's father. Please give me flowers? Ash and his group stayed at the Saffron Gym. Late at night, in Ash's room, after the fierce fight, everything returned to calm. Ash reached out and put Misty's exposed white arms back into the quilt and kissed her delicate face that still had a bit of blush. Sabrina, system task. After lighting a cigarette, Ash was very calm at this moment. Sabrina, the super queen. Her appearance and figure are both at the level of female celebrities, plus the system's intentional matchmaking. I can only say that fortunately I had foresight and had bought the Harem Harmony ring in advance. 0. Well, the system's products must be fine products. Misty will definitely play nice with Sabrina. At the same time, in which room? Sabrina's oval face was covered with red clouds, and her chest was heaving violently as her body floated in the air, as if she had just experienced something shameful. A thick book wrapped in dark blue psychic flew in front of Sabrina. Sabrina's gem-like eyes slowly opened. The title page was turned over: How to Quickly Capture a Man's Heart. Paulu's masterpiece. Sabrina, who turned the page, seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Hey, can it be like this? This is quite interesting, but I always feel a little hypocritical. If I just do what the book says, I will soon be able to be with Ash like she just did. Sabrina whispered softly. The exquisite and beautiful face was full of expectations. The next morning, she didn't sleep well all night. Misty, who had a meaningless nightmare, got up early. Looking at the slightly messy bed, her face was a little shy. The eyes turned to Ash, who was sleeping in a solation position with a big letter. You're like a bull. You don't even know how to feel sorry for others. Giving Ash a blank look, Misty swayed slightly as she walked into the bathroom. Breakfast time. In the surprised eyes of her parents, Sabrina took the initiative to apply for a trip to Ash. Ash, to avoid psychic runaway caused by emotional out of control, I want to travel with you. Misty and Xiaojiang were stunned when they heard it. Then they all looked at Ash. Ash was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to propose to travel together. I agree, Misty. Xiaojiang, what do you think? Ash would naturally not refuse the mission requirements. Besides, Sabrina, whose psychic strength is comparable to that of elite-level Pokémon. Such a powerful fighter, don't waste it. The slightly troublesome thing is her relationship with Team Rocket. If Giovanni learns that she has recovered, he will definitely send someone to find her. 170-inch. I agree. I have no objection. Seeing that Ash had no objection, Misty and Xiaojiang nodded immediately. In this way, Sabrina successfully joined the team. At this moment, Ash's task interface has a new task added. Hidden task. Make Sabrina completely break off her relationship with Team Rocket. Complete task reward. Mewtwomage Evolution Stone Y. Perfect level. Sabrina's favorability increased by 10%. After receiving the task, Ash's face looked a little strange. Persuading Sabrina to get rid of Team Rocket can also increase intimacy. It seems that she doesn't feel a sense of belonging to Team Rocket. After getting the Saffron badge, Ash has collected 4 gym badges so far. There are only 4 left to participate in the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference, which requires 8 gym badges. The next destination, Ash is set in Rainbow City. Ash and his group of 4 set off for Rainbow City. On the way, taking advantage of the break, Ash drank the psychic potion obtained by completing Sabrina's task. Get the primary psychic. After completing the Saffron Gym task, the system points balance returned to 114W. Ash decisively bought the 5th item in the store. Pokémon Intimacy Spray. Increases the intimacy of any Pokémon by 50%. Price, 800,000. Remaining points, 340,000. So far, this batch of products has been sold out by Ash. As for the top product, due to the evolution of the clam, Ash plans to consider it at the end. After all, this thing is of no help to him at the moment. 800,000 points are not a small amount. It is not too late to buy it later. Meanwhile, Team Rocket is out in the field. Giovanni is sitting in a large boss chair. One hand slowly strokes the head of Persian, who is crawling obediently beside him. In front of him, a short-haired female secretary in a black professional uniform is holding a booklet in her hand, waiting for his instructions. Tell me, what interesting things have happened outside recently? The female, Secretary Manori nodded, opened her notebook, and said seriously, Boss, there are 2 big things happening in Alliance. First, rookie trainer Ash, who had targeted Majishur executive, summoned a giant Dragonite in Landpolki City to confront a giant Tentacruel. According to the news from the Alliance, the strength of that giant Dragonite has obviously exceeded the champion level, and is on par with some legendary Pokémon. As for the giant Tentacruel, it is worse, at most the strength of the champion level. Now that rookie named Ash has entered the vision of the Alliance's top management, if he performs well at this year's Indigo Plateau Conference, he is likely to be given special attention by the Alliance. Giovanni nodded, his expression calm. That kid, Majishur, has a lot of opinions about him. If there's a chance, I also want to meet him. Boss, although that kid has some talent, he is not a big deal. But the giant Tentacruel that exceeds the champion level is Dragonite, if we can capture it. At this point, the female secretary looked up to see Giovanni's expression. Pokémon that surpass the champion level are very rare. One alone can make their senior executives busy. If they can get that giant Dragonite, it will be a greater help to Team Rocket. Giovanni shook his head. It's just a giant Dragonite. It can't change the current stalemate between the organization and the Alliance. We don't need to spend energy looking for it. In Giovanni's opinion, capturing the giant Dragonite cannot achieve the final result. Unless we know where it is now, There's no need to waste manpower and resources to find it specifically. Nodding, Mana continued. The second thing is that Sabrina Executive seems to have been able to control her extremely unstable psychic, and she also restored her mother, who she turned into a toy with her own hands. What's more strange is that she didn't contact the organization afterwards, but embarked on a journey with the rookie trainer named Ash. Hearing this, Giovanni frowned slightly. Sabrina was able to recover from that situation. After recovering, she deliberately distanced herself from Team Rocket. The key is that this matter is actually related to Ash. Boss, I checked the trainer named Ash, but he is just an ordinary trainer from Palatown. His father went on a trip in his early years and never came back. His mother supported the family. Do you want it? As he said this, Mantorai made a gesture of wiping his neck. Giovanni shook his head again after thinking for a moment. No, you send someone to contact Sabrina secretly and observe her changes carefully, especially her stance. The organization has more important things to do now. Giovanni tapped the table with his fingers seemingly nonchalantly and continued to ask, by the way, how is the experiment going on in New Island? The experiment went smoothly. According to the news from the laboratory over there, your strongest weapon will be launched in the world in half a month at the latest. Okay, tell the researchers over there that success or failure depends on this one move. I will go there in person to celebrate for them. Boss, what name do you plan to give this strongest weapon? Name? Since it is the strongest weapon made with Mew genes as the theme, it must be better than Mew. Let's call it Mutwo from now on. As expected of you, boss, what a good name. Makoto nodded quickly and complimented with a smile. On the way to Rainbow City, passing through the town, Ash changed the Pokémon he was holding. Hunter was also sent to meet his brothers. Currently, Ash is carrying 6 main Pokémon. They are Ghastly at level 61, Pikachu at level 40, Milotic at level 37, Squirtle at level 29, Charmeleon at level 30, Pidgeot at level 41. In order to prepare for the gym battle in Rainbow City, Ash plans to raise the level of Charmeleon recently. There will be more leveling next. With the primary Psychic, Ash's efficiency in finding wild Pokémon groups has increased a lot. Sabrina was quite surprised to see him using Psychic. Remember when he was at the Saffron Gym, there was no Psychic fluctuation on Ash. Although she was surprised, she did not ask Ash. After all, just like she was once the executive of Team Rocket, everyone has their own little secrets. Ash, everyone is exhausted. Why don't we stop and rest for a while? Misty wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked up at the scorching sun, and suggested to Ash. 17, they had been walking for a whole morning since they set out from Saffron City. Because Ash wanted to level up Charmeleon, they did not take any shortcuts, but took the longest route. They walked forward on various rugged mountain roads. Their physiques were not as good as Mega Rookie Ash. Even Psychic Sabrina was only strong in mental strength and had to rely on Psychic slack off on the way. After walking for so long, everyone was a little tired. Ash looked at the tired people and Charmeleon, who was panting after dozens of battles. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Was he a little too hasty? He only thought about leveling up quickly, but he didn't consider the feelings of his friends. This is really wrong. Since he captured more and more high-quality Pokémon, Ash has become more and more sensitive to the level increase of Pokémon. So many talented Pokémon, but unfortunately, they can't fully realize their talents due to level restrictions. Whenever he thought of this, Ash's mentality became impetuous. When leveling up, he always felt that the level of Pokémon increased too slowly, and he wanted to speed it up. He also ignored the original intention of starting the journey. The result is important, but the scenery along the way is beautiful enough. He can fully enjoy the journey while improving himself. Ash silently reflected on his behavior and decided to correct it in the future. Yeah, everyone is tired. Let's rest here. Sabrina, Misty, you guys rest first. I'll go help Xiaojiang. Ash released all the Pokémon and let them move freely. Then he let Charmeleon, who was already exhausted, rest well, and took over Misty's usual work of helping Xiaojiang. Yeah, don't make it too rich, just enough for everyone to eat. Misty nodded. There is no need to say much about Xiaojiang's cooking skills. Since he joined the team, the problem of food has never bothered them. During the break, I chatted and laughed with Sabrina. Since embarking on the journey, Sabrina's personality has become much more cheerful. She also gets along well with the straightforward Misty. Of course, it may also have something to do with the ring. During this period, after a high-intensity battle, Charmeleon's level has increased from IV.30 to IV.34, which is a big increase. No wonder she looks so tired. Ash also specially prepared some high-quality energy cubes for Charmeleon to quickly restore its physical strength. In addition, he also used the massage technique he learned from Xiaojiang to quickly relieve fatigue for Pokémon to give Charmeleon massage therapy. It can be seen that the effect is also quite good. After the massage, Charmeleon fell asleep soon. After lunch, Ash and others did not continue to rush on the road, but set up a tent on the spot and prepared for a lunch break. Wait until the sun is not so scorching before setting off for Rainbow City. In the tent, Misty fell asleep. Ash sat cross-legged outside, emptying his mind, and began to practice the elementary psychic he had just obtained. On the way, he also asked Sabrina several times about psychic-related combat skills. Sabrina also gave a high evaluation of Ash's current psychic strength. Even the best psychic apprentice in her Saffron gym is far inferior to him who has just practiced psychic. After some attempts, Ash came to a conclusion. The elementary psychic he has is basically equal to the strength of a psychic Pokémon of around IV.30. Skilled control, after learning how to use psychic, the strength can be slightly improved. At this time, he was trying to improve himself using the method of practicing psychic that Sabrina taught him. About half an hour of hard training is over. Ash opened his eyes with some disappointment and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, my psychic still can't practice on its own. It's different from the one that Sabrina was born with. He followed the method of tempering spiritual power that Sabrina gave him to improve the strength of psychic. After half an hour, he made no progress. He could use the psychic in his body as if it were an arm, but he couldn't increase the strength of the original psychic in his body by 563. In the future, to improve the strength of psychic, he still had to rely on the system. Time passed bit by bit, and in a blink of an eye, the sun hanging high above, soaring in the sky, was moving westward. At noon the next day, when the group was having lunch, an uninvited guest came to the temporary campsite. A Mankey who looked quite power-tripped and lacked education swaggered towards them. Finally here, my Mankey! Ash's eyes lit up. He reached out to stop the Pokémon around him who were eager to give Mankey a lesson. He stretched his body, and a light blue psychic light surged in his dark eyes. That's right, this time Ash planned to do it himself. Ever since he took the primary psychic potion, he would ask Nana about the use of psychic whenever he had free time. Sabrina taught him a lot and gave him her own suggestions. She told Ash that if he wanted to verify his proficiency in psychic skills, fighting Pokémon was undoubtedly the best way. It would be best if he had to face a wild Pokémon with strong aggressiveness. Ordinary sparring is difficult to stimulate the fighting instinct of a psychic player. At the same time, Sabrina also reminded Ash to pay attention to the control of negative emotions, so as not to be in an extreme situation like her, where he could not control his psychic and went berserk. On a stone not far away, Mankey looked at the delicious rice balls in Ash's hands, and he wanted to grab them immediately. However, the Pokémon around Ash that exuded a strong Hideki aura gave him a strong sense of threat. It dared not act rashly, let alone approach Ash as carelessly as in the original plot. He could only wander around, waiting for Ash and his friends to relax their guard and steal a few rice balls. Although he has a bad temper, it doesn't mean he has no brains. Why is this human staring at me? Did he find out my intention? Mankey, who was wandering around the travel area and looking for a chance to escape, saw Ash looking at him, and subconsciously felt that something was wrong and was ready to find an opportunity to slip away. But when he saw that only Ash stood up and walked towards him, he stopped. This human trainer couldn't have a problem with his brain. He didn't need the extremely strong Pikachu next to him to deal with him, but he dared to walk towards him carelessly. Just in time, I could grab the rice ball in his hand, and the hat on his head was also very nice. Thinking of this, Mankey went forward confidently. Ash, is it really okay like this? Misty was a little worried when she saw Ash was going to deal with Mankey alone. Although she knew that he had psychic and a perverted physique, he was not like an ordinary weakling trainer. But Pokémon is Pokémon after all, and it naturally has a huge advantage over humans. This is true for both strength and physical strength. At this time, she stared at Ash, who was walking towards Mankey nervously, fearing that she would miss any details. Don't worry, with his psychic, it's okay. Sabrina on the side saw Misty so nervous and said with a smile, the level of this Mankey is not too high, and Ash can definitely deal with it with his primary psychic level. And when Ash first showed his psychic in front of her, she was skeptical and directly used psychic to give him a full body check. Not only did he know his psychic strength, but he also unexpectedly discovered that he also contained a more pure and powerful power. With Ash's humanoid Pokemon-level physique, it was not difficult to win the battle with Mankey. Facing Ash, Mankey decisively rushed forward after confirming that the other Pokemon around him did not intend to intervene. He quickly rushed to Ash and pretended to snatch the rice ball in his hand and the hat on his head. Well, he had to hit him in the face before. He punched him and turned around and ran. His speed was much faster than it. As long as the Pokemon around Ash could not react. Mankey came straight to Ash, bounce splash. One hand stretched out to Ash's head, and the other hand grabbed the rice ball in his right hand, trying to kill two birds with one stone. In his head, he was also imagining that when Ash's things were snatched away, he kicked him in the eye socket when he was stunned. Let this human experience the consequences of despising himself. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but the execution was completely different. Mankey seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. His entire body was fixed just a few inches away from Ash. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move for a minute. His body was completely out of his control. A layer of psychic blue light appeared on his body. Mankey cast a rageful look at Ash, the instigator. But apart from impotent rage, he found that he had no means to threaten Ash. In this way, the immobilized Mankey could only watch Ash wandering around him. The piercing laughter sounded particularly ironic. It seemed that he had thought of something. Ash first let the rice balls sway in front of Mankey's eyes, and then ate them in one bite. Then he took off the hat he wanted to steal, put on Mankey's head, and then put it back on his head. Such a murderous act made Mankey so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If looks could kill, Ash should have been tortured countless times in Mankey's eyes. Gone, Misty, and even Sabrina didn't quite understand the meaning of Ash's actions. Just when Misty wanted to ask Ash, the scene in front of them gave the answer. A dazzling white light burst out from Mankey's body. What is this? It is going to evolve under such circumstances. The Ash Pokemons who were watching the battle were also extremely surprised. It seems that Mankey was so angry with Ash that he performed an instant evolution on the spot. Didn't Ash just let you grab the hat and rice ball? And he showed off these two things in front of you. I didn't expect that Mankey would be so angry. No wonder the Pokemon Pokédex said that Mankey has a very bad temper. Mankey, IV.30, Infernape, IV.30. The level itself is high enough, plus a little emotional stimulation. Mankey can directly evolve Infernape. Ash's mouth curled up. No wonder this Mankey could be kicked into evolution by James in the original plot. He was mentally prepared and naturally couldn't fail. After seeing Mankey evolve into Infernape, he immediately removed the psychic used to imprison it and blessed it on himself. Then he taught the newly evolved Infernape a lesson with his agile dodge and modern fighting skills with psychic. Let it understand what real fighting is. Promise. Half a minute later, Infernape found that no matter how hard he tried, Ash could easily dodge its attack, and then a psychic-powered iron fist hit its face. After being hit hard by Ash for several times in a row, Infernape finally chose to give in. After a few rounds, it was really impressed by Ash's powerful fighting ability. Besides, it can see that Ash has no ill will towards it. Otherwise, he would have punched it in the vitals and knocked it down. I really don't know what this human trainer is. His reaction ability and physical strength are even more abnormal than their fighting Pokemon. He even has Psychic. Their biggest advantage over humans is gone. Take out a Pokeball and put Infernape in it. The already convinced Infernape did not struggle and enter the Pokeball consciously. Pokemon Infernape. Attribute Fighting. Ability Unyielding. Level IV.30. Qualification Purple. Skills Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Seismic Toss, Brick Break, Fire Punch, etc. Items None. After catching Infernape, Ash checked Infernape's panel. Purple qualification was not unexpected. In the original plot, Ash won the P1 fighting competition not long after catching it, and its talent was not bad. Hidden ability Unyielding. Ash was also quite satisfied. Normally, the most perverted one is the Rage Point, which will increase the attack power directly after being hit in the vitals. If that attack failed to knock Infernape down, Rival would be waiting for a terrifying counterattack. But considering that Infernape's final evolution, the Forsaken, once it evolves, the Rage Point will be replaced by Mental Power, which is quite hurtful to it. All I can say is that the Rage Acupoints are good enough, but it's not worth it for Infernape to give up its final form. Ash plans to train this Infernape well. As for Anthony, the guy who covets his Infernape, Ash will definitely ignore him this time. Through the Pokemon Pokédex editor, Ash temporarily teleported Squirtle back to 190 Professor Oak's laboratory. Let it meet its 3 younger brothers. The 3 Squirtle brothers are now very famous in Pallet Town. They have put out fires and saved residents' property in time several times, and their performance is outstanding. They are deeply trusted and loved by the residents of Pallet Town. Except Sabrina, Xiaojiang and Misty looked at Ash with strange eyes. Misty even touched and pinched Ash's body up and down, making Ash very itchy. When she ran to touch the area below the chest, Ash severely stopped her. This girl, can she touch that place in front of everyone? At least wait until night. Ash, were you a psychic and fighting Pokemon in your previous life and reincarnated here? Misty couldn't help but complain. She had never seen a Pokemon trainer as outrageous as Ash. When facing a larger-scale battle, ordinary trainers would try to keep their distance, fearing that they would be affected by the Pokemon's attack, and the battle was basically dominated by Pokemon. As a result, Ash rolled up his sleeves and went into battle himself, and beat Infernape without any temper. That was Infernape, not only one of the most irritable guys in the fighting Pokemon, but also very powerful fighting skills. I didn't expect that Ash could cure it by himself. From what you said, Sabrina must have been a Pokemon in her previous life, like Gardevoir. Yeah, it's possible. Misty nodded subconsciously and replied. Ash smiled and reached out to scratch her nose. I see. You're envious of our psychic. Don't you think so, Sabrina? I won't get involved in your business. Sabrina turned her head decisively, not intending to watch them show their affection. Is yours just a psychic? You. Misty looked at Ash with a smile on his face and hesitated to speak. She complained silently in her heart. Perhaps it was because of his fighting type in his previous life that she suffered a lot every night. This is still the case when Ash is holding back. If he goes all out, this trip will definitely not go on. If she had complained about Sabrina joining the team at first, now she wishes Ash would take Sabrina immediately. This way, she can have a teammate when dealing with Ash. The war moment with Misty ended, and Ash released the newly captured Infernape from the Pokeball and applied medicine to it. Infernape was Ash became very obedient after being taught a lesson. When applying medicine, he looked at Ash eagerly. The intimacy, phi, density also increased rapidly. Ash was also quite relieved about this. The higher the intimacy of his Pokemon to the trainer, the less likely it was to leave. This time, he would not give Anthony that guy a chance. After applying medicine to Infernape, the group continued to move towards Rainbow City. On the way, Ash still focused on leveling up Charmeleon and improving it. The Grass-type Rainbow Gym and the Fire-type Cinnabar Gym in the future will be left to it to deal with. especially the battle against Blaine in Cinnabar Gym. After all, the opponent is the former fire elite of Kanto. Under the uncertainty of whether the opponent will go all out, Charmeleon's strength is naturally the stronger the better. In the original plot, the battle between Charmeleon and Charizard was also very exciting in the original version. 2 days later, Ash and his group arrived in Rainbow City smoothly. Relying on Sabrina Psychic's larger perception range, Charmeleon obtained several experience packs of high-level wild Pokémon groups, plus hundreds of Beedrill groups. After paying a large amount of potions and tree fruits, Charmeleon's strength level soared rapidly. Charmeleon from IV.34 to 4.39. Charmeleon directly increased by 5 levels, just a hair's breadth away from crossing the level threshold. What's more strange is that such a high level has not evolved. Does it have to encounter Aerodactyl to evolve? It stands to reason that Ash now lays a solid foundation for Charmeleon and completely eliminates the hidden dangers left by Damien in it. Plus the level is high enough, it is definitely not a hasty evolution. At present, the only reason why Charmeleon has not evolved is the influence of the plot. Entering Rainbow City, the group first came to the Pokémon Center as usual, asking Nurse Joy to restore the Pokémon's physical strength. Then they rested for a day at the Pokémon Center. Travel requires relaxation and moderation, and high-intensity training and challenging gyms are not advisable. Proper leisure and play are a must. At night, Xiaojiang showed his affection to Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center and asked her for advice on how to treat Pokémon injuries. Ash was dragged by Misty and Sabrina to go shopping. Walking on the street, surrounded by 2 beauties, one big and one small, Ash became a successful person in the eyes of tourists. Misty and Sabrina are beautiful in their own ways, but the key is that they have a harmonious relationship. When they walk together, they talk and laugh, just like real sisters. Passers-by who can figure out the relationship between the 3 cast Mr. Backlit eyes on Ash. His behavior, with beauties on both sides, is simply a role model for our generation. The next day, in the morning, Ash and his group left the Pokémon Center and set off for the Rainbow Gym. Ding! Gym mission triggered. Challenge the Rainbow Gym and get a badge. It is detected that you have half of the badges. Next, the Chain Challenge mission will be launched. First round, defeat the gym leader Erica and get the Rainbow Badge. Reward. The level of any main Pokémon held will be instantly increased by 10 levels, without any sequelae. 500,000 points. Note, this mission is a chain mission, and any failure in the challenge will be considered a mission failure. After listening to the system prompt, Ash was obviously stunned. Chain mission? What's the new trick? The previous gym missions were not like this. However, the rewards given by the system are just what he wants. At present, he is worried because he has captured a large group of high-quality Pokémon, but he can't cultivate them. Although the shortcut to improve the intimacy of the gym leader is gone, it is just a little regrettable. You know, his Ghastly is now level 61. If he is randomly selected, wouldn't he be able to enter the 3rd level God Realm in one fell swoop? This reward is much more perverted than the previous ones. The 4 people and 1 pet came to the Rainbow Gym. As expected, the gym door was closed. Hey Ash, there seems to be no one in the Rainbow Gym. Why don't we go to the surrounding shops to ask what's going on? Misty looked at the closed door of the Rainbow Gym and suggested to Ash. Usually, the gym owner will not close the gym directly unless there is something serious. At worst, he will ask the apprentice to help guard it. This, as the former Nibby gym owner, Xiaojiang felt that things might not be that simple. Ash shook his head. That's not necessary. I know where the Rainbow Gym owner is. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiaohe and Sabrina. Misty, didn't you say before that the perfume in Rainbow City is very famous? Sabrina, come with me. I'll take you to have a look. Perfume? Let's go and have a look. Great. I've heard that the perfume in Rainbow City is of high quality. I'll choose carefully later. Compared to the calm Sabrina, Misty was very excited. With the enthusiasm that was comparable to Ash's when he was leveling up Pokémon, she led everyone straight to the perfume street in Rainbow City. The perfume shop opened by Erica is undoubtedly one of the most famous shops in Rainbow City. The perfume sold there is deeply loved by most women in the Kanto region, making Rainbow City the favorite city for female travel trainers. In the original plot, Misty, who didn't know that the owner of the perfume shop was Erica, the owner of the Rainbow Gym, brought Ash here. As a result, the stupid thing with the straight man attribute offended Erica with a few words and was almost rejected from challenging the gym. This time, after watching the demonstration, he naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistake. And he also has his own understanding of perfume. Just kidding, this thing is also good for it. Just pick a few that you like to smell. In the perfume shop, Ash accompanied Misty and Sabrina to try one perfume after another, and he didn't seem impatient. Occasionally, he made reasonable comments on the perfumes on the way. The classic perfume advertising slogans that he remembered when he accompanied girls shopping in his previous life popped out one by one. The salesgirls in the store all cast fangirl eyes at him. After a while, he picked out several sets of brand-name perfumes for Misty and Sabrina respectively. In addition to the ones for them, Ash also picked out a set of perfumes suitable for stay-at-home mothers for his mother Delia through the salesgirl. And because the perfume shop is famous enough, it often receives orders from other cities, so it also opened a courier service. Ash filled in the address, paid a little more shipping fee, and asked the perfume shop to deliver the perfume to his mother Delia in Pallet Town. Such convenient service also made Ash praise Erica's perfume shop. Guest, it turns out that you want to challenge the Rainbow Gym. When checking out, Ash asked about the Rainbow Gym. The female clerk invited Erica, who was dressed in a kimono and had short blue hair, out. Many people in Rainbow City knew that this perfume shop was opened by Erica, and her staff were also the original staff of the gym. Therefore, Erica did not feel strange because Ash ran to the perfume shop to find her. Please ask for flowers, but I didn't expect that he would invite me to challenge in this way. Yes, Miss Erica, when we went to the Rainbow Gym just now, we found that the door was closed. Please forgive me for coming here to find you. Haha, it's okay. It's rare to find a boy who can patiently choose perfume for Stephanie. You are very good, and as the gym owner, it is also my duty to accept the challenge. Wait a moment, I will hand over the work, and then I will accompany you back to the gym to complete the battle. Due to Ash's performance since entering the store, Erica has a good impression of him. Especially Ash's somewhat exaggerated but pleasant evaluation of perfume, plus his very good treatment of Stephanie and his mother, gave her a very good first impression. Erica deliberately increased the speed of handing over tasks and returned to the Rainbow Gym with Ash and others. 2 more shop assistants followed. They still needed to act as referees in the gym battle. It is worth mentioning that one of the red-haired gentle big sisters seemed to be very interested in Xiaojiang's XP. On the way, Xiaojiang also chatted with her crazily. If it were any other time, Misty would say a few words. But this time, the red-haired big sister under Erica seemed to have a good impression of Xiaojiang, and the two had a good chat. Erica, who was walking in front, also enthusiastically introduced the Rainbow City to Ash and others, and which places were suitable for shopping and playing. Sure enough, as long as you don't show your resistance to perfume and grass-type Pokémon in front of Erica, the other party will be warm and gentle to you. Seeing Erica so easy to talk to, Ash recalled the original story in which he made a straight male speech to Misty in the perfume shop, labeling perfume as useless. As a result, he was boycotted by the Rainbow Gym and finally relied on the Rocket Trio to sneak in disguise. Ash couldn't help but sigh at the importance of pleasing others. Buying a perfume can improve the favorability of Misty, Sabrina, Mama Hua, and even Erica, save many unnecessary twists and turns in challenging the gym. The money is undoubtedly worth it. The rules of a gym challenge are 3v3. The gym owner sends out Pokemon first, and the challenger attacks first. During the battle, only the challenger can change Pokemon. When all Pokemon of either side lose their combat ability, they are considered defeated. Now the battle begins. On the referee's stand, the sweet girl wearing a shop assistant uniform waved her hand to announce the official start of the gym battle. Erica took out a Pokeball and threw it elegantly. Get ready for battle. Follow the monster. Tangela, blue qualification, level IV.25. Tangela's appearance is like many vines entangled together. That is, the two-dimensional style looks good. At this moment, it is somewhat curious in Ash's eyes. It must be said that Erica, this beautiful woman, seems to have a wild appearance of the grass-type Pokémon she captured. Tangela's level is only IV.25, and the blue qualification is at the same level as most wild Pokémon. Obviously, this is a benefit that Erica, as a gym leader, prepared for him. Usually, only rookie trainers can enjoy it. When facing rookie trainers, qualified gym leaders always start with easy ones and then go to difficult ones. After finding out the level of the challenger, they will increase the difficulty appropriately. After all, the purpose of setting up gyms by alliance is mainly to test trainers, and gym leaders have no pursuit of winning or losing. If the performance of the trainer exceeds expectations, the gym leader will not fight you to death. And even if the level is a little worse, as long as you can perform well in the gym battle, you can also get the recognition of the gym leader. There's a chance to get the badge issued by the gym leader. Get ready for battle. Charmeleon. Ash released Charmeleon. The level IV.39 Charmeleon is much higher than Tangela. This Charmeleon is very strong. It should be not far from evolution. As a grass-type gym leader, Erica undoubtedly encounters the most fire Pokémon when accepting challenges. The first time she saw Charmeleon, she was sure that this Charmeleon must be extraordinary. The aura emanating from his body is more fiery than many Charizards. Thank you for the compliment from the gym leader. It is indeed not far from evolving, but when it evolves depends on its own will. Okay, respect Pokémon. Ash, you are very good. Erica already had a good impression of Ash, and now she has a better impression of him. Many people say they like and love Pokémon, but there are very few trainers who can really accept that their Pokémon will not evolve. After all, evolution is the simplest and crudest way to greatly improve the strength of Pokémon. Some people even use the method of forcing Pokémon to evolve in order to make Pokémon stronger quickly. In comparison, Ash's approach is too gentle. In order to respect the ideas of Pokémon, Captivate, which has strong combat power in the final form, can be abandoned. If Charmeleon alone is not enough, then the Pikachu standing on his shoulder can prove this point even more. Of course, Ash and Erica's thoughts are not the same as Mikey's. Not to mention that his Pokémon have excellent talents. Even if they don't evolve, they still have perfect offensive props given by the system. Charmeleon, Flamethrower. Tangela, Razor Leaf. The battle between Charmeleon and Tangela is about to start. With the huge level gap and attribute restraint, Tangela has been at a disadvantage from the beginning. After 2 rounds, the Blazing Flame attack burned its Vine Whip to a charred black, and a Dragon Claw resolved the battle. Tangela basically did not pose a threat to Charmeleon. Seeing Charmeleon easily defeat Tangela, the amazing Flame attack may be stronger than some of its evolved counterparts. It is definitely a very difficult challenger. At this moment, Erica also put away the mentality of testing Ash. She put Tangela back into the Pokeball, and then released her second Pokemon, Weepinbell. Weepinbell, level IV.35, Artisan, Purple. Its strength is much higher than Tangela. Although it has not yet evolved into Victorybell using Leaf Stone, its strength cannot be underestimated under the command of Erica, a Grass-type specialized trainer. Charmeleon, Flame Vortex, Trap It. Erica confidently sent out Weepinbell, but it was defeated by Ash's Charmeleon in less than a minute. This overwhelming momentum made her have some illusions for a while. Was she challenging the gym or Ash? As the gym leader, she was easily defeated by him. Although it was restrained by attribute, Ash's Charmeleon was still unscathed after defeating her 2 Pokemon. At this rate, it's normal to defeat 3 at once. No, I can't let him push the team. Subconsciously, Erica wanted to send out her main Pokemon to save the situation a little. At least she had to defeat this Charmeleon. She was in charge of the Rainbow Gym, and her strength was at the quasi-elite level. Some of her Pokemon were already over level 50, entering the elite level. Sending anyone, even with attribute restraint, should be able to defeat Ash's Charmeleon. But in a flash, she gave up the idea. Ash was just a rookie trainer. It was his ability to train Charmeleon so well. Erica never forgot the responsibilities of a gym leader. Just push the team. Gym battles are mainly for assessment. Since it's an assessment, there must be a fair standard. With a wry smile, Erica threw out the third Pokeball. A Vileplume at level 4.38. This Vileplume is the main Pokemon of her second team, and is usually sent out only when facing a challenger with extremely high potential. Normally, it is enough to deal with more than 90% of rookie trainers. However, facing Charmeleon, who has attribute restraint and a higher level, and Ash, who has exquisite tactical command and can perfectly seize the opportunity and is not like a newly debuted rookie trainer, Erica is rarely confident. Suppress the inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Vileplume, Sleep Powder. Erica commanded Vileplume to use Sleep Powder. Vileplume is large enough and has accumulated enough pollen. After receiving Erica's order, the overwhelming Sleep Powder immediately covered Charmeleon. Charmeleon, jump up to avoid the flamethrower. Relying on amazing explosive power, Charmeleon leaped high into the air before the powder spread, and a blazing flame came out of his mouth. Protect, Vileplume 2.3. Erica had already experienced the power of Charmeleon's fire skills. Naturally, he didn't dare to let Tangela take the flamethrower head-on. Vileplume raised his hand to support a blue energy barrier to isolate the flames. At the same time, Charmeleon landed smoothly on the field outside the coverage of Sleep Powder. And at the moment of landing, Charmeleon exerted force with his legs and rushed towards Vileplume like a rocket. The body was quickly covered by blazing flames. Oh, is it Flare Blitz? Ash stared at Charmeleon in surprise as he rushed towards Vileplume with flames. He didn't expect Charmeleon to learn a new skill in the battle. It was a physical skill of the fire type. Just like that, the cyan barrier just disappeared, and Vileplume, who had no time to react, was knocked out of the field by Charmeleon. The whole body was charred, and white smoke came out of his mouth. Boom boom. Amidst the violent explosion, Vileplume lost her ability to fight. It was Flare Blitz. Seeing Charmeleon showing a slightly painful expression after being injured by Flare Blitz, Erica was completely stunned. Can Charmeleon learn Flare Blitz? You know, many elite-level Charizards have not been able to learn this physical fire move. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, and there was a little more admiration and mystery in her eyes when she looked at Ash. She didn't lose this battle unfairly. In terms of Pokemon training, she is far inferior to Ash. In the same period, she would never have been able to train such a powerful Charmeleon. Vileplume lost her ability to fight, and the dinosaur was defeated. The winner of this gym battle is the challenger Ash. Seeing that their gym leader Erica was defeated by Ash in a 1-on-3 battle, the two beautiful shop assistants were also very surprised. The results of the battle were announced after a long delay. As a Grass-type gym leader, Erica usually has to deal with challengers who command Fire-type Pokemon the most. Over the years, there has never been a rookie trainer who defeated Erica with such an overwhelming force as Ash. I remember that a challenger from Pallet Town 17 a while ago formed a team of 3 all-Fire-type Pokemon. But Erica also defeated 2 Pokemon, and the victory was not as clean and neat as Ash's. Ash, you won this gym battle. Your Charmeleon is very well trained. I wish you a good performance in this year's regional conference. As she said, Erica took out the rainbow badge and handed it to Ash. It was just a fluke. Ash took the badge politely, put the rainbow badge into the badge box, where 5 gym badges were quietly lying. Now Song Chaju can qualify for the Kanto Regional Courts Conference with 1 badge. Ash, are you interested in staying in Rainbow City for 2 more days? I just happen to have something to discuss with you about perfume promotion. Adjusting her mood, Erica said with a smile, seeing that she was thinking about the advertising slogans she had just read in his store. Ash shook his head decisively and refused, saying that he would definitely do it next time. At that time, he had already used up all the advertising slogans stored in his mind. Wouldn't it be better to stay here and wait for Dita? Okay, we should continue our journey. Ash turned around and called his friends in the audience to continue their journey. Ash, I'm not going to leave. Ash and Misty looked at Xiaojing in surprise. Why? Are you not going to continue on the road of a breeder? After all, a breeder is different from a trainer. I can still continue to study in Rainbow City. Xiaojing said to Ash with a smile. Then he took the hand of the red-haired big sister beside him. So soon, the two of them confirmed their relationship. For the rapid development of the two, not only Ash Xiao, Sabrina, and the other two, including Erica, the shop owner, were all stunned. After a brief moment of confusion, Ash would naturally respect Brock's choice. After blessing him, Ash left with Misty and Sabrina. Brock's departure was somewhat unexpected for him. Now the team has to replan their living arrangements. Pokémon and their food issues have to be reconsidered. Ash, are you just going to let Brock stay? They have only known each other for less than half a day. It doesn't seem very reliable. Could that big sister be attracted to Brock's status as a gym trainer? After walking out of the gym, she asked hesitantly. This kind of love at first sight is not very reliable in her opinion. I remember when I first met Ash. I know that Ash only has a slight affection for her, and it's not as fast as the relationship between Gon and the red-haired sister. Since Gon has made up his mind, all we can do is congratulate him. We outsiders can't interfere in matters of love. Ash looked at Misty meaningfully and said, I can only say that Misty is a carefree person. In the original plot, she and he always kept a distance, and the trio in the original version just formed a stable triangle. And now, the two have confirmed their relationship. During the trip, Gon was basically like a light bulb. Ash also noticed that whether in Blue Polchi or in Rainbow City, Gon deliberately created a space for the two of them to be alone. Now, there is Sabrina, who also has a crush on Ash. He is more cautious, and the red-haired sister under Erica does meet his mate selection criteria. Under the influence of various factors, it is not surprising that he chose to leave the team. Not so many buts. I believe Gon can handle it. Ash interrupted Misty. He glanced at the two girls and then smiled bitterly. Let's first consider the food problem for our trip after Xiaojing leaves the team. Xiaojing's importance in the team is self-evident. After realizing that she might never be able to eat Xiaojing's delicious dishes again, Sabrina's beautiful eyes flashed blue light, and she subconsciously turned around and wanted to go back to the Rainbow Gym to catch Xiaojing back. Ash saw this and stopped her decisively. Holding one by one, he brought the two girls to the Pokémon Center. Ding! The Gym Mission Challenge Rainbow Gym has been completed. It is detected that you have 5 badges. The second ring mission will be triggered when you arrive at the next 200th gym. Reward. The level of any main Pokémon held will be instantly increased by 10 levels, without any sequelae, 50 W points. The current randomly selected Pokémon is Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur 4.30 upgraded to 4.40. Ash received the mission reward and smiled. Although I didn't get the highest level Ghastly and Earl Dervish's partner Pikachu randomly. But Bulbasaur is also good. After the 10th level upgrade, its speed will become extremely amazing. Bulbasaur's upgrade makes Ash very excited. This is just the first round of the gym series. The reward for the next mission may be even more exciting. Ash can't help but look forward to the next gym battle. With Xiaojing leaving the team, Ash and his team really have to stay in Rainbow City for a while. Purchasing travel food and Pokémon food must be put on the agenda. The three of them are all average cooks, and it is definitely unrealistic to want to eat delicious food in the future. After going to the department store, Ash and his friends bought the highest specification and price instant food. They are all specially prepared for travel trainers. The main point is convenience, and it is definitely not delicious. For now, we can only make do with it. After getting the rainbow badge, say goodbye to Xiaojing. Ash and his group set out to head towards Fuchsia City. On the way, They needed to replenish some consumables such as Pokémon food and Pokémon training equipment that were sold out in the Rainbow City department store. The three of them entered a city with a strange name called Yo District. The city was full of high-rise buildings, and there were a few green plants on both sides of the streets, which looked a little less lively. After replenishing the consumables, Ash and his group went to the Pokémon Center as usual to restore the contest condition of the Pokémons so that the next trip would be smoother. Walking into the lobby of the Pokémon Center, Ash immediately saw many Pokémon with depressed expressions. None of them had obvious external injuries. Then Ash's eyes were attracted by one of the more familiar figures. Isn't this Misty's Psyduck? In the original plot, Misty seemed to have captured a Psyduck here that was afraid of water and couldn't swim, and was very psychic. The duck god who often has a highlight performance in anime. Nurse Joy, what's wrong with these Pokémon? They all look a little listless. Misty also noticed this group of listless Pokémon and immediately asked Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy came here just now and seemed to say that it was caused by some kind of sleep wave. She is planning to find the source through a special radio wave tracking device. Nurse Joy explained to the two. As soon as the voice fell, Miss Jenny Shaw walked into the Pokémon Center with a patron taper. Let it use sleep waves to offset the influence of the hypnotic wave of another Drowsy, so that the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center will return to normal. Most of the Pokémon have recovered smelling salts, but Psyduck is still stupid and doesn't look very smart. After that, Officer Jenny took Drowsy to the city's Central Park without stopping. There are still many children who are affected by the hypnotic wave and imagine themselves as Pokémon. Just thinking about how to ask Nurse Joy to take Psyduck away. Nurse Joy stared at Psyduck with a slightly distressed expression. Other Pokémon have returned to normal. Why is this Psyduck still stupid? It doesn't look changed at all. Does it mean that Drowsy needs to give it another blow? Ash rolled his eyes when he heard Nurse Joy muttering. Is there a possibility? Duck God Psychic has a superb talent and is not affected by the hypnosis wave at all. As for the current appearance, is it because it is stupid? Hey, the boy with Pikachu and the two Stephanies, are you interested in taking this Psyduck away? Nurse Joy looked at Ash and the other two who were still in the lobby of the Pokémon Center, and her eyes lit up. This Psyduck has no trainer. She brought it back when she was outside to treat those Pokémon affected by the hypnosis wave a while ago. Now that the other Pokémon have returned to normal, they could be sent away. Pokémon Center has returned to normal life. But Psyduck can't be released directly into the wild in its current state. But if it stays in the Pokémon Center, she can't take care of it. As a medical staff member of the Pokémon Center, she can't always be with it. The best way is to give it to a Pokémon trainer to take care of. We don't want this stupid guy. I think Nurse Joy, you can wait a little longer. Maybe there will be other trainers willing to adopt it. Just like in the original plot, although she loves water Pokémon, she has no interest in the stupid Psyduck and has no intention of catching it. After saying that, Misty wanted to call Ash and Sabrina to leave quickly. However, neither of them had the intention of turning around. Misty immediately cast a puzzled look at them. Misty, I think this Psyduck is pretty good. Nurse Joy, let's take this Psyduck away. Ash decisively took over the responsibility of taking care of Psyduck for Misty. It is worth mentioning that Sabrina also seemed to see the extraordinariness of Psyduck. It is not difficult to understand how, as a psychic, she can't see the strangeness of the Pokémon. Just when Sabrina wanted to adopt Psyduck, the little guy jumped off the table and walked to Misty with his head touched blankly. It looked like he was determined to follow Misty. Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy for Psyduck, Nurse Joy said to Ash with gratitude. Wait, let's discuss it. Misty obviously didn't want to adopt Psyduck. Although it has a water type, she really doesn't like silly Pokémon. But before she finished speaking, Ash took her away. We can't let Misty reject the Pokémon. There are many highlights of Psyduck Psychic in the original plot. Although as a pure water-type Pokémon, Psyduck can't swim and is afraid of water, and its water gun skill is pitifully weak, which sounds outrageous. But this Psyduck's potential in Psychic is simply too abnormal, but it takes a headache to trigger it in the early stage. Besides, now there's a Psychic Sabrina in the team. seeing that she also wanted to subdue Psyduck just now. Maybe she can solve Psyduck's shortcomings in this regard. Ash, you're pulling me away. Is it because this Psyduck has something special? Although she is arrogant, Misty is not stupid at all. After a brief dislike for Psyduck, she immediately realized that Ash's attitude was wrong. Li Hao. She thought that her eyesight in selecting Pokémon was far inferior to Ash's, so this silly-looking Psyduck was chosen by him. So it must be because of something special. Ash nodded decisively. That's right. Misty, you should capture it first. Ash will definitely not harm your Mai. Sabrina also said with a smile at this time. As a psychic, she could see the specialness of Psyduck at a glance. What surprised her was that Psyduck's psychic potential has not been developed yet, and it stands to reason that Ash's psychic level should not be able to detect it. Or maybe he just has a unique eye for selecting Pokémon. Okay, Psyduck, will you be my partner? Even though she still had some dislike, out of trust in Ash and Sabrina, Misty still took out a Pokeball from her waist. Psyduck also took the initiative to enter the Pokeball. Kata, on the grass, Psyduck, who was released from the Pokeball by Misty, scratched his head, with a face full of clear stupidity. It looks like a not very smart Psyduck. Ash, are you sure it's really special? Misty circled Psyduck twice and looked it up and down. She couldn't see Psyduck's extraordinary qualities at all. Don't worry, Misty. Try to communicate with it first. After saying that, Ash activated Psychic to scan Psyduck. I want to try to check Psyduck's headache. Hearing this, Misty smiled and said to Psyduck, Psyduck, since Ash said you have outstanding features, it must be right. Come show me your ability. After all, it's a water Pokemon. Let's start with the simplest water gun. Misty pointed to a small tree as thick as an arm in the distance and signaled Psyduck to aim there. Kata, facing Misty's instructions, Psyduck still responded with her clear and stupid eyes, with a kind of innocent beauty. Psyduck, did you hear me? Aim at the tree over there and use the water gun trick. Misty was a little flail, 470, walked up and picked up Psyduck and shook him. Kata. This time Psyduck's long reflex arc finally couldn't hold back. Psyduck broke free from Misty's hands and fell to the ground, opening his mouth and shooting out a weak and thin stream of water. The water column didn't hit the tree before it splashed on the ground. Psyduck looked at Misty again with a clear look. The scene was extremely embarrassing for a while. Misty felt bad all over. This is not a water gun trick. The water from the faucet spit up is much stronger than this. Although Ash was prepared for Psyduck's weakness in water skills, he was still amused by the scene. He suppressed his laughter and walked forward to pat Misty on the shoulder. Calm down, Misty. Think positively. Psyduck still has a lot of room for improvement in water skills. It's already amazing that he can learn water gun. Ash. Misty cast a look full of grudge, gnashing her teeth and showing her little tiger teeth. The meaning is obvious. Ash must give an explanation. The reason for trying every means to make her, BHFH, subdue Psyduck? Seeing that Misty was a little bit broken, Ash stopped teasing. Misty, don't look at Psyduck's silly appearance. He can't even use his own water skills well. In fact, its attainments in Psychic are extremely powerful. As soon as these words came out, Sabrina's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. It seems that Ash probably really noticed Psyduck's abnormality through Psychic. Misty looked at Psyduck with a suspicious expression, but Pokemon with good psychic talents all look quite smart, and Psyduck's image doesn't match that. Then I'll have to trouble Sabrina. Ash looked at Sabrina, who was watching the show, and smiled. According to his guess, the reason why Psyduck usually behaves like a fool is that his reaction is much slower than other Pokemon. It is mainly because it has too high a talent in Psychic, and the speed and strength of the Psychic converted from spiritual power in its head are a bit over the standard. The overly powerful confusion even brought heavy pressure to Psyduck's head. From the performance alone, the extremely slow reaction speed and the whole Pokemon looking stupid are all evidence. As long as the head is attacked and stimulated by pain, the control of confusion will be improved. Therefore, in the original plot, Psyduck's head was attacked several times when facing danger. Under the effect of headache, Psychic was used to save the situation. When the pain disappeared, it immediately returned to its stupid look. Sabrina possessed extremely powerful psychic, so she naturally did not need to release Psyduck's confusion by hitting his head. "Well, I'll try." Sabrina nodded. Her eyes lit up with deep blue light. She used her own psychic to ease the conversion process of Psyduck's spiritual power to psychic and relieve the pressure of psychic on the head. In just a few seconds, Psyduck's slightly stupid eyes became visibly smarter. "Misty, you could try to give orders to Psyduck again now." Sabrina looked at Misty and said, "Well, Psyduck, use confusion to attack that tree." Misty nodded and gave the order. Bang! With a muffled sound, Psyduck activated Psychic to cut the tree that the water gun had failed to hit in half. "Awesome!" Misty immediately showed a surprised expression. For this attack, Psyduck only used 1/10 of Psychic. "In that case, can you lift the boulder over there, Psyduck?" After listening to Sabrina's words, Misty gave the order again. Boom boom. With a loud bang, Psyduck activated Confusion to lift a boulder about 5 meters high and weighing tens of tons, and then let it fall heavily to the ground. The boulder fell to the ground, and the entire ground shook. Misty was already stunned at this moment. Who am I? What has happened? Is this the true hidden strength of Psyduck? She couldn't imagine that Psyduck, whose water gun was not as powerful as a faucet, could lift a boulder weighing dozens of tons with Psychic. The contrast was too amazing. Moreover, the Pokémon Pokédex clearly stated that Psyduck was a water-type Pokémon. Although it could use psychic moves, it really didn't have a psychic type. Those who didn't know would think it was a Pokémon with a main psychic type and a little bit of water skills. It was completely the opposite, but it was really great that Psyduck had such a strong psychic. I didn't expect that it looked stupid and silly, but it was unexpectedly powerful. No wonder Ash decisively agreed when Nurse Joy asked them if they wanted to adopt Psyduck. She didn't even give her a chance to think and insisted on letting her subdue it. Thinking of this, Misty was both moved and a little guilty. As expected, Ash would always consider her first in everything and left such a powerful Psyduck to me without a second thought. I just doubted his decision. This is really wrong. It seems that I can only work hard in the evening and reward Ash. Misty looked at Psyduck again with a surprised expression. With this Psyduck's powerful psychic attainments, it will definitely become her absolute main force in the future, one of the town Pokémon. Leaving the Yo-Yo-Yo area, Ash and his group headed towards Fuchsia City, where the Fuchsia Gym is located. After taking down the Grass-type Rainbow Gym, he will next attack the Poison-type Fuchsia Gym. Currently, Ash's focus on leveling up is still on Charmeleon and Infernape, because the wild Pokémon encountered on the road are generally low in level, but there are many of them. Charmeleon did not gain much, but Infernape accumulated a lot of combat experience. From IV.30 to 4.33, the intimacy with Ash also increased a lot in the process, and they have a tacit understanding. As for Charmeleon, Ash estimates that it is not far from evolving into Charizard, and what is needed now is mainly a battle with equal strength and a hardy and exciting battle. It will naturally evolve. After seeing Psyduck's strong talent in Confusion, Misty would release it from the Pokeball from time to time. While cultivating intimacy, she would not forget to ask Sabrina for a way to solve its headache symptoms. After all, as far as the current situation is concerned, Psyduck, without Sabrina's help to guide and relieve the mental pressure caused by confusion, is still stupid most of the time. At present, Sabrina has no perfect solution to this problem. She herself has not yet perfectly controlled Psychic, which is not affected by emotions, so she naturally cannot help Codaduck solve the problem at the root. Each time, she can only help it relieve the pain a little. This also means that if Misty wants to fight with Psyduck, it is best for Sabrina to help it relieve the pressure on its head caused by the transformation of mental power and Psychic. Otherwise, it can only rely on luck as in the original plot, and try to guide the opponent to attack Psyduck's head to make it enter the headache contest condition. If the opponent does not attack Psyduck's head, Misty sending it out to fight is basically the same as sending it to the enemy. According to Sabrina, when she can perfectly control her own Psychic, she can help Psyduck solve this problem completely. Misty finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as there is a way to cure Psyduck, it will be enough. During the trip, Ash fought and leveled up while accompanying the two girls to go hiking and water sports, and did some embarrassing things with Misty at night. It was so comfortable. It is worth mentioning that with Xiaojiang leaving the team, Misty also mentioned Sabrina to Ash intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that she wanted to test Ash's opinion of Sabrina. Ash, who realized that it might be the ring that started to work, did not hide his affection for Sabrina. With the intentional promotion of the main wife Misty, the relationship between Ash and Sabrina is also heating up rapidly. With the 80% intimacy, Sabrina already had a good impression of Ash. If they were to improve their intimacy, they would probably be able to establish a relationship. 2 days later, Ash and the other two were near the edge of a city again. Walking on the roadside, they met a Hitmonchan who was boxing. Looking at his appearance, he had been practicing for a long time and was sweating a lot. From the color and fineness of his skin, this Hitmonchan must be quite old. The fine scars on his body also proved that he must have undergone strict training from the trainer. No matter how fierce the outdoor battle was, it would not be possible to reach this level. This Hitmonchan had many difficult-to-heal injuries on his body, but his level was not too high, only IV.30, not as good as the Infernape he had just captured. This shows that the talent of this Hitmonchan is normal, and even with strict training, the speed of upgrading cannot be fast. Unlike those legendary Pokémon, which upgrade at a rocket-like speed after birth and become gods when they grow up, it is already very good for a Hitmonchan, who has blue qualifications to reach level IV.30. At the same time, a man in a white vest stood next to Hitmonchan. He was burly, muscular, and had a towel around his neck. At this time, he was doing boxing training with Hitmonchan. Pikachu Boy passing by, and two girls. Are you interested in a Pokemon battle with me? I am Anthony from the fighting family. I am training with Hitmonchan with the goal of winning the P1 fighting competition. Seeing Ash and the other two passing by, the man in the white vest named Anthony immediately invited them to a challenge. Please give me 0 flowers. And not only Ash, but also Misty and Sabrina. Anthony? I really met this guy. Another incompetent guy who abandoned his wife and daughter to pursue his dream. This guy is much more exaggerated than Xiaojiang's Father Flint. He still doesn't think he is wrong and even took his Infernape. When he first saw Hitmonchan, Ash was already alert and got up. It turned out that the burly uncle in front of him was Anthony, who took his Infernape away in the original plot. The other party revealed his identity, so Ash didn't have to look for him again. Ding! Triggered the plot task. Use Infernape to participate in the P1 fighting competition and win the championship, and don't give Anthony a chance. Task reward. Strength Enhancement Potion. Increases the strength of Pokemon by 20% after use. Okay. The system still has a bad temper towards me. As expected, the system doesn't like Anthony, this old guy. Strength Boosting Potion. This is a good thing. At this stage, it is completely tailor-made for Infernape. Accept the task decisively. Since we have already met this old guy Anthony, the P1 fighting competition will probably start soon. After getting the reward for this task, Infernape's combat power can be further improved. Facing a guy like Anthony who is irresponsible to his family and took his Infernape away, Ash will definitely not give him a good face. He decisively rejected the challenge invitation he initiated to him. Sorry, I'm not interested. I am traveling with the goal of becoming a Pokémon Master, and my two partners were also gym trainers in Kanto. Uncle, your strength is too weak, and I won't get any benefit from fighting you. Hearing Ash's words, Misty and Sabrina showed surprised expressions at the same time. In their cognition, the passerby trainers that Ash challenged him have always been very kind. Even if the opponent is very weak, he will often accept the opponent's fight and give a certain degree of guidance. At the very least, he will politely decline the challenge invitation from the opponent. He will never mock Anthony like he is doing now. However, Misty and Sabrina knew that Ash must have his own reasons for doing things, and the two girls did not ask too much, especially in front of Anthony, who had just been confronted by Ash. Even if Ash really did something wrong, they could only side with him at this time and ask about the situation after returning. Not to mention that the situation is still unclear. After hearing Ash's words, Anthony's defense was broken, because what Ash said was absolutely right. He is indeed a loser. He gambled everything, including the court hearing, just to win a P1 fighting championship. But in fact, the P1 fighting championship is just a small event held by a small circle for fighting Pokemon. Ordinary towns hold it once a year, and 630 is only a small-scale competition. He has been in the competition for about 10 years, but he has not even won a championship. Those fighting Pokemon specialists of the same age as him who are keen on fighting championships have already won the P1 fighting championship and challenged higher-level fighting events. Only he was still struggling in a small town with so few people. His wife and daughter knew that he had no talent for this and repeatedly persuaded him to give up this path. But he not only didn't listen, but also scolded them severely and hid in the mountains to start special training, just to be able to avenge the previous shame in the P1 fighting competition this year. Humph! The ambition is very ambitious, but young man, I advise you not to be too ambitious. It's better to be practical. Pokémon Master, it's impossible for you to accomplish it. You know that I have made the P1 fighting competition my goal and have been training hard for so many years. Pokemon battles are not children's play. Anthony scolded Ash with the weapons of an experienced person. Really? Why do I feel like you're too incompetent? In my opinion, the P1 fighting contest is just a small competition for fighting Pokemon enthusiasts. It's not difficult to win the championship. Such a goal can make you pursue it all your life, even at the cost of abandoning your wife and daughter. It's hard to imagine how low your level is. In his previous life, what Ash couldn't stand the most was the knowing brother, elder who relied on his age and said he was good for you. The key is still the kind of relationship that is not related at all. Listen to a loser talking about life insights here. Ash instinctively retorted. After all, Anthony, this old guy, is not a good person. In the original plot, this guy saw that Ash's Infernape was strong and had high potential, so he shamelessly asked for it, which was enough to disgust him. Even if he didn't accept the task, Ash planned to teach him a lesson in the so-called P1 fighting contest. He said he was helping with the training, but in fact he saw that Ash had just captured Infernape and had not yet established a deep friendship, so he coveted its talent. Otherwise, why didn't you contact Ash to return Infernape after helping him train? In the end, it was just the innocent Ash in the original story who had just started traveling and had no social experience. That's why Anthony tricked him into sending Infernape away. The Infernape with the unyielding ability and purple qualifications. Ash dared to say that it was rare in this town. Anthony could not only realize his dream of winning the P1 fighting competition by tricking it away, but also win more honors if he trained it carefully. Not to mention the big cities. At least in this small town, he can hold his head high in front of his wife and daughter, and his social status is rising. Unconsciously watching the anime, Ash finally understood the dignity of the trainer after traveling in the real Pokemon world for a while. It is no exaggeration to say that if this town can produce a trainer who is one of the top 16 in the Indigo Plateau Conference, when he returns home, the mayor will probably have to hold a highest-level welcome ceremony to welcome him. Now Ash will definitely not be fooled by Anthony. This Infernape can definitely be cultivated as the main fighting Pokemon, sent to Anthony, not to mention the qualification advancement. I am afraid that he is even confused about how to evolve Infernape into Forsaken, which is completely a waste of Infernape's talent. Humph! Ignorant boy. The P1 fighting competition is not as simple as you think. You could try to participate. I am afraid you will be eliminated in the first round. After Ash's continuous setbacks, Anthony blushed and replied, 0141 100 17 Falu 0845 42200. Take Hitmonchan away to continue training. Although he wanted to beat Ash up, he was not stupid. Pokemon battle level is not high, but life experience is still there. Alliance registered trainer who can travel, accompanied by 2 female companions who claim to be gym trainers. He dare not bet whether the other party is lying if the two female companions of the boy in front of him are really gym trainers. Then Hitmonchan in his hand is just a delivery. Don't be beaten by the other party when you don't win. That would be too embarrassing. This muscle, after all, can only be used to show off to his wife and daughter at home. And you can go out when you say you want to go out. You have to think carefully when you are outside. After all, if you're not careful, you may offend a big shot. Ash ignored the harsh words Anthony said before he left in disgrace. In the original story, Ash and Infernape can easily win the P1 fighting tournament, and now there is no need to consider it. After all, the P1 fighting tournament is just the smallest of the fighting tournament series held in a small town. With his command level 2.0 and the strength of Infernape, if he can't win the championship, there is no need to continue traveling. It is better to go back to Pallet Town to raise pigs. After all, there are Misty and Sabrina, two gym trainer-level beauties, accompanying him, and they don't have to worry about food and clothing, and their life is extremely comfortable. After walking out of the open space where Anthony and Hitmonchan trained, Ash and the other two continued to move towards the town not far away. Seeing that everyone around was their own people, Misty finally couldn't help but ask, "Ash, what exactly is the abandonment of his wife and daughter that you mentioned when targeting that uncle just now?" "Yes, you seem to know a lot about him." Sabrina also cast a curious look at Ash. At this time, there are no outsiders, and the two of them can also ask questions. "Excuse me, everyone. My name is Rebecca." "Excuse me, have you seen my father? He is the trainer who follows a Hitmonchan. He likes to wear a white vest and has been away from home with Hitmonchan for many days. My mother and I are very worried about him." Ash was about to explain to the two girls. He was interrupted by the red-haired girl who was walking towards him. Ash pointed to the way he came. "Go a few kilometers in this direction. There's an open space. They're training there." "Thank you so much." The girl named Rebecca bowed to Ash and thanked him, then hurried over there. After Rebecca left, Ash looked at Misty and spread his hands. "Here." It literally means abandoning his wife and daughter. "Bah, irresponsible man. I should have scolded him with you just now." Seeing that the daughter had come to 17, Misty immediately understood. She regretted not scolding with Ash. As for Sabrina, she looked at Ash with some curiosity. "Ash, how do you know about their family affairs?" "I heard him say it himself. He's a guy who is still chasing his dreams at an old age. We met a similar person at the beginning of the trip." Ash gave a decisive explanation. Misty, who had experienced the Flint incident, immediately helped Ash and Sabrina to tell the story. After listening, Sabrina said it was reasonable. It can only be said that Ash's guess was quite accurate. Wu and Anthony's behavior are essentially similar. For Anthony, Ash's idea is to teach him a lesson. Let him realize the gap between ideal and reality. Honestly return to ordinary life. After all, I used to be a Pokémon trainer, and it is easy to get a satisfactory job when I return to life. If I continue to pursue my dream, the end may be desertion from my friends and relatives. When I came to the town, I asked a passerby and learned that the P1 fighting competition would be held in 3 days. Ash decisively went to the registration office to register. As for the Pokemon registered for the competition, it was naturally Infernape. Although the P1 fighting competition did not seem to be of any help to Ash's next challenge to Indigo Alliance, the two women still supported him very much. The main reason was that Anthony's behavior of abandoning his wife and daughter was too bad. And one of them once had a happy family, and the other just had a happy family, naturally couldn't bear to see this. It is a good thing to pursue dreams, but it must be combined with the actual situation. The wife and daughter are innocent, and they are all implicated by his unattainable dream, and their lives are a mess. They hope that Ash will teach Anthony a lesson in the P1 fighting competition. It would be best if he can clearly realize the gap between the ordinary and the untalented. Destroy his dream and let him return to his family. If they didn't have fighting Pokemon, they would have signed up for the P1 fighting tournament. According to the rules of the P1 fighting tournament, although non-fighting Pokemon can be sent, it is forbidden to use skills other than fighting type and fighting technique. If a Pokémon does not meet the above conditions, it can only rely on its own melee ability to compete with other participating Pokémon, such as Charizard, Rock, and other Pokémon. Other Pokémon will still be at a disadvantage if they participate in the competition. Looking at all the Pokémon Misty holds, there is probably only one Wartortle among the water types that is barely qualified, and only a few close combat skills are useful. As for Sabrina, who specializes in Psychic type, let alone Psychic type Pokémon that is also Fighting type, and it must be strong enough. In the Kanto region, there are very few Pokémon that can meet the above two conditions. All Ash could think of was the Mewtwox form. Not to mention whether it could come true, it was a bit too exaggerated to use a legendary beast to compete in such a small-town competition. However, as long as it could teach Anthony a lesson, it didn't matter whether they win or not. The only thing they had to worry about at the moment was that Anthony was eliminated before he met Ash. It was not a complete loss, so they still felt hopeful and continued to pursue their dreams over and over again. However, Misty's worries were quickly rejected by Sabrina, who had Psychic. She said that she would definitely let Ash and Anthony meet in the P1 fighting competition. 3 days before the P1 fighting competition, Ash and the other two stayed in the town. Because the town was a bit remote, and there was no Pokémon Center, and the nearest Pokémon Center was dozens of miles away, Ash and the others could not enjoy free food and accommodation as usual. They simply paid to stay in the hostel with the best environment in the town. A farmhouse villa, specially prepared food. The price is also very attractive. Fortunately, Ash is rich now. Hideki is thick. In fact, if it weren't for the convenience of treating Pokémon and seeing the gentle and beautiful Nurse Joy, Ash could have taken the two girls to live in a high-end hotel in a big city. There is no need to get Pokémon Alliance's stuff for free. There are still 320 days before the start of the P1 fighting competition. Ash does not slack off in these 3 days. He said that he won the championship easily, but it doesn't mean he will relax. As a Pokémon trainer, it is a taboo to underestimate rival. Ash also made a series of special training plans for Infernape and started to implement them. After all, he just captured Infernape not long ago, and there are still many aspects that can be improved. Skill proficiency, reaction speed, and even fighting skills need to be strengthened. With Ash, a Pokémon Master level trainer, coaching personally, Infernape improves these aspects very quickly. Its fighting skills have also officially entered the house. Not only are the skills connected smoothly, but the ability to seize opportunities has also improved a lot. Not only that, Xiaobu also incorporated modern fighting techniques into Infernape. For example, using small swings to dodge enemy attacks, and then waiting for an opportunity to counterattack and punch. After the regular training, Ash would also take Infernape out of town to level up. There are not many wild Pokémon around the town, and the levels are generally low, but this does not bother Psychic Ash. After 3 days, he helped Infernape level up from IV.33 to 4.34. This leveling efficiency is something that Anthony's Hitmonchan would not even dare to think about. Ash was training, and Misty was also busy. Psyduck did not participate in the training due to special circumstances. Her other Pokémon were all trained step by step according to the training plan specified by Ash. After all, she will inherit the Cerulean Gym in the future and become a Water-type Pokémon Master. It can't just be a lip service. Because of Ash's excellent level of training Pokémon, Misty's strength has improved a lot compared to the original plot. The only one who was relatively free was Sabrina. She was in a good mood and focused on her own psychic every day, trying to perfectly master the balance point of mental power conversion psychic. During the day, the three of them were busy with their own things, and they worked hard as trainers. At night, they sat together to communicate their feelings and have interesting interactions. Late at night was the time for Ash and Misty. Every time she felt sore all over the next day and couldn't get out of bed, Misty couldn't help but feel lucky that she didn't have the idea of monopolizing Ash. Maybe she had such an idea at the beginning. She was not happy that he would have another Stephanie in the future. Now it seemed that Ash's love alone was too heavy. To put it bluntly, she was already a little overwhelmed. After 3 days of hard training and upgrading, Ash would occasionally pay attention to the top-quality water Pokémon egg given by the system. But there was still no movement to this day. He was a little curious about what Pokémon was hatched. It couldn't be the same as Neza. This Pokémon egg has greatly exceeded the hatching cycle of ordinary Pokémon eggs. If it weren't for the system reward, he would even doubt whether there was something wrong with the egg. 3 days later, the P1 fighting competition finally officially started. It was just a small competition, and the fighting arena was also very simple. But for this small town, the P1 fighting competition held every 10 years is already a rare large-scale event. The townspeople's enthusiasm for watching the game is still very high. After successfully entering the venue with Misty, Ash got his own competition number plate with the registration certificate. Then he waited for the schedule to be released in the rest area with most of the backstage players. Anthony, who had a conflict with Ash a few days ago, was also there. At this moment, he seemed to be explaining something to Hitmonchan beside him. I think he was preparing for the P1 fighting competition. His eyes turned a little unfriendly when he looked at Ash and the other two. Of course, Ash would not give him a good look. It is worth mentioning that Anthony's daughter Rebecca was standing not far away. She had repeatedly persuaded her father to return to the family, to no avail. She was bullied by her father and kept a certain distance from Anthony. She looked at her father Anthony with a look of hesitation. After all, it was a rare event in the town, and there were many contestants. It was mainly young people in their 20s. There were also uncles like Anthony, but they were rare. They basically came here to make themselves familiar. The eyes of the girls in the town were basically focused on the young guys. Old Deng, like Anthony, who devoted all his energy to the P1 fighting competition, but got nothing in more than 10 years. Naturally, no one paid attention to him. Ash was observing the others, and many people were observing him. Compared to Anthony, who had made no achievements in decades, other players were obviously more wary of Ash, who was accompanied by an extremely imposing Infernape. But looking at his overly young face, it was guessed that he should be the rookie trainer who had just started traveling this year. Even if this Infernape looked very strong, it would be easy for Trainer to fall behind if he was not strong enough. They regarded Ash as a rookie who had a good family background and could cultivate several excellent Pokémon, but whose command level was a mess. The P1 fighting competition was indeed just a low-level fighting competition, but not everyone could easily reach the top. The favorites to win this competition were familiar to each other. It was obviously unrealistic for an outsider trainer who knew nothing to win the championship by defeating them. After all, in Pokémon battles, trainers who did more harm than good at Pokémon were often seen. As for Anthony, he kept showing off his muscles to other contestants except Ash, trying to overwhelm rival in terms of momentum before the game started. Soon the P1 fighting competition officially began. Ash, come on. It doesn't matter whether you win or not. You must teach that uncle a lesson. Ash smiled and nodded at the two women and walked onto the stage. In the first match of the P1 fighting competition, his rival was a tall and thin man with squinty eyes. Also with squinty eyes, Xiaojing looked very decent, but this guy exuded a strong smell of vulgarity. The eyes staring at Ash were also full of hostility. I have been traveling so far, and I am still single. No one cares about him, even if it is backward compatible. On the other hand, Ash, who is surrounded by two beautiful women with different styles, is very intimate with him. It is absurd that the tall and thin Squinta man kept denouncing the injustice of the world in his heart. Then he sent out his Pokemon with a cold face. Poison type, Nidorina with normal body shape and color. Its evolved form is a frequent visitor in the P1 fighting competition, one of the favorite Pokemon of many fighting players. Ash sent Infernape to fight. Adhering to the mentality of not despising any enemy, he decisively commanded Infernape to launch a fierce attack. Under Infernape's hurricane-like Comet Punch at the beginning, Nidorina fell down before she could hold on for 10 seconds and lost her fighting ability directly. This is too weak. Ash looked at the gloomy face and narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. If it weren't for the mission reward and teaching Anthony a lesson, there would be no point in participating in such a competition. But think about it, and you can understand that after all, this is just a fighting competition in a small town. In the original plot, Ash, who was trained in the early stage and commanded a mess, could win the championship with Infernape, who didn't cooperate well. Rival was obviously not that strong. This also made Ash sigh that Anthony was really a waste. How dare he take Ash's Infernape away? In the original plot, Ash was too kind to give Infernape to him. It was a waste of Infernape's talent. In the fighting competition, one match after another continued. Ash and Infernape easily defeated various rivals and advanced to the finals. The rival in the finals happened to be Anthony, which made Ash very satisfied with Sabrina's arrangement. By manipulating the schedule through Psychic, Anthony encountered the weakest rival on the way to the finals. Even so, when he advanced to the semifinals, he still almost lost a rival, and Sabrina almost couldn't help using Psychic. It can only be said that there's a reason why Anthony has not won the P1 fighting competition for more than 10 years. At this time, stepping onto the highest final stage of his life, Anthony only felt that his time had finally come. The moment of fulfilling his dream is coming. He felt as if he had divine helping all the way through, and he had completely got the script of the protagonist. Looking at the final rival Ash, he smiled contemptuously. He glanced at his daughter in the audience and was proud. Let you not be optimistic about me. Today I will win this championship to show you that my talent is unquestionable. At the same time, many young contestants who had already excluded Anthony and Ash from the rival range of 577 became clowns at this moment. Unexpectedly, these two actually stood on the final stage. So, they quickly adjusted their emotions and shifted their attention to the damage comparison. They even began to discuss the winning rate of Anthony against Ash. Most of them concluded that Anthony 6, Ash 4. Anthony has more than 10 years of experience in the competition, although this is his first time to enter the final. At least he has rich experience in the competition. In comparison, Ash is not so reliable. As a rookie who just started his journey, whether he can maintain his mentality on the final stage is a very serious problem. If the emotional fluctuations are too large, it is very likely that there will be mistakes in command, and Anthony, an old man, will seize the opportunity to attack. If Ash had not won the promotion all the way, they would have given Ash a lower winning rate. Based on the current analysis, the only way Ash can win is to beat Teacher to death with random punches and attack fiercely without giving Anthony a chance to react. Hitmonchan, this is our first time on the final stage. We must seize the opportunity. Abby, in the field, Anthony and his Hitmonchan had a sensational conversation. Judging from his appearance, I wonder if he was so affectionate when he proposed to his wife. On the other hand, Ash, who looked calm and even played Yawn, was completely different from him. Ash, come on. Because rival was the elderly player Anthony, the little girl from the same town cheered for Ash instead. Misty's voice was also mixed in. After a passionate conversation, Hitmonchan didn't have time to get into a fighting posture. He was hit hard by Ash's brick break and fell to the ground, losing his fighting ability directly. Hiss! The audience gasped. What the hell, is this the end? They analyzed it for so long off the field and concluded that Anthony had a higher chance of winning. As a result, his Hitmonchan was killed in an instant. At this moment, the audience supporting Anthony turned into clowns again. Good man, this is not an ordinary rookie training. It's just a little monster. I declare that the champion of this P1 fighting competition is Ash from Pallet Town and his Infernape. The referee announced the result of the battle. Soon, the staff took a golden belt symbolizing the champion to the ring and put it on Infernape. Although it is not a prop produced by the system and has no attributes. But after Infernape put on this golden belt, it inexplicably felt a bit more powerful aura. As the champion of this P1 fighting competition, Ash undoubtedly became the focus of the audience. The townspeople did not hesitate to praise him. Even Ash was called the strongest P1 fighting champion in history. Just because his Infernape could easily defeat rival with one blow on the final stage, this championship came too easily. There was no such a strong champion in the past. As losers, Anthony and his Hitmonchan were naturally ignored. After all, competitive games have always been winner-takes-all. It can even be said that after more than a decade of hard work, the runner-up position lost to Ash was Anthony's best result. It's a pity that if he wants to participate in higher-level fighting events, the champion of the P1 fighting competition is just a stepping stone. After all, it's just a competition that can be held once a year in any small town, and his runner-up position is useless. After the game, Ash and Infernape accepted the championship photo together. Infernape was very happy touching the gold belt. It was a sharp contrast with its appearance. During the period, Ash borrowed Infernape's gold belt to observe it. The result was also disappointing. This gold belt is completely a showpiece, and only the appearance looks golden. Even the outer layer was reluctant to be plated with a layer of real gold, but chose to use paint instead, which made Ash sigh that the P1 fighting event organizer was really stingy. Hello, Ash. I see your Infernape is extremely talented in fighting. I also remember you said before that your dream seems to be to become a Pokémon Master. This dream requires too much energy, and this Infernape is obviously more suitable for fighting events. I can't bear to see its talent being wasted. If so, I believe Infernape will not be happy. In order for Infernape to continue to shine in fighting events, Ash, why don't you let me train it? I believe I can definitely make it a top fighting Pokémon. Failed again, he still failed to face the reality. He still thought that this failure was just because Hitmonchan's talent was too far behind Infernape, and he had no problem at all. On the other hand, Ash had no experience in fighting events, but he could win the championship with that Infernape. Thinking carefully, his Infernape must be extraordinary. He didn't care about his face because he had evil thoughts. He started chatting with Ash, who had just scolded him not long ago. Ash is a trainer who just started traveling. He is not very experienced, and his mind is not very mature. From the Pikachu standing on his shoulder, we can see that he is a trainer who loves Pokemon. It is just right to use the future of Infernape to carry out moral kidnapping. Even if the two of them had conflicts before, they are all minor matters. It is undoubtedly the most reasonable choice for Ash to put aside the past grudges and hand over Infernape to him for training. Anthony stared at Ash intently, with a pure greedy look in his eyes, which he concealed well. He pretended to do this for Ash's good. Ash put his hands in his pockets and watched Anthony's performance coldly. I didn't expect this old guy to be so shameless. Just lost to Ash in the finals, and turn around to try to trick the Pokemon that defeated him and won the championship from Ash. Ash immediately scolded him. If it wasn't him today, but a fool, Infernape would really be tricked away by him. Anthony, who was a little embarrassed by Ash's scolding, was about to refute when Misty took over. She had long disliked Anthony, and now this old guy actually wanted to trick Infernape away from her boyfriend. The key is still playing the moral kidnapping trick. What do you mean Infernape's talent will be wasted in Ash's hands? In her opinion, any Pokemon that follows Anthony is unlucky. Compared to Ash, Xiaolu is direct and unscrupulous in output. The fact that Anthony could abandon his wife and daughter for a small P1 fighting competition was also revealed. This made the townspeople who thought Anthony pursued his dream with the consent of his family despise him immediately. At the scene, Anthony became a street rat for a moment. He was angry and was about to attack Misty. Ash immediately gave Sabrina a look. Sabrina understood what she meant and activated Psychic and Teleport to teleport him to another place. Well, you killed my father. Seeing this, Anthony's daughter Rebecca looked at Sabrina eagerly. She was watching the whole thing, knowing that her father was the one who was wrong, and felt guilty. Don't worry, I'm just teaching him a lesson. Sabrina snorted and replied coldly. She always looked down on scum like Anthony, especially now that he has set his sights on Ash. At the same time, several kilometers away, Anthony appeared in a river sky without any warning. Plop! The psychic attached to his body dissipated, and he fell directly into the river. He became a drowned chicken in a miserable state. Ding! Complete the plot mission. Use Infernape to participate in the P1 fighting competition and win the championship without giving Anthony a chance. Task Reward: Power Enhancing Potion. Increases the power of Pokémon by 20% after use. At this time, Ash's mission reminder sounded at the right time. The event ended successfully. Ash refused to send Infernape and won the championship with it. He also taught Anthony a lesson. Ash just felt happy. The matter was settled, and the group continued to head to Fuchsia City. After 2 days of traveling, the three of them settled in Black Cloud City on the way. This is an industrial city with extremely serious environmental pollution. It was once very prosperous, but due to the serious pollution caused by wastewater and waste residue discharged from the factory, soaring in the sky, rivers and the sea were seriously polluted. Ash, the air here is too bad. It really is. It smells like Grimer. Walking into this seriously polluted industrial city, Ash's mentality was still quite good. In the original plot, he had captured a Mook with very good qualifications here. That Mook also performed very well in the competition. Of course, leaving aside Mook's qualifications, Ash mainly wanted to see it and Professor Oak kissing. One of the classic scenes of the original edition cannot be missed. Sabrina, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? At this time, Ash found that Sabrina beside him frowned and looked a little solemn, and asked immediately. The air quality in Black Cloud City is very poor, and Ash is also afraid Sabrina got sick because she was not feeling well. In the original plot, Pikachu also became listless when he arrived at Kurikomo City, but this time he gave it a panacea in advance. It made it temporarily immune to the negative contest condition. No, it's just that my psychic perception is giving me a warning. There's a very likely Pokémon with amazing strength living in this city, which is a great threat to us. Sabrina replied solemnly. She hasn't had this feeling for a long time. The Pokémon that can make her feel deeply threatened must be the elite peak or even the champion level Pokémon. But while Pokémon of this strength are really rare. Oh, even you think it's a great threat. That's not a simple matter. After hearing Sabrina's words, Ash's eyes lit up. As an executive of Team Rocket, Sabrina's strength is definitely at the Elite Four level, and Psychic has a keen sense of smell. I think there must be a powerful Pokémon hidden in Black Cloud City. Considering that it can threaten Sabrina's existence, it may even be as powerful as is Ghastly. Such a powerful wild Pokémon, I wonder... Ding! Trigger limited mission. Please capture Zapdos, temporarily staying in Black Cloud City before sunset today. Complete mission reward. Item, Thunder Summoning Orb, which condenses the power of the electric law. After the Pokémon carries it, the power of electric type moves increases by 80%. Get points, 200W. Before he finished speaking, a message suddenly flashed in his mind. It made Ash stunned. Limited mission to capture Zapdos? Good guy. In other words, the threat perceived by Sabrina is Zapdos. Although it is not Zapdos with the priesthood of God of Thunder, it is still a real legendary Pokémon. Good guy. Does the system want me to be a legendary Pokémon? Accept this mission, there is no doubt about it. The only power station in Black Cloud City that can attract Zapdos. Based on the time limit of the mission, it will probably leave Black 6 City soon. In the original plot, Ash didn't meet Zapdos in Black Cloud City, probably because the travel progress was relatively slow. Zapdos had already left when he arrived in Black Cloud City. Considering that this was a time-limited mission, Ash took Misty and Sabrina and set off towards the power station in Black Cloud City. While on the way, Ash was also calmly thinking about how to deal with wild Zapdos. Among the 3 mythical birds, it may be the one with the most bad temper. As a legendary mythical bird, its combat power must be far beyond ordinary electric Pokémon, and there are not many Pokémon in his hands that can restrain it. The best way is to use the Master Ball rewarded by the system for completing the mission in Pokémon Academy to capture it. It's not too late to cultivate intimacy later. Considering that the top-grade Master Ball is too precious, Ash can only treat it as the last trump card and never use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Is this Zapdos? The legendary bird. The Black Cloud power plant was about a few hundred meters away from the Electrify Tower. Ash and the other two could already see Zapdos temporarily staying on the Electrify Tower. Misty's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of shock. She didn't expect that the threat Sabrina mentioned was actually the legendary Pokémon Zapdos, right in this power plant, and they just happened to see it. Of course, it could also be no coincidence. Misty suddenly recalled Ash's actions just now. When Sabrina first mentioned it, he wasn't that excited. But somehow, after a while, he seemed to have noticed something. Ash excitedly took them to the power plant. It can only be said that even though the two had already been frank with each other, they had basically done all the embarrassing things. Ash was still very mysterious in his eyes, as if he was shrouded in fog and couldn't see clearly. And this sense of mystery also made her fall deeper and deeper. Pikachu looked at Zapdos, who was standing proudly on the top of the Electrify Tower and constantly absorbing electricity. Feeling the strong pressure from Zapdos, its eyes were full of longing, imagining that one day it could become as powerful as it. Pokémon Zapdos, level 4.67. Ash's attention was all on Zapdos at the moment, but he didn't notice the changes in Misty and Pikachu's expressions. Level 4.67. Fortunately, it is still at the champion level, relying on Ghastly to barely compete. If it reaches the third level of God, then he can only crush grip the dragon crystal given to him by the super ancient Dragonite and ask for help from others. But there is a hidden danger in doing so. After all, the super ancient Dragonite is not Ash's Pokemon. If he calls it over, it can really beat Zapdos. With Zapdos' arrogant and indifferent temperament, he will not be convinced. It will probably be more extreme than the old spray in the original plot, chasing after him as soon as it is released from the Pokeball. It is quite troublesome without emotional foundation. There is a spray in his system space that can increase the intimacy of Pokemon, but it is a bit wasteful to use it on Lightning. So Ash plans to try to challenge Zapdos first. If it doesn't work, he can only call Dragonite over. After all, the Zapdos on Shamudi Island has a divine position, and catching it easily may cause abnormal weather in the Pokemon world. This time, it is not easy to meet this wild Zapdos. If you miss it, it is hard to say whether you will have the chance to meet it again in the future. Although system props are precious, it is obviously more important to be able to convert them into real-time combat power. After all, Zapdos is a divine bird. It is still very high-end in the Pokemon world. After making up his mind, Ash released Ghastly and challenged Zapdos directly. Ghastly, Mean Look, cut off its retreat. Ash decisively ordered Ghastly to use Mean Look to prevent Zapdos from ignoring them and leaving the hospital. Cry. At the top of the Electrify Tower, Zapdos, who was stared at by the dark and ominous vertical pupils in front of Ghastly, let out a sharp scream. It wanted to leave directly, but it was aroused with anger and immediately prepared to teach Ash and the others a lesson. The wings flapped, and lightning and thunder flashed in an instant. The dazzling golden spark descended from the sky and struck Ghastly and Thundershock. The less powerful electric move was used by Zapdos at this moment, but it was very powerful. Ordinary Pokemon Thunder probably didn't have such a large scale, although it realized that Ghastly's level was not much different from its own. But as the pride of the divine bird, it didn't take Ash's Ghastly seriously at all and thought of teaching its king a lesson. After knocking it down, leave the power plant. Zapdos' arrogant and underestimating the enemy is exactly what Ash wants. After all, Ghastly is much inferior to Zapdos in terms of level and talent. If you want to defeat it, you have to rely on various favorable conditions. Use Hypnosis after dodge, Ghastly. Since Zapdos underestimated the enemy, then he must catch it off guard. Ash quickly gave it instructions in Ghastly's mind through Psychic's telepathy. Ghastly moved sideways for a long distance to avoid the Thunder Shock attack and directly launched Hypnosis. Hypnosis is its specialty after all. Zapdos fell into its trap with one careless move. Ghastly used Curse. Watching Zapdos fall to the ground and fall into a coma, Ash decisively ordered, Ghost skills have always been known for their cunning and changeable nature, and Curse's blood-reducing effect is even more of a magical skill that can defeat the strong with the weak. The moment Curse is launched, Ghastly's stamina was instantly deducted by half. As the recipient of the curse, Zapdos would lose 1/4 of its maximum stamina at regular intervals. Then, as long as he could delay long enough, he could defeat Zapdos who was hit by the curse. Ghastly used Dream Eater next. Seeing that Ghastly was consuming a lot of stamina, Ash commanded it to use Dream Eater to absorb Zapdos' stamina to restore itself. However, the huge amount of stamina deducted by the curse instantly made Zapdos wake up from his sleep in completely fiery wrath. Putting away the mentality of simply teaching Ghastly a lesson, a thunder shot directly at Ghastly. Rumble. At this moment, the entire soaring in the sky seemed to darken. Only the dazzling golden thunder could be seen. Oops. Bulbasaur, use Protect. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ash immediately sent Bulbasaur out. Seed. Bulbasaur, who faced the challenge, rushed to in front of Ghastly. He decisively propped up the Cyan energy barrier to resist the thunder attack. The golden lightning poured down on the protective barrier without reservation. Unlike in the game, Protect's barrier can be broken by special skills such as Feint and Superpower. Of course, this requires extremely high Pokémon to launch the attack, and it must be overwhelming to penetrate the barrier. Crack! Without suspense, facing Zapdos' Thunder Bombardment. After only about 2 seconds, Bulbasaur's energy barrier was penetrated and his figure was submerged by golden lightning. Bulbasaur, what a powerful thunder trick! Ash's pupils shrank sharply, and his expression was a little stiff. This time he miscalculated. Who would have thought that Protect's barrier could be penetrated? This is when Zapdos has not yet fully grown up and entered the 3rd level God Realm. It can only be said that legendary Pokémon are so terrifying. The lightning faded. A big pit appeared in front of Ash, and inside the pit was Bulbasaur, who was covered in wounds but still standing. Bulbasaur, Sabrina, who was watching Ash command Pokémon to fight Zapdos with Pikachu, had her eyes wide open and could not take her eyes off. A storm was brewing in her heart. Ash was actually fighting against the legendary bird. Bulbasaur took a thunder directly. It was too strong. Sabrina, who had seen a lot, was not surprised, but there was a faint flash of psychic in her beautiful eyes. She made sure that she could save Ash smoothly when he lost the battle with Zapdos. Come back, Bulbasaur. Ash decisively took back Bulbasaur and continued to command Ghastly and Zapdos to fight back and forth. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still inevitably hit several times. Zapdos' ferocity was far beyond Ash's expectations. At this time, Ghastly's figure became a little blurry. Perhaps if it receives another thunder shock, it will lose its combat capability. And the Zapdos it faces has only experienced the negative effects of 2 curse damages. The strong physical strength of the bird allows it to hold on for a while. 17. The situation is extremely unfavorable for Ash and Ghastly. Ash gritted his teeth and stared at Zapdos in the sky with a slightly gloomy face. Judging from the current situation, Ghastly may not be able to hold on until Zapdos is attacked by the 3rd curse. Level gap plus talent gap. The gap between ordinary Pokémon and legendary Pokémon is very obvious, and it is much larger than Ash thought. Even if Ash is making plans and making the most of the Ghost Pokémon's treacherous and changeable ability, taking advantage of the time and place, it can only be fought to this extent. A trace of contempt flashed across Zapdos' eyes, and flashed around him. Prepare to use another thunder to eliminate Ghastly. Golden thunder descended from the sky, striking Ghastly, who had no chance to dodge. Ash, who had been frowning, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. He once again used telepathy to command. Thank you for your hard work. Ghastly used the last destiny bond. Seeing that thunder was about to hit Ghastly and the battle was about to end, Zapdos also relaxed his vigilance again. It was at this moment that Ghastly, who had been showing weakness for a long time, used the last and most deadly counterattack, Destiny Bond. There's a saying that you can't relax in the battle with ghost Pokémon until the last moment. Moreover, Ash, who has telepathy, makes Ghastly's destiny bond more difficult to guard against. In Pokémon battles, when fighting against trainers with higher command levels, they will guard against various strange skills of the ghost system, and the destiny bond that needs to be called out is actually difficult to work. In any case, there will be a time for the opponent to react. But when destiny bond is combined with telepathy, it is hard to defend against it. Boom! The golden lightning strikes Ghastly, and before it completely loses its ability to fight, Ghastly shoots a red light that also hits the defenseless Zapdos and soaring in the sky. Destiny Bond is activated, and Zapdos, with a painful expression, falls straight to the ground. Both sides lose their ability to fight at the same time. However, from a strategic point of view, Ash wins completely. Defeat rival with the weak, and is a legendary Pokémon like Zapdos. Although this Zapdos has not yet entered the third-level God level, its talent is also the most ordinary among the legendary beasts. But a legendary beast is still a legendary beast after all. If the result of Ash's battle with Bulbasaur, Ghastly, and Zapdos, which ended in a loss, was disclosed, it would be enough to shock the entire Pokémon world. Thank you for your hard work, buddy. And Bulbasaur, too. Instead of rushing to subdue Zapdos, who fainted on the ground, Ash first took back Ghastly, who had also lost his ability to fight, into his Pokeball, hanging the Pokeball containing Ghastly back to his waist, took out an empty Pokeball and threw it at Zapdos. Puff! However, the moment the Pokeball touched Zapdos, it was shattered and exploded by the arc of electricity that passed through its body. Ash stared at Zapdos, who had lost his ability to fight, with a slight flash in his eyes. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a legendary Pokémon. He took off his backpack, took out the prepared top-grade insulating ball, and threw it at Zapdos again. This time, sparks still blasted at the insulating ball, but it was completely unmoved and hit Zapdos. Zapdos' magical body immediately turned into a red light and was sucked into the Pokeball. After a violent shake, the red light went out. Legendary Pokémon Zapdos, successfully captured. Pokémon Zapdos. Attribute: Electricity, Flying. Qualification: Skills: Thunder Wave, Thunder Shock, Light Screen, Thunder, Agility, etc. Ability: Oppression. Carrying props: None. Ability: Oppression. Can bring great oppression to the enemy, and there's a chance that the opponent's Pokémon cannot release skills. One of the most common abilities of the legendary beast. It is worth mentioning that in the qualification column should represent a level above gold. Although the system cannot accurately rate the legendary beast, fortunately 550 Ash knows the information about the legendary beast. Among the 3 legendary birds in the Pokémon world, only the 3 with divine duties in Shamudi Island can be called legendary beasts. The other legendary birds, despite their title of legendary beasts, are still slightly inferior in strength. Of course, in the original plot, even if they mastered the divine duties, the 3 stupid birds were not very impressive, and they were all caught by a human collector. However, it is completely different to deal with a wild legendary bird and a legendary bird with a trainer. Zapdos has a comprehensive skill set, basically covering all the skills suitable for it in the Electric and Flying series. The intimacy is normal, but has also reached the normal intimacy level of Pokémon captured through battles, and it should not turn against it. After a long time of getting along, it should be gradually accumulated. Although Ash defeated it in a 2v1 situation, it was at least defeated head-on, and Bulbasaur did not appear for a long time. It is not that kind of despicable group fighting tactic. This also makes Zapdos very appreciative of Ash's command level. And naturally, there will be no situation where the Pokémon will not be disobedient after being captured. It's just that the intimacy is indeed much lower than that of his other Pokémon. After Zapdos joined the team, the number of champion-level Pokémon in Ash's hand has reached 2, which is more or less considered a strong one. Ding! Limited mission. Conquer Zapdos, who is temporarily staying in Black Cloud City before sunset today. Completed. Mission reward: Item Thunder Summoning Orb, which condenses the power of the electric law. When Pokémon carries it, the power of electric-type moves will be increased by 80%. Points obtained, 200 W. The item reward is stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. As Zapdos was conquered, the prompt sound of mission completion sounded in Ash's mind at the right time. Points, 284 W. So cool. After conquering Zapdos, I also obtained its amplification item. The balance of points soared to 284 W. Ash was in a particularly good mood. Little Ash, you not only defeated Zapdos, but also conquered it. At this time, Misty, who came close to Ash, stretched out her hand and pulled his sleeve, stammering. The words were full of disbelief. At this moment, Misty seemed to have watched a powerful movie performance. Everything that happened today was far beyond her expectations. First, after Sabrina's reminder, they encountered the legendary Pokémon Zapdos, and then Ash was so fierce that he commanded Ghastly and Bulbasaur to fight Zapdos. The key point was that not only did they win in the end, but Ash also put Zapdos into the Pokeball. If this cool male protagonist plot was made into a movie, I'm afraid the audience would criticize it for being too exaggerated. This is Zapdos, one of the 3 sacred birds of Kanto. The powerful Pokémon that controls thunder in the legend was actually conquered by Ash like this? Pika. As an electric Pokémon, Pikachu, who knows the power of Zapdos, now admires Ash even more. The legendary Pokémon still lost to Ash. Then, if I follow Ash to travel, I may reach the height of legendary Pokémon in the future. The only one who is relatively calm is Sabrina. But before the battle, she didn't think Ash could beat Zapdos. In her opinion, Ash's strongest Ghastly had no chance of winning against Zapdos. The result of both sides losing in the end did prove Ash's value as a Pokémon trainer. Misty, stop looking at me like a monster. It is indeed a real Zapdos, but it is not the legendary bird in Kanto. It is just one of its tribesmen. If it is the legendary god of thunder, at least I dare not challenge it now. Ash looked at Misty, who was surprised and had an exaggerated expression. He stretched out his hand to pinch her cheek and explained with a smile. After listening to his explanation, Ash nodded subconsciously. But the shock in his eyes did not fade. She didn't know if this was considered Ash being too modest. But even if it is not the legendary 3-legged bird, it is a real Zapdos. And its strength is so strong that it is probably not inferior to the main Pokémon of the current Elite Four in Kanto. And Ash has only been traveling for a short time, and he has even captured Pokémon of this level. The key is not only Zapdos, but he also has a Ghastly that can compete with Zapdos. This is really outrageous. As the gym leader of Cerulean Gym, she was deeply shocked by Ash. Hey Misty, it's just a Zapdos. There's no need to be so surprised. When I capture a more powerful Pokémon in the future, it won't be too late for you to be surprised. Misty pouted immediately after hearing this. Tisk, you're just bragging. It's a miracle that you can meet a Ho-Oh and catch a Zapdos in your life. Ordinary trainers can see a Pokémon in their lifetime. Ash, you actually want to capture more Pokémon. You're really too greedy. Misty's face was full of disbelief. How about we make a bet? If I win, you have to agree to some of my requests in the future. Tisk, let's bet. I don't believe you can still encounter a Pokémon. This is not an ordinary Pokémon that is everywhere. As long as you can capture a Pokémon in the future, I can agree to anything you want. Misty was full of confidence, as if she was sure of winning. However, Ash was already smiling from ear to ear. He had even started planning his future happy life. Now, he could unlock many new positions. After capturing Zapdos, Ash's carrying slot was full again. After some consideration, Ash temporarily teleported Milotic back. Currently, Ash's Pokémon are Zapdos, Ghastly, Pikachu, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, and Infernape. After all, he had just captured Zapdos, so he needed some time to develop intimacy. At least they had to cooperate well in battle. Charmeleon and Infernape were the main Pokémon to be cultivated in the future. Charmeleon only needed a hearty battle to stimulate it to evolve into Charizard. Infernape needed to upgrade its level as soon as possible, learn the Rage Fist, and then use the Rage Fist 20 times in a row to evolve to the final form of the Forsaken. Its purple qualification was also a big flaw, but fortunately, it was close to the monthly refresh time of the system store. I just hope that next month the system store will be able to spawn a potion that can improve the qualifications of Infernape, so that it can be used with the Strength Potion. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash planned to go to the Pokémon Center first to restore the physical strength of Zapdos, Ghastly, and Bulbasaur. Especially Bulbasaur and Ghastly, who were hit by Zapdos' thunder, and I'm afraid they need a full body checkup. Although it was dark, the lights in Black Cloud City were still bright, and the power plant was still operating normally. I think it was because of Zapdos' existence that the Mook's actions had not yet begun. Obviously, it is not the time to subdue Mooks yet. What? At the same time, Pallet Town. Professor Oak rubbed his hands and was about to serve the fragrant instant noodles in the pot. The computer beeped, and a Pokeball was teleported. Hey, why did it happen at this time? Ash's Pokemon? I'm curious about what Pokemon he has captured. Putting down the instant noodles, Professor Oak took out the Pokeball from the teleporter and opened it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge Flash Milotic appeared in the laboratory. Flash Milotic. Ash actually captured such a rare Pokemon. Professor Oak stared at the beautiful figure in front of him in amazement, and his expression quickly became extremely excited. All the Pokemon that Gary has captured so far in his travels may not be as valuable for research as Ash's Flash Milotic. Little Ash, your Pokemon has recovered. At the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Nurse Joy handed Pikachu and other Pokeballs to Ash and said, her voice was as sweet as ever, but now it was mixed with some uncontrollable trembling. God knows how shocked she was when she opened the insulating ball and saw the Pokemon inside. It turned out to be Zapdos, the legendary Pokemon. It was actually captured by the boy in front of him, who looked like a trainer who had just set off on a journey this year. At this moment, Nurse Joy, who handed all the Pokemon to Ash, felt that a mega star was shining brightly. This Indigo Plateau conference might become his performance stage. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Please help us check in. Ash thanked Nurse Joy, picked up Pikachu, and put it on his shoulder. He hung all the other Pokeballs back on his waist, and then he had to check in. No problem. 3 people, 3 rooms, right? I'll check you in right away. 2 rooms, one of which should be bigger. Ash interrupted Nurse Joy and said, Hey, 1 room. Nurse Joy seemed a little surprised, and her eyes quickly swept over the 2 women next to Ash. 647 Sabrina, who was calm and composed, and Misty, whose face was slightly red, formed a sharp contrast. Nurse Joy, who reacted quickly, completed the formalities and indicated that the 3 people could check in directly. This is still a rookie trainer. TSK. Young people nowadays are really precocious. After the 3 left, Nurse Joy couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, and then continued to work. At the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Ash and the others took a beautiful scald bath after checking into the room. After a tiring journey, they finally got a little relaxation. The idle Ash began to coach Misty's action performance talent. Misty's talent in yoga was obviously very poor, and even after practicing countless times, her level was still very poor. However, this kind of restraint of a young girl was also a different taste in Ash's eyes. This made Ash, a teacher, very pleased, and he planned to win the game with the second beast when he captured it. Misty's bet, get more permissions. Then, wait until Misty is tired and falls asleep. Ash quietly gets up and goes to the battlefield in the courtyard of the Pokémon Center. BHFC. It was late at night, and there was no one around. Ash directly released Zapdos and Infernape. Both guys have bad tempers. Ash quickly made a silent gesture, indicating that they should not make too much noise. After some explanation, Ash took out the Thunderball and the Strength Enhancement Potion from the system space. Give Infernape drugs first. Infernape is very excited to know that taking drugs can make it stronger. Ordinary people can only see the fierce light in his eyes, but there is a look of covet and expectation. waving his fist, indicating that he is ready. Looking at Infernape's appearance, Ash smiled slightly. Pulling the cork off the bottle, put the blue potion in front of it. Infernape took a sip of the strength enhancement potion. Swallow. Then the muscles began to expand rapidly, and the momentum continued to rise. It finally calmed down after reaching a critical point. Whoosh! Feeling the increase in strength, Infernape happily waved his fist at Ash, feeling the gusts of wind blowing in his face. Ash shook his head and put Infernape back into the Pokeball with a wry smile. Sure enough, fighting-type Pokemon are all muscular and reckless. Let's go back to the Pokeball to calm down. After solving the problem of Infernape's increase, Ash looked at Zapdos, who had just captured today. Cry! Zapdos, noticing Ash's gaze, chirped softly. Its attitude towards him is not close, but not distant. Zapdos does not reject Ash as its trainer, but as a proud member of the mythical beast race, it is difficult for it to put down its airs and show closeness to Ash. Even if Ash only relied on Ghastly and Bulbasaur, two ordinary Pokemon, to capture it. It's like a lady from an ancient family fell in love with a poor scholar with a lot of knowledge. She recognizes your talent in her heart, but still has to put on her airs. Ash doesn't care so much. Since he has captured it, he has to listen to him 100%. There are so many rare and powerful Pokemon in the Pokemon world. Although Zapdos is a legendary Pokemon, it is also a relatively weak one among legendary Pokemon. Its species strength is even lower than that of quasi-god Pokemon. If there is no Zapdos who has obtained the Divine Post in the tribe to save face, and the three legendary birds have always been elusive, they have been praised as supernatural by word of mouth. Putting aside all kinds of halos, the quasi-god Pokemon with excellent training at the same level may not be weaker than the three legendary birds. Zapdos is more arrogant, similar to Misty. Ash naturally has a way to control it. He waved the thunder summoning orb in front of Zapdos. Zapdos's originally arrogant and disdainful expression immediately changed. He stared at the lightning ball in Ash's hand with a fiery gaze, his eyes full of covet and expectation. His intuition told him that the ball in Ash's hand contained powerful electric-type energy, and his strength would be greatly improved after he got it. Not only him, but also any electric Pokemon would be attracted by such a magical item as the lightning ball. Pikachu. Pikachu's eyes were also a little blurred on Ash's shoulder. Although it already had an exclusive item light ball, Pokemon spirits can only carry one item. As long as they're not the same items, the effects can be superimposed. Pikachu, what do you think of this lightning ball? Pikachu. Pikachu, who noticed the hint in Ash's eyes, immediately sang a duet with Ash. It looked like it wanted to get the thunder summoning orb very much. This also made Zapdos realize that it was not the only one who could use this thunder summoning orb. Cry! Without much hesitation, Zapdos came close to Ash and called him twice affectionately. In front of Ash's sugar-coated bullets, it finally lowered its proud head as a divine beast. Ash smiled and stroked the prickly bird head with his hand. It felt bad, but he was very happy in his heart. After all, Zapdos's rare attribute was here. It can only be said that the sense of accomplishment of touching the head of the divine bird and Pidgeot is obviously incomparable. Ding! Zapdos carries the lightning ball, and the intimacy is increased to 200. As Ash gave the lightning ball to Zapdos, it immediately felt that its body was full of electricity and dazzling golden sparks flashed all over its body, illuminating the surrounding area. Zapdos quickly suppressed the idea of trying out moves on the spot. After it carried the lightning ball, the intimacy also soared to 200. According to the posture, after a period of getting along, it is not a problem to increase it to the full value of 255. It can only be said that Ash's combination of punches on Zapdos is very effective. First, he defeated it head-on and subdued it. Then he took out the top-quality item lightning ball that was enough to captivate it. Even if Zapdos is so arrogant, he can only put down his divine beast-style frame and return his heart. He took back the Zapdos Pokeball which was as dazzling as a high-frequency lighting device and flashing with lightning. Ash couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying power increase of the lightning ball on the Electro Pokemon, and even the Divine Bird could not resist the captivation. I hope I can get another Thunder Summoning Orb like this in the future and equip it to Pikachu in the future. As a Pokemon with the aura of the protagonist, if two top-quality items can be stacked, Pikachu's future prospects will only be greater than Zapdos. Since it is his Earl Dervish Pokemon, it is not too much to carry two top-quality electrical items. Putting away his thoughts, Ash looks forward to triggering a task with a Thunder Summoning Orb as a reward item in the future. Of course, it is also acceptable if it can be bought from the system store. After finishing the work, Ash carefully returned to the Pokemon Center. Returned to the room, took off his clothes, and got into bed. Misty, who was originally sleeping soundly with a round pillow, was confused and felt the warm breath around her. She immediately turned over and entangled Ash like an octopus. Ash suppressed the rising blood, closed his eyes, and forced himself to calm down. Waited for 2 days at the Pokemon Center in Black Cloud City. Because of the serious pollution, Sabrina and Misty basically stayed in the Pokemon Center and rarely went out. Ash took the opportunity to quietly accompany the Pokemon for special training, and finally waited for the blackout in Black Cloud City on the 3rd day. In the original plot, it was the Grimer group that blocked the seawater intake of the Black Cloud City power plant, causing the power plant to be unable to generate electricity normally. This also means that he can capture the Mook. Ding! Triggered the plot task. Capture Mook and help the power plant restore power. Task reward: Premium Grimer Block. After carrying it, the stench emitted by Mook will become twice the original, and its poison skills will increase by 60%. Hearing the system prompt that came to his mind, Ash was stunned. The reward turned out to be Mook's exclusive prop, Premium Grimer Block. This prop seems to be only available to Grimer or Mook. Moreover, at the cost of double the stink, its bonus to poison-type skills is 10% higher than that of ordinary top-grade items. Ash interrupted his thoughts and showed a strange smile on his face. Double the stink. How bad must it be? He couldn't wait to see Professor Oak's reaction after seeing Mook. Misty, do you want to go to the power plant? Ash looked at Misty, who was sitting on the sofa playing with a few Pokemon. Why go to the power plant again? And Zapdos? How is it possible? The culprit who caused the power outage in the whole city may be hiding there. I plan to find it out. Is that so? Ash, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. You were so barbaric yesterday that you almost broke me apart. I'm so sore all over now and don't want to go anywhere. Okay, then you can rest. Ash patted Misty's shoulder, then put on his coat, called Pikachu, and left the room. In the corridor, he ran into Sabrina, who just opened the door. Why? Do you need to go out for something? Well, to deal with the power outage. Does Nurse Joy or Officer Jenny need your help? No. The citywide power outage was caused by a Grimer tribe led by a Mook, and I plan to subdue that Mook. Then I'll go with you. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Ash summoned Pidgeot directly. He flew himself and Sabrina to the power plant quickly. They arrived at the power plant in less than 5 minutes. After landing in the power plant, Ash took back the Pidgeot and ignored the Magnemite floating around in the power plant. Ash turned on the psychic scan, completely covering the entire power plant, and quickly screened it. Successfully found the Grimer tribe that blocked the seawater intake. As they approached the Grimer tribe, a foul smell came straight to their noses. Sabrina frowned slightly and quickly deployed Psychic to form a stance to block all the foul smells outside. Finally, Infernape was released again, so that Pikachu would be alert at all times. The level of the Grimer blocking this place was not too high, but the key was that there were enough speeds, which was just right for Infernape to level up. In this way, under Ash's command, Infernape began his own leveling journey. Pokemon Infernape IV.34 upgraded to 4.36. 0. After defeating another group of Grimer blocking the road, Infernape's level was upgraded by 2 levels in a row, and he learned the Fist of Rage. After putting away the Infernape that was overexhausted, Ash commanded Pikachu to knock out the remaining Grimer with a Thundershock of mediocre power. The huge commotion caused by Ash soon attracted Mook, the leader of the Grimer tribe. Mook wanted to get back the place for his subordinates. Ash was waiting for it, and immediately commanded Pikachu to launch a fierce attack on it. Mook soon lost his ability to fight and was directly subdued by the Pokeball thrown by Ash. After taming Mook, Ash chose to teleport Infernape back first. Since it has learned the Fist of Rage, Infernape has the conditions to evolve into Forsaken. It is time to go to Professor Oak's courtyard and settle down. It is not too late to call it back when it is needed. Pokemon Mook. Level: IV.38. Attribute: Poison. Qualification: Red. Skills: Poison Gas, Mud Slap, Sludge, Mud Shot, Toxic Body Slam, etc. Ability: Stink. Items: None. Red qualification, plus a high level of IV.38. This Mook really did not disappoint Ash. It is just a little bit short of catching up with Pikachu. But the ability of Stink makes him want to laugh. Stink plus the double Stinky of the exclusive item. It can only be said that Professor Oak is blessed this time. Ding! Complete the story mission. Conquer Mook. Help the power plant restore power. Mission reward: Premium Grimer Block. After carrying it, the stench emitted by Mook will become twice as much as before. Its poison skills will be increased by 60%. The props have been stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. Ash drove away the Grimer group, conquered Mook, the seawater intake returned to normal, and the power plant started to operate again. Black Cloud City also restored power supply. A prompt of mission completion sounded in Ash's mind at the right time, and the reward Grimer block was also obtained. He took out the premium Grimer block from his system space. The size of an evolution stone, deep black. There is no unpleasant odor. Then Ash released the newly conquered Mook from the Pokeball. 633 Grimer. Mook has a very high personality, and the intimacy after being conquered is much higher than that of ordinary Pokemon. Naturally accepted his transformation from a wild Pokemon to a trainer owner. It immediately moved towards Ash, wanting to get close to him. But its closeness is something that ordinary people can bear. Its foul body odor and poisonous body are the main reasons why it has always been unpopular and not many trainers are willing to subdue it. Even trainers who specialize in poison types are actually very few willing to subdue them. Even though Mook's species strength is as high as 500, it ranks among the top among many poison-type Pokemon. It can be said that those who are willing to train them and can tolerate the stench are all mega-powerful trainers. Ash is just such a person. After a thin layer of psychic is attached to the surface of his body, he can no longer smell the smell of Mook. As for the toxin, it is fine as long as it does not come into contact with nature. For Ash, who is a psychic, Mook's two major drawbacks have been solved. The only thing is that it is still too ugly. Fortunately, Ash is a practical person and not a looker. Walking in front of Mook, he tried to reach out and touch it. With a little force, it sank directly into the quicksand. After a while, Ash pulled his hand out. He put his hand to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Because of the psychic barrier, there was indeed no smell at all, and it felt no different from ordinary plasticine. Ash nodded with satisfaction. He gave the exclusive prop Grimer block to Mook to carry. A stronger stench and an ominous dark purple light lingered around Mook. Double stench, this talent is quite powerful. After all, the trainer who will fight with him in the future, as long as he is not a psychic, will be nauseated and dizzy by this stench. In Pokemon battles, it is quite rare for a Pokemon to attack the opponent's Pokemon trainer after appearing. After putting Mook back into the Pokeball, Ash, who had been busy at the power plant for a long time, took Sabrina back to the Pokemon Center. On the way, Sabrina was rarely talkative. Perhaps she was only interested in talking when she was alone with Ash. Back in the room, Misty curiously asked about the culprit who caused the power outage at the power plant. Ash told her about his and Sabrina's encounter with the Grimer tribe. The whole process of taming was relatively simple. What puzzled Misty was why Ash didn't have any odor after encountering Mook. Of course, she just thought about it in her mind and didn't ask. The next morning, the incident in Black Cloud City ended Master Ash continued to move towards Fuchsia City. On the way, he encountered the incident of Diglett in the reservoir. After the incident with Lampolky, Ash also became a little famous in the Alliance. By calling Officer Jenny, the Alliance intervened and ordered the construction party to build the reservoir in another place. The problem of the Diglett tribe's home being destroyed due to the construction of the reservoir was solved. On the third day of solving the Diglett incident, Ash and his party finally arrived in front of a slightly quaint mansion in the eastern suburbs of Fuchsia City. Very ninja-style decoration. This is the Fuchsia Gym. Ash, is this the Fuchsia Gym? It looks very old. Standing at the entrance of a gym, Misty couldn't help but complain. Before that, she only knew that the Fuchsia Gym was not in Fuchsia City, but in the mountains and forests in the suburbs, and the location was relatively remote. But she didn't know that this gym was so old, and it didn't look like the decoration of Hideki's official gym at all. It looked more like a folk group like AJ, the Beast Master, who specialized in tricking passers-by trainers into being their sparring partners. That's right, Misty. This is the Fuchsia Gym. It's remote and old mainly because the gym owner here is a ninja who advocates training one's will through a difficult environment. His real strength is very strong. He probably only sees the identity of the gym owner as a kind of training. Ash explained to Misty. To be praised by Ash like this, it seems that the gym owner of this gym is really strong. Misty was a little surprised. She didn't know much about the Fuchsia Gym. Well, I also know the gym owner of this gym. I'm afraid he is currently striving for the Elite Four seat in the Chengdu region. But Ash can rest assured that he will never send out his main Pokémon against the gym challenger. Sabrina, on the side, also explained aloud. Ash's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. As the former Rocket Team executive, Sabrina told him the real strength of Koga. Attack the Elite Four of Chengdu region? 1.5 I can only say that Team Rocket is a thriving evil organization in Kanto, which is recognized as having the strongest Elite Four in each region. Any executive is as strong as the leaders of villain organizations in some regions. Ash is relatively calm. Misty was shocked when she heard that the Fuchsia Gym leader actually had the strength to hit the Elite Four level. When her parents were in charge of the Cerulean Gym, it was still one of the top gyms in the Kanto region, but her parents were still far from the Elite Four. The entire Cerulean Gym has only produced one water-type elite in its history. That was hundreds of years ago. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that the gym leader would not send out the main force when facing the challenger. Otherwise, even Ash would probably have a hard time passing this level. The three of them walked into the Fuchsia Gym. Ash used his psychic to explore everything around him. In the original plot, the Fuchsia Gym was full of traps, and Aya, the sister of the gym owner Koga, was probably watching from behind. Although the starting point of this test was good, it could test the Pokemon trainer's sense of crisis, on-the-spot reaction, and observation. But when this kind of trap that looks like a prank falls on you, it always makes you feel a little uncomfortable. After all, at best, they are here to challenge a gym, so why would they use Ninja's questioning face to target us? There are all kinds of real traps, and there are also naughty guys who will self-destruct directly if they don't agree. You can't guarantee that every challenger will not have an accident. Ding! The second ring of the Gym Challenge Mission. Trigger the Gym Challenge Mission. Avoid all traps, teach Aya a lesson, and defeat the gym owner Koga. Rewards for completing the task. Pokemon carrying slot +2. Any Pokemon held will be upgraded by 10 levels, and points 50W17 at this time. The task prompt sounded in Ash's mind. After a brief look at the task description, Ash decisively accepted the task. Pokemon carrying slot, and any Pokemon level upgrade. These are the problems that he urgently needs to solve. As more and more high-quality Pokemon are captured, it is extremely difficult to upgrade the level and cultivate them evenly, and the system tasks have to help. Similarly, as the number of captured Pokemon increases, the carrying slots for 6 Pokemon are obviously not enough. Walking into the gym with the two girls seemingly defenseless. In fact, Ash has already deployed Psychic to cover the entire gym. Hey, another challenger is here to challenge. Which trap will they fall into this time? Tisk, if you can't pass the trap in my test, you are definitely not qualified to challenge my brother. On the other side of the fuchsia gym, Aya was immediately excited when she heard Ash and his friends push the door openly and hear the dense footsteps. Really, this trainer with Pikachu is too bad. He must be a rookie who started this year. He should be the most vigilant challenger I have seen recently. Seeing Ash and the two girls wandering around the gym without any defense, he was about to step on a trap. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, and at the same time, I was a little contemptuous. When did such a casual trainer go on a trip? If he encounters danger in the wild, he will definitely have no ability to deal with it. And it will also implicate the companions who are traveling together. I must wait for him to suffer more later. As long as his life is not endangered, I will not come out to save them. Aya thought silently in her heart. Prepare to teach Ash a profound lesson. She stared at Ash intently, just when his right foot was about to step on the trap. An invisible and powerful force suddenly spread out. Bang, bang, bang. With Ash as the center point, a series of traps were forcibly destroyed in the gym, and Ash and the other two were still strolling leisurely. Their expressions seemed extremely relaxed, as if they had expected it. This is impossible. Aya widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. It turned out that this Pikachu boy was not without vigilance, but detected all the traps in the gym through psychic. The woman next to him looked so familiar. It seemed that she was Sabrina, the owner of the Saffron City Gym, who was famous for her powerful psychic. Now, I have finally reacted. It seems that the psychic of this Pikachu boy was probably taught by Sabrina. Stop! Look at what you are doing. Unwilling to let the trap she carefully arranged be destroyed, Aya subconsciously wanted to jump out to stop Ash. After all, there are many other places with extremely difficult traps. It would be a pity to let Ash rely on psychic to crack them. Wouldn't it be better to keep them for testing other challengers? However, when she jumped out, Ash's eyes lit up with brilliant psychic blue light. This was also the first time he used his psychic to the fullest. The blue psychic wave spread quickly, and Aya and a large group of naughty kids she kept in the gym were fixed in place. Aya, who was unable to move, immediately struggled frantically, but found that she could not resist the powerful force exerted on her. Then she felt a flash in front of her eyes, and with a bang, she felt a burning pain in her buttocks. Looking closely, she found that she and the naughty kids were thrown into the open space outside the gym. Damn it, you treat the gym owner's sister like this. Aya got up and rubbed her sore buttocks, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. In the past, she always teased the challengers who came to her door, but today, she was really the opposite. Ash relied on psychic to make her look bad. Okay, although my traps can't do anything to you, my brother will definitely retaliate for me. You can't even think about getting the soul badge today, knowing that Ash has psychic and she can rival. Aya could only secretly swear in her heart. Okay, this should be considered a lesson for Aya. All the traps in the gym were removed, and the naughty egg was thrown out of the gym with Aya. In this way, the first half of the gym mission should be considered completed. Sorry, my little sister has caused you trouble. As the gym leader, the fourth machine apologizes to you on her behalf. At this time, a tall and thin middle-aged man in a blue ninja suit appeared in front of Ash and the other two. It was Koga, the current gym leader of Fuchsia Gym, who used to work as a special executive of the Rocket Team and will become one of the Elite Four of Chengdu region in the future. It's okay, we didn't get hurt, but my sister suffered a little. I hope that Master Koga won't mind my offensive behavior. Seeing that the other party wanted to ease up, Ash didn't continue to pester. Although Aya was the first to cause trouble, she was also defeated after all. There was no need to hold on. Isn't this Sabrina? Koga turned his eyes to Sabrina next to Ash. Since you have left the Saffron Gym, does it mean that you can control it freely? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sabrina's cold eyes. I don't want to talk about the past again. As a friend, I hope you don't ask. After listening to Sabrina's words, Koga closed his mouth decisively. He knew Sabrina and didn't want to offend a psychic whose strength was comparable to that of elite Pokémon. But because of this, he had a higher opinion of Ash. Being able to be a travel partner with Sabrina and being a rookie trainer that Majisher often talked about must be not simple. Since you are here to challenge the gym, then please follow me without further ado. Koga casually revealed the matter. He is now in the critical stage of impacting the Chengdu Elite Four and does not want to waste time on irrelevant matters. Sabrina and Team Rocket's affairs are complicated, and with Ash, who is often on Majisher's mind, it is easy to drag him into the vortex of the fight. Since the traps in the gym were destroyed and the terrain was changed, the battle site was no longer usable. Koga simply took Ash and the other two to an open space behind the house. The battle is in the form of 2v2, and the gym owner will send out Pokémon to fight first. During the battle, the challenger can replace Pokémon, but the gym owner cannot. When all Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, the game is considered over. Returning to the open space, Aya glared at Ash with resentment and acted as a referee. If you can't beat Ash, you can only vent your anger with your eyes. At the same time, she was hoping that her brother would teach him a lesson. It would be best if he didn't get the soul badge. Let this guy go for nothing to vent her hatred. Then the first Pokémon I will send out is this one. Get ready for battle, Momo. Pokémon, Venomoth level. 4.31, qualification, purple. In the original plot, when Ash challenged Koga, the first Pokémon he sent out was still Venomoth's degenerate form Venonat. It just had a higher experience value, and it evolved directly after fighting Ash's Pidgeotto. This time, the one sent out was the evolved Venomoth. Ash's eyes flashed slightly, and he took the Pokeball belonging to Pidgeot from his waist. Pokémon, Pidgeot, level, IV.41. Koga would not go all out, and Ash also chose to respect history. It was just the same evolved form of Pidgeotto, Pidgeot. This Pidgeot, Aya, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked to see Pidgeot appear. The size of Ash's Pidgeot was much larger than all the Pidgeots she had seen before. Interesting, a Pidgeot with great potential. Compared to Aya, Koga's vision was much more ruthless. Apart from the size, this Pidgeot was really high in level. It could already be ranked among the main players in his second lineup. Even though it was in the second lineup, it took him several years of hard work to train it. As a rookie trainer, Ash was able to raise its level so high in less than half a year of travel, which was really not easy. The level of Pidgeot was much higher than Venomoth. Venomoth could fly, and Pidgeot's speed was several times faster than it. Venomoth was Bug plus Poison type. Pidgeot was Normal plus Flying type. Its Bug type was severely restrained by Flying type, and Poison type skills had no additional bonus against Pidgeot. The gap between the two is self-evident. The battle situation is basically the same as Ash expected. Ash does not need to rely on Psychic's telepathy, and he can control the whole situation with just a little thought and command. After all, the difference in Pokemon's hard power is here. Even though the opponent is a gym trainer in the guise of an elite, he is not as good as Ash in understanding Pokemon battles. After all, he has been a hardcore Pokemon fan for more than 10 years, and has played all kinds of Pokemon battle games. Ash commanded Pidgeot to suppress Venomoth throughout the whole process. Aya, who was standing by, was upset. Ash could suppress his brother throughout the whole process, so wouldn't her wish to retaliate be far away? Now, she has become a clown. This Pidgeot is obviously stronger than the Pokemon her brother Koga used to fight in the gym. Any Pokemon sent out at random is as powerful as the main Pokemon of an ordinary gym leader. Is Ash really a rookie trainer? Come back, Venomoth. You've done a good job. After taking back the incapacitated Venomoth, Koga threw out another prepared Pokeball. A Golbat appeared in front of him. Pokemon, Golbat, level, IV.38, qualification red. This Golbat is already a trump card Pokemon that Koga can send out during gym battles. Facing a challenger, he certainly can't use his main force and the main force of the second team to fight. In fact, as a trump card Pokemon for gym battles, the qualification and strength of this Golbat are already very good. It's a pity that he encountered Ash, a Pokemon trainer who is completely out of common sense. Facing a Pidgeot with a level of IV.41 and a strength that even far exceeds its own level, Golbat is still at an absolute disadvantage. Although Golbat can also fly, Pidgeot is definitely a master in the airfield. The huge body does not affect its flexible evasion and amazing flying speed. This is still in the gym battle, when the open space is too small to limit the performance of air combat. If the opponent is really a fledgling rookie trainer, Koga can still rely on his rich combat experience and excellent command to win the chance of victory. But his rival is Ash, who is even better than him in commanding the battle. Especially Ash is also a psychic. He can communicate telepathically and can greatly narrow the gap between the command levels of MO and Aiju through silent command. After all, many of the on-the-spot judgments of the trainer are predicted through the instructions of the other trainer. After a fierce battle, Koga's Golbat was defeated by Pidgeot. He was hit by an air cutter and lost his combat ability. Golbat lost his ability to fight. Pidgeot won. The winner of this battle is Ash from Pallet Town. Outside the field, seeing her brother promise Zhao Koga lose, Aya announced the result of the battle reluctantly. Feeling hopeless about revenge, she felt her but hurt even more. Unless her brother bullies the weak and releases the Pokémon that is ready to attack the Elite Four to deal with Ash. But this is obviously impossible. My brother is at the critical moment of attacking the Elite Four in Chengdu, and he definitely has no time to waste time with Ash. If her brother doesn't help, her Venonat is not enough to fight Pidgeot. In this case, if it were another player, she could try Ninja's specialty, Stealth Attack. But Ash is still a powerful psychic. She is sure that if she does it herself, the result will be even worse than before, and it will probably be more than just the butt that will be hurt. This is the only way to fully display the ninja spirit. What is ninja? What is ninja way? The essence lies in the word ninja. Ash, this is the proof of defeating me. Soul Badge. I am looking forward to your performance at this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Koga put the defeated Pokemon back into the Pokeball, and then took out the badge symbolizing the Fuchsia Gym and handed it to Ash. Thank you for your good wishes. I will. Ash took the badge and nodded with a smile. When embarking on the journey, the biggest goal of the Kanto region is to win the Indigo Plateau Conference. He has been working hard to achieve this goal. After getting the Fuchsia badge, Ash said goodbye to Koga. He turned around and left with Misty and Sabrina. Koga's eyes fell on Sabrina's back. Since you chose to betray Team Rocket because of him, then are you ready to deal with Team Rocket's revenge? As the executive of Team Rocket, Giovanni will definitely not tolerate Sabrina's recklessness. The main reason is that she still has a lot of information about Team Rocket. Oh, forget it. It's none of my business. Koga shook his head and sighed softly. How could he not regret joining Team Rocket? This identity was like a time bomb to him. It might explode at any time. Once it explodes, his retreat from Alliance will be completely cut off, and he will have to turn to Team Rocket. How will his sister Aya and daughter Janine cope with it? Especially Janine, who has always dreamed of becoming a gym trainer. What is brother sighing about? Aya looked at her brother with a confused face. On the other side, Ash, who left Fuchsia Gym, heard a reminder of mission completion in his mind. Ding! You have completed the second round of Gym Challenge Mission. Successfully avoided all traps, taught Aya a lesson, and defeated Gym Leader Koga. Reward: Pokemon Carrying Position +2. Pikachu level increased by 10 levels, 500,000 points. Pika. Pikachu, standing on Ash's shoulder, has been upgraded by 10 levels. Feeling the sudden surge of power in his body, Pikachu subconsciously looked at Ash. Ash immediately gave it a look, signaling it not to make a fuss. But he was also a little happy in his heart. According to his psychological expectations, if he could randomly get Zapdos and Ghastly, he could directly push them to the 3rd level God Realm and make them real legendary Pokemon. The team's top combat power will be greatly improved. But getting Pikachu randomly is also very good. This wave directly raised Pikachu's level from the original IV.40 to IV.50, entering the quasi-elite level. Looking at the entire Kanto, It is considered a very strong Pokémon. Besides, Pikachu is his Earl Dervish Pokémon partner, and it also has the Blessing of Sentiment. At present, he is more curious about which Pokémon will be rewarded when he takes down the Cinnabar Gym. After all, after the upper limit of the Pokémon slots is increased, there are more Pokémon to choose from. Of course, we have to wait until the battle with Blaine to know these. Putting his thoughts aside, Ash took the two female Pikachus on the road. On the way, the focus of training and leveling was on Charmeleon. In his opinion, the level of 4.39 was still a little low, and Shally also wanted to see if he could make it evolve as soon as possible. Considering that Blaine of the Cinnabar Gym was the former Fire Elite, the higher the level of Charmeleon, the better. During the journey, the group passed by the Pokémon Sanctuary. There they watched the annual Pokémon contest of the Laramie tribe. It was a cross-country race on Pokémon, and whoever reached the finish line first would win the championship. Ash and the other two had no interest in such competition. Song was just joining in the fun. The competition was quite exciting. In the end, the Ponyta ridden by a beautiful woman named Lara evolved into Rapidash at the last critical moment of crossing the finish line, surpassing rival and winning the championship. After watching the excitement, Ash and the others left. After all, this is a conservation area where Pokémon cannot be captured. Ash and his friends went to the wild area, which allowed Pokémon trainers to capture Pokémon freely. In the original story, Ash captured groups of Tauros there. Misty, have you decided which Pokémon you want to capture later? Ash asked the two girls. The wild area is also a wild Pokémon protection area, but is not allowed to capture Pokémon through Pokémon battles. Trainers who enter the wild area can get 30 Safari Balls from the Ranger Tommy and use the Safari Balls to capture Pokémon in the protection area. The wild area is also quite famous in the Kanto region. But despite its fame, few Pokémon trainers are willing to come here to get Safari Balls to capture Pokémon. The main reason is that if you don't use Pokémon to fight, even if the Safari Ball has a higher capture rate, it is still difficult for trainers to capture high-level, rare wild Pokémon. As for Pokémon like Magikarp and Tauros, they are also easy to capture in the wild. Not only that, in the public's impression, the quality of Pokémon in the wild wilderness is mediocre. The Pokémon that can be seen are basically the more common Pokémon in the Kanto region. It is still possible to capture them in other places, and it is even more convenient. In the final analysis, the rule that you can't capture them in battle is still too torturous. The difficulty of capturing those that you like is extremely high, and the ones you capture are likely to be unsatisfactory. A pure, useless mechanism. The two girls just thought that Ash came to relax and relieve the pressure of the recent high-intensity travel battles. Sabrina was okay, but Xiaolu was quite interested in this new capture mechanism. She replied with a smile. I looked at the map. There are not many water Pokémon in the wilderness area. Let's go fishing in the lake and see if we can catch the Pokémon we like. As long as it is a good water Pokémon, I will capture it. Seeing Ash looking at her again, Sabrina thought for a moment and replied, I only want to capture psychic Pokémon with excellent qualifications. Everything depends on fate. Well, I am also ready to capture Pokémon like Tauros that I have never captured, but according to my intuition, there may be unexpected surprises this time. Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled. When he came to the wild wilderness area, his eyes naturally fell on the Earl Dervish form of Dratini in the Kanto region. Wild wilderness area. Ash and the other two came to a wooden house, which should be the residence of Tommy, the forest ranger. This should be the place to get the Safari Ball. What are you waiting for? Let's go in. Misty pulled Ash into the wooden house, and Sabrina followed closely. The few people found Tommy and directly stated their purpose, and then showed the Pokémon Pokédex that could prove their identity. Misty and Sabrina are both registered gym trainers, and their identity information can be found on the Alliance official website. The three successfully received a total of 60 Safari Balls from Tommy. As for the fishing rod, Misty and Ash have them, so that they don't need Tommy's inferior fishing rod. I reiterate that it is absolutely forbidden to capture Pokémon through battle in my responsible wilderness area. If I find any violation, Don't blame me, Brother Thunder, for being ruthless." As he said that, Tommy took out a revolver and pointed the muzzle at Ash's head. Since meeting Dratini, every trainer who enters the wild wilderness area will be threatened by him like this, and it has become a habit. However, Ash doesn't tolerate him at all. This old man pointed a broken revolver at his head and threatened him. Let's see how powerful he is. His eyes lit up with bright psychic blue light, and the amazing power instantly bent Tommy's revolver barrel. This is... Tommy's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes happened to meet Ash's eyes flashing with blue light. It turned out to be a psychic. This really hit the wall. "Old man, I don't like being threatened by others. How do you think this matter should be resolved?" Tommy was about to explain, but found that he couldn't move his body, and the powerful psychic was pressing towards him. "Young man, don't be impulsive. I'm just trying to scare you. I won't really do that. After all, I'm just a ranger guarding the wild wilderness area. Only Officer Jenny has the power to enforce the law. This gun is mainly used to deter poachers." Tommy hurriedly explained, fearing that Ash would activate Psychic and paralyze him. Puff! Seeing Tommy's change of face from arrogant to respectful, Misty next to him couldn't help laughing out loud. Just now, this old guy took out a gun and pointed at Ash, which really scared her. It turns out that you have to use thunder and lightning to deal with evil people. Since this old man took the initiative to provoke them, there will be no problem for Ash to fight back with Psychic. Misty thought silently in the center. Next time, before threatening others, remember to investigate the other party's background first. The blue light in his eyes dissipated, and Ash walked out of the wooden house with the two women. No longer paying attention to Tommy, who was sweating all over, Ash spread Psychic to cover the entire wild wilderness area. Because Misty said she wanted to go fishing, Ash planned to capture Tauros first, and then go fishing with the two girls in the lake where Dragonair and his son lived. Of course, Ash would not use all 30 safari balls to capture Tauros like in the original plot. He only needed the one that he would often use in the later competitions. Instead of keeping the rest in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, it would be better to let them live in the familiar wild wilderness environment. However, there's so many Tauros in the entire wild wilderness area, and it is not easy for Ash, who has Psychic, to accurately capture the leader level one. After all, Psychic covers a wider range, mainly for combat and secondary for assistance. Unlike the high functionality of wave power, it's a pity that Ash has not yet found a way to develop the huge wave power in his body. Otherwise, he could use the wave power to quickly locate the talented Tauros around him. In the original plot, Tauros, who was given a lot of shots, must have something extraordinary. Ash is still quite confident in his protagonist aura. Since Ash's Psychic is still at the elementary level, its strength and range are very limited. After wandering around the wild wilderness with the two girls for half a day, he finally found the Tauros that was different from other Tauros. "Here, I found it." Without any hesitation, Ash took the two girls to the location where he used Psychic to locate the Tauros. Seeking Flowers 00 arrived at the destination on the grass. A Tauros that is much stronger than ordinary Tauros, and whose horns are thicker, longer, and more powerful. At this time, it is wrestling with other Tauros. Suddenly exerting force, it directly knocked Rival to the ground. No mistake, it is it. Remember that in the original plot, Ash's Tauros participated and Tauros also won the bullfighting championship in the competition. Ash's eyes lit up, and he threw a safari ball at it decisively. In the wild wilderness area, Tauros is a Pokémon that is easy to catch. After being hit by the safari ball, Tauros basically did not resist and was successfully captured by Ash. "Congratulations, Ash, you have captured the Tauros you like," Misty said with a smile. Ash has been looking for so long, and he has encountered countless Tauros during this period but has not captured them. Just for this one, he is definitely not normal. Pokémon, Tauros. Level, IV.40. Attribute, normal. Qualification, red. Skills, tackle, payback, assurance, horn attack, zen headbutt, raging bull, rest, self-sacrifice charge, etc. Ability, rage point. Carrying props. None. The first time Ash captured Tauros, he checked its information panel. The level is very high. No wonder it is so fierce, even though it has not been trained much in the original plot. Ability Rage Acupoints. When hit in the vitals, it will be furious, and its attack power will be the maximum, plus the red talent. It has excellent attack ability and is a very powerful Pokemon. It can stand alone with just a little training. The intimacy of the newly captured one is also very high, and it is only 50 points away from the maximum value. Ash weighed the safari ball containing Tauros in his hand with satisfaction and put it in the basket. Let's go. Let's go fishing in the lake next. Great. We can finally start fishing. Misty immediately danced with joy when she heard it. After catching the cow for a long time, I can finally go fishing. Arriving at the lake in the wilderness area, Ash and the other two set up the parasol. After all the preparations were completed, they took out the fishing rod from their backpacks. Misty used the one she often used when traveling, and Ash used the one he bought on the St. Anno. When he was on the St. Anno, he used this fishing rod, and almost no Pokemon took the bait. This was also related to the negative bath he had at the time. Now he is equipped with a title related to Pokemon living in ocean currents and lakes. This time, he will definitely catch a truly rare Pokemon. Ash touched the fishing rod in his hand, hoping that Dratini would not embarrass him too much this time. Try to erase the impression of himself as a low-handed fisherman in Misty's mind. As for Sabrina, she has no interest in water-type Pokemon. Just sit under the parasol and watch the two fishing. 903. Ash knew that the most precious thing in this entire lake was the Dragon-type Dragonair mother and child. So he chose a special Dragon-type Pokemon bait. After Ash put down his fishing rod, there was no movement. But he was not impatient at all. Patience is an important quality for fishermen. If you want to catch a big fish, you have to be patient. No matter how many ordinary water Pokemon there are, they're not as good as a Dratini. Meanwhile, Misty kept connecting the rods, and because the bait was of high quality, the favorite food of water-type Pokemon, the taste was very tempting. So basically the ones that were caught were water-type Pokemon with good qualifications. As for Magikarp, after all, it is only the bottom of water-type Pokemon. When many underwater Pokemon come to compete for the bait, it can't take advantage. Magikarp, who usually rushes to bite the hook, was only caught 2 or 3 times this time. It's a pity that none of the many water-type Pokemon caught could satisfy Misty. Now, although her vision is not as high as Ash's, the Pokemon she captures must at least be able to be cultivated as the main Pokemon of the gym. Otherwise, she will capture them and keep them as vases in the gym. Wouldn't she be the same as her 3 useless sisters? Influenced by Ash, Misty began to take the elite route. The number of Pokemon she captures does not need to be too many, unlike Gary's stamp collecting style of capturing Pokemon Pokédex. After a while, Misty's fishing rod moved again. Misty stood up and pulled it up with all her strength and caught a Feeba. Misty was stunned when she saw the rare khaki figure, and then she was delighted. This is actually a Feeba. Is there a Feeba in the wild wilderness area? After seeing the graceful figure of Ash Milotic, she dreamed of capturing a Feeba and cultivating it. There is no need for the existence of Flash's unique color. Ordinary Milotic is already extremely beautiful. It's a pity that Feeba is a relatively rare water-type Pokemon in the entire Kanto, and the probability of encountering it is extremely low. Unexpectedly, she actually caught it in the wild wilderness area this time. Why are you so happy? Hurry up and capture it. If Feeba runs away, you will have no place to cry. Ash reached out and knocked on Misty's little head. As he said before, it is very difficult for Pokemon, such as Magikarp and Feeba, to compete with other Pokemon in this lake for Misty's delicious bait. In this case, the fact that this Tian fish can still bite the hook also proves that it is indeed extraordinary. Observing carefully, the size and color of this Feeba are better than ordinary Feeba. It seems that Misty's luck is still pretty good this time. Coming back to her senses, Misty smiled awkwardly and quickly captured Feeba with Safari Ball. After catching Feeba, Misty lost interest in fishing. In a place like the wild area, he was already satisfied to catch a rare Feeba. Then she sat next to Ash and asked him about the training experience of Feeba and the tricks to make it evolve. Currently, in the Pokemon world, there are not many trainers who know how to make Feeba evolve into Milotic. Ash next to her happens to be a Milotic trainer. Although Ash's Feeba evolved into Milotic and was related to the superb Prism scale, he still understood the relevant theoretical knowledge. Immediately told Misty all the conditions for the evolution of Feeba into Milotic. When she heard that Prism scale was needed, Misty fell into deep thought. As a water-type prop, this thing is quite expensive, and the key is that there are not many stores on the market that can buy Prism scale. She might have to ask her sisters at home to help her keep an eye on the Pokemon Mall in Cerulean City. After Misty calmed down, after a while, Ash finally made some noise. After pulling the fishing rod twice in a row, he was a little confused. Then he started psychic detection. Under the water, a small blue figure was carefully avoiding the hook and eating the bait hanging on it. Oh my god, this little guy is really smart. No, this is simply a humiliation for the fisherman. Ash decisively began to try to use psychic to isolate the lake water around Dratini, who was eating the bait, forming a huge water ball and rushing out of the water. Dratini, who was trapped in the water ball, wanted to get out anxiously, but was bounced off by the psychic screen attached to the outside of the water ball. Trainers are not allowed to fight with Pokemon in the wild wilderness area. Then I, the trainer, will personally go on the field to capture Pokemon. Is that okay? You took my bait, so I can't let you run away like this. Is this Dratini? I thought it was just a rumor that there were Dratini in the wild area, but I didn't expect the rumor to be true. Looking at the living Dratini in the water ball, Misty's face was full of surprise, and she said excitedly, "This is a quasi-god Pokemon, and its final evolution is Dragonite, which is also the trump card Pokemon of the Kanto region Dragon Elite." Dratini! Sabrina, who was sitting under the parasol, also stood up. The number of quasi-god level Pokemon is rare, and I didn't expect that there would be no Dratini hidden in the small wild area. In her opinion, the value of this entire wild area is at most about the same as this Dratini. Ash's luck is really against the sky. In such a big lake, he really caught a rare Pokemon. After trapping the Dratini with a huge water ball formed by Psychic, Ash took out the Safari Ball from his waist and tried to capture it. No, you can't capture this Dratini. At this time, Tommy jumped out from nowhere and grabbed Ash's arm. Looking at his appearance, it was as if his wife was robbed. No, maybe even the person whose wife was robbed would not react so much. Ash frowned slightly and used Psychic to bounce him away. "Old man, stop it. Did I violate the regulations of the wild wilderness area?" No. Then is there any problem with me taming this Dratini living in the wild wilderness area? Well, it seems not. In that case, I advise you to stand aside. No, Tommy's tone was firm, without any intention of retreating. It's my best friend. No one can take it away from here. These words made Ash almost think that he had become a villain who did all kinds of evil, and he immediately looked at Tommy with the care of Idiot 17. At this moment, the lake's surface suddenly rippled. Ash seemed to have noticed something and raised his lips. "Are you sure this Dratini is your friend? I don't recognize you no matter how I look at it." In the water ball, seeing no hope of escape, Dratini looked back at Ash on the shore with a pitiful look. As for Tommy, he didn't even bother to look at him. "Why, how could it be? Hee, I think you're looking for it." As soon as Ash finished speaking, water splashed, and a blue snake-shaped Pokemon much larger than Dratini flew out of the water. Pokemon Dragonair. Level IV.48. Seeing his son imprisoned, Dragonair's mouth quickly gathered violent blue energy. At the same time, Sabrina beside Ash raised her hand to create a larger water ball to trap Dragonair. Hack! Boom! Dragon Pulse exploded in the water ball, and Dragonair screamed in pain. The Dragon-type moves hit him, and the effect was remarkable. This is Dragonair. Looking at Dragonair, who was also trapped in the water ball, Tommy's face was full. Dragonair seemed to remember Tommy, but at this moment he was more worried about his own child. "Okay, Dragonair, I just want to take your child on a trip. What do you think?" The prisoner Dragonair thought for a while and nodded decisively to agree to Ash. For Pokemon, being captured by human trainers is a good thing. Dragonair has strong talents in the tribe, and the requirements for trainers will be higher. Ash is obviously a good choice. Although Dragon-type Pokemon like them are powerful, they need to grow for a very long time. In the wild, they may not evolve into Dragonite, even after 50 or 60 years. For example, it was Dratini decades ago, and it has evolved into Dragonair for nearly 10 years. There is a child, but it is still unknown how long it will take to evolve into Dragonite. The secret to accelerating growth is to follow a reliable Pokemon trainer from an early age. And Ash and his group are not ordinary trainers, but powerful psychics. He is absolutely capable of training his child Dratini as quickly as possible. Dragonair, are you sure you want him to take Dratini away? Won't you feel bad? At this time, Tommy next to him spoke again. What does it have to do with you, old man? It's as if Dratini is your child. Without waiting for Ash to speak, Misty spoke immediately. In the water ball, Dragonair nodded to Ash. It knew that even if it disagreed, Ash could still subdue Dratini and even take it away with it, and it would be good for Dratini to follow Ash away. Well, that's right. Ash threw the safari ball at Dratini. Seeing that his mother and Ash had reached an agreement, Dratini stopped struggling and obediently allowed Ash to capture him. After that, Ash turned his attention to Dragonair. Dragonair, why don't you leave with me so that you can witness Dratini's growth? Although this Dragonair is older, it is still a dragon-type quasi-god, and its level is not too low. It is still very impressive to be released outside. However, Ash did not want to capture it as a main Pokemon to cultivate. With its personality that has been secluded here for decades, it may not be able to adapt to the fierce and high-intensity Pokemon battles. But considering that the mother and son have lived together for decades, Ash did not want to let them separate. Simply package them together and capture them, and put Dragonair in the backyard of Professor Oak Laboratory. In this way, when Dratini is teleported back, he can reunite with Dragonair as soon as possible. As for Tommy, if he wants Dragonair, he can go to Pallet Town. The distance from here to Pallet Town is not too far. That's what Ash thinks. Dragonair, no. Hearing Ash's words, Tommy immediately became anxious. It would be fine if he took Dratini away, but if he took Dragonair away too, what's the point of him staying here? 907, he immediately spoke to keep Dragonair. In the water ball, Dragonair looked a little embarrassed, and then quickly became firm. Compared to friends of decades, the baby he had worked so hard to give birth to is definitely more important. If possible, it would certainly be more like witnessing Dratini's growth. So in Tommy's bitter and vengeful eyes, Dragonair nodded decisively to Ash. Without Ash's words, Sabrina decisively removed the psychic on the water ball. Dragonair took the initiative to get into the Pokeball thrown by Ash. When Tommy saw this scene, he immediately became dejected and sighed softly. There was no way. This was Dragonair's own choice, and he could only respect it. At this moment, he could only resign himself to nagging Ash about Dragonair's eating habits, personality, preferences, etc. He was afraid that Dragonair would be wronged by following Ash. However, Ash and the other two would not have any sympathy for him at all. Dragonair and his mother have always been wild Pokemon. Besides, they left voluntarily. Seeing his bitter and vengeful look, those who didn't know would think that Ash, stole his Pokemon. I remember when we first arrived at the Wild Wilderness area, this guy pointed a gun at Ash and the other two, and his attitude was very tough. Pokemon, Dragonair. Level, IV.48. Ability, Magical Scale. Attribute, Dragon. Qualification, Purple. Skills, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Tail, Slam, Agility, etc. Carrying items, none. Pokemon Dratini. Level, IV.20. Ability, Magical Scale. Attribute, Dragon. Qualification, Red. Skills, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Tail, Agility, etc. Carrying items, none. After capturing the mother and child Dragonair, Ash immediately checked the attribute panels of the two Pokemon. Dragonair itself does not like fighting, And it is also a otaku dragon who does not like the hustle and bustle. Ash captured it purely because he wanted to keep it as a companion for Dratini, just like the pink Butterfree. So he just glanced at it and skipped it, focusing on Dratini. Ability Magical Scale. After evolving into Dragonite, it will be replaced by Multiscale. When the stamina is full, the damage received by the attack will be halved. This ability is more useful in time situations. Very suitable for sending out to deal with the enemy's high-burst Pokémon. It is best to use the ultimate right at the beginning. What surprised him most about Dratini was that its talent was actually higher than that of its mother Dragonair. This may also be related to its unknown father. The intimacy is not high, but it can be cultivated slowly in the future. Because the number of Pokémon carried has exceeded the limit, Ash chose to transfer Tauros back to Professor Oak's laboratory and keep Dragonair and his son. After all, it has just been captured not long ago, and Ash still does not intend to separate the mother and son so soon. The goal of the Wild Wilderness area was successfully completed, and Ash and the other two returned all the extra Safari Balls to the Forest Ranger Tommy. Then they continued their journey. Tommy carried a basket full of Safari Balls, wanting to cry, but not tears. If other trainers had so many empty Pokeballs left, he would definitely be very happy. But now he was not happy at all, because the most precious Dragonair mother and child in the entire wild area had been captured. After leaving the wild area, Misty happily began to train her Phoeba. At the same time, she called her sisters in Cerulean City and told them to help keep an eye on the Prism Scale in the market. She hoped that Phoeba could evolve into Milotic long ago. In this way, she had another general in her hands and also gathered the two Water-type Pokémon that were said to have the biggest difference before and after evolution, Milotic and Gyarados. During the trip, the Pokémon encountered were all of low level. Ash sent Dratini out for actual combat training. After several days of travel, the three came to Neon Town, which was famous for its never-sleeping city. Because of staying up late for a long time, the residents here are very irritable. Walking on the streets of Neon Town for less than 10 minutes, Ash and the other two had encountered several waves of guys who seemed to be manic and looking for trouble. Simply, Ash and Sabrina used Psychic to deal with them. Ash, the people here are too irritable. Walking on the street, Misty grabbed Ash's arm, always feeling insecure if she was a little away from Ash, who is extremely powerful. I think it's because the people here stay up late every day and are mentally weak. It's also possible that they all have dark circles under their eyes, and the music played here is so loud at night. If this goes on, even normal people may not be able to stand it. Misty nodded in agreement. It would be great if they could have a good sleep. Misty suddenly had an idea. Rest? Remember that in the original plot, didn't I meet Jigglypuff when I was near Neon Town? Speaking of which, as a pink demon in the plot, that Jigglypuff should be regarded as an extremely powerful existence. As long as you hear it sing, basically no one will not be hypnotized, with a 100% probability of hypnosis. The key to Jigglypuff, which has such extraordinary abilities, is that it is ownerless. Pokémon, it is basically everywhere in the original plot. Many times, it plays an extremely important role. I think just capture it. Although it doesn't like fighting, it only loves sing. But in certain occasions, it can play an extremely important role. For example, now it can calm down this Neon Town that is always upset. Ding! Trigger the capture task. Find Jigglypuff and capture it. Task reward. Pokemon Speed Potion. Pokemon speed increases by 20% after use. Ash was thinking about catching Jigglypuff, and the system released the related tasks of Jigglypuff. This wave of cooperation is tacit. Misty, you're right. If people don't sleep well, their mental contest condition will only get worse. But how can we make them rest? We can't knock out all the residents in the town. Misty thought hard, calm mind, and also did not find a suitable calendar. Those grumpy people just now did not seem to be able to communicate normally. It's not that there is no way. You listen to me. In order to find Jigglypuff, Ash took Misty and Sabrina to temporarily leave Neon Town and search in the forest around the town. If I remember correctly, Jigglypuff first appeared outside Neon Town. Later, it got in touch with Ash and his group, and then followed the protagonist all the way. Then it jumped out from time to time to sing a song, which made everyone fall asleep and then doodle. With speculation, Ash expanded the range of psychic perception. After walking for a while, he finally found Jigglypuff under a tree about a kilometer away. Come on, let's go check out. If we find it, we can help the people of Neon City sleep well. Ash took the two girls and ran to Jigglypuff. Hey, what a cute Jigglypuff. Good, Ash, is it Jigglypuff? If it is it, there is hope that the residents of Neon Town can sleep well. After all, Jigglypuff's singing is truly hypnosis. Arriving at the place where Ash Psychic detected, there was indeed a pink and round Jigglypuff sitting under the tree. The petite and round body looked very cute. Misty immediately came to Jigglypuff. Hello, Jigglypuff. My name is Misty. I wonder if you can let us listen to your heavenly voice. Boli. Hearing sing, Jigglypuff's round face showed a look of joy. Then it seemed to think of something, and suddenly became very disappointed like a deflated air balloon. Jigglypuff pointed to its mouth and tried hard to sing, but it could only utter a few words without any sense of music. Its throat had problems, and it was very difficult to speak, just like sing. Ash, this Jigglypuff seems to have a problem with its throat. Why don't we take it to the Pokémon Center? Misty suggested to Ash, but Ash shook his head. A ray of blue light flashed across his eyes, and he picked a green fruit from a distant tree. No need to bother. This fruit will help your throat recover. Come on, Jigglypuff, try it, Ash said, waving his hand gently. The green fruit wrapped in psychic floated in front of Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff immediately cast a grateful look at Ash and took the fruit without hesitation and ate it. Polly. After eating the fruit, Jigglypuff only felt a coolness in his throat. It subconsciously tried to open its mouth, and its voice really returned to normal. It jumped happily and danced. Jigglypuff, are you interested in becoming my partner and traveling together? If you ask me, the world outside is much more exciting than here, and you can let more people hear your beautiful singing. Ash began to fool Jigglypuff through telepathy. Polly. Jigglypuff thought for a moment and gave his answer. According to it, if Ash can listen to its song completely, it will be willing to be his 103 Pokémon. No problem, Jigglypuff, you can start singing. Ash, who has Psychic, nodded without hesitation. Just kidding, he is fearless under the cover of Psychic. Jigglypuff, sing will definitely hypnotize. Then why don't I just not listen to you singing? Use this method to decide the winner. It's just like the protagonist with magic immunity entering the Magic Academy and Joshua. The result is obvious. It would be fine if Jigglypuff launched a sneak attack when he was unprepared and he didn't have time to deploy Psychic Barrier. Now that he knows, there is nothing to be afraid of. Confident, Ash told Jigglypuff to come at him. At the same time, he completely covered his body with Psychic and also covered Misty and Sabrina. Although Sabrina noticed the Psychic Ash had put on him, she did not say anything. She was sure that Ash must have a reason for doing this. Jigglypuff held the microphone and sang with deep affection. One song, Jigglypuff opened his eyes and found that Ash was not only awake, but also staring at him with a smile. Not only Ash, but also Misty, Sabrina, and Pikachu listened to the whole song. High mountains and flowing water. It is hard to find a soulmate. Seeing this, Jigglypuff was so moved that he almost cried. When Ash held the Pokeball in front of him, Jigglypuff happily entered Ash's Pokeball. Just like that, the number of Pokemon Ash could carry reached the upper limit again, and Ash chose to teleport Infernape back to Professor Oak's laboratory first. Pokemon, Jigglypuff. Level, IV.35. Ability, Competitive. Hidden ability, Confident Singer. When using the skill Sing, any unit with a level not exceeding 20 levels of itself can be put to sleep contest condition. Can penetrate Pokemon with soundproof ability. When the opponent falls asleep, Jigglypuff's physical attack will be increased to the maximum. Attribute, Normal, Fairy. Qualification Gold. Skills, Disarming Voice, Imitate, Sweet Kiss, Charm, Sing, Disable, Double Slap, etc. Carrying Props, None. Oh my god, this is confirmed. In the original plot, Jigglypuff's tried and true sing is indeed because it has a hidden ability. This is an ability that only shiny Pokemon of different colors have. Confident Singer really fits the description of Jigglypuff. It can directly put Pokemon with a level not exceeding 20 levels of itself into a sleep contest condition. It can even hypnotize Pokemon with soundproof ability. This is particularly abnormal. If used well, it can definitely be called a magical skill. But this does not mean that its sing is unsolvable. If the opponent Pokemon has abilities such as Energize and Sleepless, it should not be afraid of Sing. After Sing is successful, Jigglypuff's physical attack is greatly increased. This is very consistent with the original Jigglypuff's angry reaction. This hidden ability is very good and powerful. As long as the level of Jigglypuff is raised to a high enough level in the future, it can even surprise the opponent at various critical moments. Even the legendary beasts are difficult to guard against Sing. It is simply invincible, and the potential of this Jigglypuff is also excellent, and the difficulty of raising the level is relatively low. Ash was very happy to have captured such a top-level auxiliary. Jigglypuff, your singing voice is really good. I will let you sing for many people in the future. Bowley, Jigglypuff, who came out of the Pokeball, nodded happily. Singing has been its hobby since it was a child, but in all these years, no one or Pokemon has ever been able to listen to it sing a complete song without falling asleep. Now I actually met 4 of them at once. Happiness came too suddenly. It seems that I can hold concerts often in the future. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of capturing Jigglypuff. Reward: Pokemon Speed Enhancing Potion. The reward props have been automatically placed in the system space. After capturing Jigglypuff, Ash did not forget the group of grumpy residents in Neon Town. He took Jigglypuff directly to the local police station and used his friendship with Officer Jenny. The group came to the Neon Town radio TV station and used the equipment here to let Jigglypuff hold a large-scale concert. They recorded Jigglypuff's singing and told the TV station to play it every night. Let these irritable residents who stay up late all year round recover their normal spirit and regular work and rest. After all this last night, Ash declined Officer Jenny's thank you gift and left Neon Town with the 2 women. Ash's selfless attitude also won the favor of Officer Jenny in Neon Town. Ding! Neon Town Officer Jenny's favorability towards you has increased, and the reward is Officer Jenny's intimacy increased by 10%. Listening to the system improvement in his mind, Ash smiled slightly. The intimacy of the Jenny family has increased to 20%. For this kind of intimacy, he will not refuse anyone. After all, looking at the entire Pokemon world, which region and which town can't see Joy and Officer Jenny? Their intimacy is still very high. Of course, the only regret is not Jigglypuff. After a big concert, just when it was about to see the audience's reaction, Ash took it back into the Pokeball on the pretext of leaving for a trip. Here, Ash was not worried about the residents of Neon Town being graffitied, but was just concerned about how much time it would take for Jigglypuff to paint faces on all the residents of the town. That's why he took it back into the Pokeball in time. Ash and his group continued their journey. Not long after walking, they heard a passerby, trainer, mention that ancient Pokemon fossils seem to have been unearthed in Dasha Valley. Nowadays, more and more archaeological excavation enthusiasts are heading there. Ding! Plot mission: go to Dasha Valley and witness Aerodactyl. Plot reward: Charmeleon evolves perfectly. Hidden challenge mission: command the evolved Charizard to defeat Totem Aerodactyl in Soaring in the Sky. Mission reward: Charizard's level is increased by 10 levels. Ash was planning to go to Dasha Valley to look for the sleeping fossil Pokemon in the original plot. Unexpectedly, the system immediately sent him a series of tasks. Ash was wondering before that Charmeleon had a high enough level and enough combat experience, but there was no sign of evolution. Now, it seems that the system is still paying attention to it. Even the stage of evolution has been selected for it. Ash, are we going to Dasha Valley next? Great. It is said that there are fossils of Pokémon that lived in ancient times unearthed. I will also buy a set of equipment to dig when the time comes. It would be great if we can harvest fossils of ancient Pokémon. The next morning, Misty, who was eating a sandwich, was very excited to learn that Ash had set his goal on Dasha Valley. I don't know if we can dig fossil Pokémon, but I can take you to see living fossil Pokémon. Ash took a sip of milk and said with a smile, "The group of fossil Pokémon living in Dasha Valley do have rock and water type Omanite and Kabuto, which look cute. Misty should like them. Alive? Ash, are you serious? Then let's set off quickly." Because Ash's impression on her during the journey was particularly reliable. Misty had long believed in his words. Even though the academic community generally recognizes that fossil Pokémon, such as Omanite and Kabuto, have long been extinct. But as long as Ash says they are still alive, they must be alive. This is what Misty believes in her heart. What a joke! Ash has even met Ho-Oh and captured Zapdos. Those Pokémon professors may have a deeper understanding of ordinary Pokémon than Ash, but when it comes to the topic of Pokémon with limited research conditions, they are definitely not as good as Ash. Since she followed Ash, she has seen many big scenes. She has even seen the size of the super ancient Dragonite that exceeds human cognition. The resurrection of Pokémon from ancient times is understandable. After Misty knew that Omanite and Kabuto were both water and rock-type Pokémon, she couldn't stay calm. Of course, her reaction is understandable. After all, the water-type Pokémon that was extinct in ancient times actually appeared again. Any Pokémon trainer who specializes in water would definitely be excited. Ash, let's go. After finishing breakfast in a few seconds, they began to urge Ash to go. Sabrina, who was standing by, also sped up her eating speed silently. Pidgeot, I'll leave it to you next. In order to avoid accidents, the ancient Pokémon living in Dasha Valley would be discovered in advance. After all, so many people were digging in it, and it was possible that someone with bad luck would bump into them. Before the fossil resurrection machine was developed in Sinnoh region, these were all living ancient Pokémon. So Ash decisively chose to ride Pidgeot. Pidgeot. After coming out of the Pokeball, Pidgeot let out a loud cry. Then it spread its wings and leaned down slightly, making it easier for Ash and the other two to get on. The Pidgeot, which is much larger than its ordinary peers and has a gentle personality, is definitely the best choice for Flying's mount. The three jumped on Pidgeot's back, and Ash looked at Sabrina. Then Sabrina waved her hand gently and propped up the psychic barrier to cover the three people. "Okay, Pidgeot, we're all ready." Ash gestured with his hand. He looked like a fighter commander. Pidgeot responded with a loud cry, "Flap your wings and fly." It soared up like a scallion in a dry land. The target was Dasha Valley. Pidgeot was extremely fast, and it took Ash and the other two to Dasha Valley in less than 10 minutes. It can only be said that the effect of the gene breakthrough potion was too abnormal. It's hard to imagine that a Pidgeot of this size can fly so fast. Misty and Sabrina, who were sitting on it, were stunned. Landing on the ground, at this time, many fossil enthusiasts in Dasha Valley had heard the news and started digging fossils. "Misty, we should start too." Misty looked at everyone digging enthusiastically and immediately suggested impatiently, "Don't worry, wait and see." Ash pulled Misty and then dispersed Psychic, penetrated as far underground as possible. 0. Sure enough, a hollow layer was found several dozen meters underground. It was a place similar to a cave. Inside, there were dozens of strong breaths. One of them was particularly strong and far away from the other breaths. It should be Aerodactyl, which was known as soaring in the sky totem in ancient times. As for the other breaths, they were ancient Pokémon such as Omanite, Kabuto, and Kabutops. After finding the location, Ash immediately took Misty to determine the coordinates. Release all Pokémon to help dig. Seeing this, the two girls also released their own Pokémon to help. Including the three of them were not idle. Ash and Sabrina used Psychic to help dig, while Misty was busy preparing food and water and providing logistical support. With the concerted efforts of everyone, They dug nearly 10 meters down and finally found the hollow cave. At this time, they only needed to break through the thin rock wall in front of them to enter the underground cave. Ash released all the Pokémon except Pikachu. All the Pokémon were put into the Pokeball. The three of them, along with Pikachu, sat on Pidgeot's back. Then Pidgeot flapped its wings and flew up, finding a good angle in midair and swooping down. Boom boom. With a loud noise, the thin rock layer was smashed directly by Pidgeot's huge force. Then it rushed into the cave with a roar, entered the underground cave, and landed in it. Ash, you are so amazing. I didn't expect there's a cave under the Dasha Valley. Ash and his party got off Charizard's back, and Misty looked around in surprise. She carefully looked at the cave that had been sealed for many years. The cave was very large, at least enough to accommodate a flying Pokémon of Pidgeot's size to fly freely in it. Apart from that, it felt gloomy and dark, and the air was slightly humid. Misty quickly took out a flashlight from her backpack, so that she could barely see the situation in the cave. Especially when they walked deeper, the light from the outside world had completely disappeared. As for the weak light of the flashlight, it could only illuminate the area around 10 meters. A little further away, it was dark. Misty couldn't help but get closer to the position of Xiao 060G and took out a more powerful flashlight from her backpack to illuminate the road ahead. As her vision became a little brighter, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beside Misty, Ash and Sabrina were calm. The presence or absence of a flashlight didn't really affect them. Since entering the cave, they began to use Psychic to detect and perceive the surrounding situation, which was much better than visual perception. Just as they were about to reach the end of the cave, several red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness in the distance. Misty couldn't help but exert a little force on the hand holding Ash's arm, and shone a high-power flashlight with her other hand. Omanite Kabuto. It's really the ancient Pokémon that Ash mentioned. These two Pokémon have been declared extinct in the academic world, but now they appear alive in front of them. Although there are not many, only about 6 or 7, but they are indeed alive. At this moment, they became extremely irritable after being disturbed by Ash and his friends, and immediately wanted to attack them. These ancient Pokémon have been sleeping underground for endless years, and Ash knew that they must be starving after just waking up. He decisively took out the delicious food suitable for water and rock-type Pokémon that he had prepared in advance. The mouth-watering food was right in front of them, and the vigilance of these fossil Pokémon was corroded in an instant. They have been sleeping underground for who knows how many years, and have long forgotten the taste of food. This time, they didn't care about the outsiders in front of punishment who had just disturbed their sleep. Everyone rushed to Ash and his friends, holding the Pokémon food handed by the two women and Ash, and ate it happily, showing an expression of enjoyment from time to time. Apparently, these modern-tasting delicacies satisfied them. Misty, Sabrina, capture the ones you like. I plan to capture all the rest and send them back to Professor Oak's laboratory, so that Professor Oak can build a suitable living environment for them in the backyard of the laboratory. This way, we can fully study these mysterious fossil Pokémon, help them reproduce in this era, and try to help them revive their species. Hearing this, the two women nodded in succession. Ash, don't you want to cultivate one? This is an extinct ancient Pokémon. Misty looked at Ash and asked, her tone unable to hide her excitement. After all, they're fossil Pokémon that have lived for so many years, and their talents and qualifications are very good. From her perspective, although the number of fossil Pokémon here is not large, the quality is still extremely high. 2 of them have even reached the capture standard for her gym's main Pokémon lineup. Although Ash may not like it, if he can cultivate one, he can constantly appreciate the other party's surprised expression when fighting with others. Forget about these. If they can reproduce in the future and have the qualifications that meet my vision, it won't be too late for me to capture and train them. Ash shook his head. Although Omanite and Kabuto are rare, they are still far from his standards for capture. He is a Pokémon trainer and not a Pokémon researcher. After all, He only needs to consider the talent and combat power of the Pokémon to be captured. It's better to pack them up and give them to Professor Oak to keep in his laboratory. If he can cultivate offspring with excellent qualifications in the future, it won't be too late to cultivate them. As for letting these fossil Pokémon continue to sleep in the Great Sha Valley, as in the original plot, Ash is not so naive. The original anime still beautifies the Pokémon world a lot. In the Pokémon world he lives in now, the news of the Great Sha Valley has spread. If they continue to stay here, the secrets of the underground caves will be discovered sooner or later. I don't know how many monsters will be attracted by then. For example, those crazy wealthy Pokémon collectors, they dare to capture even the 3 mythical birds. Although Ash also wants to take all the fossil Pokémon away, at least he will provide them with a comfortable and stable environment. He won't even try to help them form a race. Although he will definitely have his own selfishness, for these ancient Pokémon, it is already a pretty good destination. Ash, then I will capture it first. Sabrina's sister, if you like it, just tell me. Seeing that Ash and Sabrina had no intention of capturing it, Misty immediately stopped being reserved. She began to pick around the fossil Pokémon that were showing off their fans. Finally, she picked out a Kabuto and an Omanite. They are red and purple qualifications respectively, and their talents are very good. Although the species strength of their evolved forms Kabutops and Omastar is not too high, the numerical distribution is very reasonable. Kabutops is both offensive and defensive, while Omastar has full special attack and defense capabilities. Compared with those Pokémon whose species strength was not high and were assigned to various unreasonable places, they are much better. After careful training, they are 2 main Pokémon. After tasting the delicacies given by humans, the 2 did not resist being captured by Misty at all. Following Misty, they will have a long-term meal ticket in the future. After Misty captured all the fossil Pokémon here, Ash packed them up and captured all the fossil Pokémon here. Directly teleported to Professor Oak's laboratory. The few people continued to move forward for a while. Kabutops and Omanite were also encountered by the 3 people. Most of them have purple qualifications, and Ash still relies on the old method of food captivate to capture them all. It can only be said that these guys have not eaten good food for too many years. At this moment, being captured by Ash is somewhat like being dominated by food. Okay, Ash, it's time for us to leave. Misty, who had captured 2 potential Pokémon, was visibly happy. Since the matter had been successfully concluded and she had returned with a full load, Misty wanted to leave. For some reason, she always felt that this underground cave was very scary and eerie. Don't worry, there's a big guy here. Omanite, Kabuto, and other ancient Pokémon were just appetizers. The guy Ash really wanted to capture was still deep in the cave. Misty looked sideways, her face full of confusion. Sabrina subconsciously extended Psychic into the cave. Then, before she could answer, a domineering roar that seemed to come from the depths of the cave resounded throughout the place. Misty shivered in fear, and her beautiful eyes looked into the depths of the cave with doubt. The other hand quietly grabbed Ash's arm, intending to drag him away if things got bad. Pokémon, Aerodactyl, Earl Dervish form, extremely hungry contest condition, level, IV 17.50. Accompanied by that domineering roar, a fierce-looking Pokémon that looks like a pterosaur flew out of the cave. It was Aerodactyl that was sleeping here. It is now in an extremely weak contest condition, and its level is still as high as V.52. No wonder Charizard was still teased by it for a while even after evolving in the original plot. Thanks to Jigglypuff's timely rescue. Otherwise, Ash might have become its food at that time. Aerodactyl's strength exceeded his imagination. Ding! Go to Dasha Valley and witness that the Aerodactyl mission has been completed. Reward: Charizard evolves perfectly. You can make Charmeleon evolve directly with just a thought. Ash's mouth corners slightly raised. The system blessing and his preparations during this period of time. Even though Charizard's level is lower than Aerodactyl, it still has the strength to fight. Little, Ash, this is the big guy you mentioned. The moment Misty saw Aerodactyl, her face was full of shock. As the recognized soaring in the sky totem in ancient times, the academic community has praised Aerodactyl a lot, but it has also come to a conclusion. That is, Aerodactyl has been extinct for endless years. Misty, who received elite education since childhood, naturally knew it. She originally thought that it was surprising enough that this underground cave had living ancient Pokémon, such as Omanite and Kabuto. Unexpectedly, there was such a big surprise hidden. This is Aerodactyl. If the news leaked out, the shock it brought to the outside world would probably not be less than the news that Ash had conquered Zapdos. After all, although Zapdos is one of the 3 legendary birds, there have been eyewitness reports. On the other hand, the heroic figure of Aerodactyl soaring in the sky can only be seen in murals and drawings. This Aerodactyl seems a little weak, but despite this, it is still very powerful. Sabrina looked at the Aerodactyl staring at them with some surprise. Through Psychic, she could sense the aura of Aerodactyl, which was weak but still fierce. Ash, this is Aerodactyl. Let run away. Quickly subdue it. Misty shouted excitedly. It's not surprising that she would react like this. For a modern person like me, it's not too shocking to suddenly see the prehistoric animal totem Tyrannosaurus Rex appear in front of me. Charmeleon, it's up to you next. Ash decisively threw Charmeleon's Pokeball. At the same time, he silently chanted in the center to let Charmeleon evolve directly. The dazzling white light illuminated the dark cave. Aerodactyl, who was about to attack Charmeleon, showed an uncomfortable expression and quickly retreated a distance. Slightly different from the original plot, this time Charmeleon did not get angry with Aerodactyl and evolved directly. Roar! Charizard, who appeared in a new look, roared. At the same time, his level also successfully advanced from 4.39 to 4.40. Seeing this, Aerodactyl's expression became sharp. Today's battle is no longer just a simple battle to conquer. It is a fateful duel between Charizard and Aerodactyl. Charizard slapped his chest with his claws, and 2 streams of hot air spit up from his nose. The fighting spirit in his eyes burned hotly, and the flames on his tail soared several feet higher. The air where the flames burned was violently distorted. The moment he saw Aerodactyl, Charizard felt very uncomfortable and wanted to vent his anger. He beat Aerodactyl up. Now that Ash has given his approval, he is eager to try. Looking at the high-spirited Charizard, Aerodactyl changed his contempt in the original plot and looked serious. The Charizard in front of him has a strong aura and is definitely not a weakling. The wings vibrate. Aerodactyl decides to attack first. In any case, it is not to teach Misty and the group of outsiders who disturbed its sleep a lesson. Then the ancient soaring in the sky totem Aerodactyl and Ash's Charizard started an extremely fierce air battle. Aerodactyl is still the Aerodactyl in the original plot, but Charizard is much stronger than the Charizard in the original plot. All the negative effects that Damien had on it in the past have been erased by Ash, and with the perfect evolution, although its level is 483 lower than Aerodactyl, its strength is not much weaker. Not to mention that Aerodactyl, who has been sleeping for nearly 10,000 years, has already significantly reduced various indicators of physical functions, and with the Sky Belly battle, Aerodactyl's endurance can be said to be a mess. So in the first fight, Charizard, who was the lower level, started with a set of combo punches, and the fierce attack almost completely stunned the fossil dragon. A dragon tail came over, and even Aerodactyl, who had good defense ability, was hit hard. What was waiting for it was Charizard Hurricane's continuous and fierce attack. However, as soaring in the sky totem, although it was hungry, it could still seize the opportunity to counterattack in the gap between Charizard's fierce attacks. Because of its outstanding speed, Charizard found it difficult to avoid. However, the skills did not cause much damage to Charizard. I think it was because it was too hungry and it was a bit overwhelmed to have to fight a high-intensity battle just after waking up. In the end, under Ash's excellent command, Charizard won the battle for Aerodactyl at the cost of his injury. Aerodactyl, who was so majestic when he first appeared, has now fallen from mid-air to the ground, looking quite embarrassed. It was hard to imagine that just 10 minutes ago, it was roaring at Ash domineeringly and showing off its might. Roar! After defeating Aerodactyl, Charizard landed in front of it and raised his neck proudly. Ash saw this scene and smiled and shook his head. Complete the hidden challenge mission. Command the evolved Charizard to defeat Totem Aerodactyl in soaring in the sky. Reward. Charizard's level is increased by 10 levels. Bang! As the system's voice fell, Charizard's aura began to rise steadily and finally stabilized at the peak of the quasi-elite level IV.50. Charizard is too strong now. Pika. Misty, Pikachu, and the other mouse nodded continuously, praising Eruption for defeating the fossil dragon. The Charmander that was coaxed and abandoned by the trainer and stupidly stood on the boulder waiting for the other party to come and take it back. Now, it has grown into such a powerful Charizard. It even beat up the ancient Totem Aerodactyl in soaring in the sky. Although not much time has passed, the feeling is completely different. This is also due to Ash's careful training. After taking back Charizard, Ash reached for his waist with excitement and took out an empty Pokeball. He gently landed on Aerodactyl, who had lost his ability to fight, and successfully captured it. Nodding, Ash checked Aerodactyl's attribute panel through the system. Pokémon Aerodactyl. Level: IV.50. Ability: Hardhead. Attribute: Rock Flying. Qualification: Gold. Skills: Ancient Power, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Rock Slide, Iron Head, Stone Edge, etc. Carrying props: None. Aerodactyl with Gold qualification is the best. Ability Hardhead is also quite good, and it will not be hurt by the reaction force of its own skills. This also means that skills such as Takedown and Billion Shockwave, which are extremely powerful when used, but will cause damage to the self or cause severe stiffness contest condition. Now, they can also be used as ordinary skills. Compared with other oppressive and tense abilities, the Hard Inner Bag is indeed a more suitable ability for Fossil Lilong. The intimacy is unexpectedly lower than the standard for ordinary wild Pokemon when they are captured. This may also be related to the fact that Ash and his team disturbed its sleep and then commanded Charizard to beat it up. It will be quite easy to cultivate it in the future. After looking at Aerodactyl's attribute, Ash took out the Pokeball and released it. After a short recovery in the Pokeball, Aerodactyl finally woke up from the initial coma contest condition, but was still weak. Ash approached and applied potion to it, the standard action of a trainer to express goodwill to the captured Pokemon. The most effective way to improve the intimacy of Pokemon in actual testing. Aerodactyl intimacy. Increase from 160 to 185. The effect is quite good. I didn't expect that Aerodactyl is rough on the outside, but delicate on the inside. Aerodactyl, who has recovered some physical strength at this time, also has a more intimate look in his eyes when he looks at Ash. The main reason is that Ash's strength has been recognized by Aerodactyl through the battle just now. Just be a little nice to it, and the intimacy will naturally increase. After tens of thousands of years, there is suddenly an extra master. Subconsciously a little uncomfortable, Aerodactyl looked at the Pokeball in Ash's hand. This is a high-tech product it has never seen before. Although it had trainers in its time, it did not have such a convenient Pokeball for Pokemon to live in. Aerodactyl, this is a Pokeball. Pokemon can rest here after being captured. In addition, it also has a certain degree of healing effect. The reason why you can recover so quickly is because of the healing effect. Ash saw Aerodactyl was so curious, so he explained with a smile. Aerodactyl nodded, as if he understood. Although he didn't quite understand, it has always been beneficial to Pokemon. Ash, congratulations on capturing Aerodactyl. Congratulations, Aerodactyl's excellence is unquestionable. At this time, Misty and Sabrina came forward to congratulate, and then turned their eyes to Aerodactyl. Except for portraits and video documentaries, this is not the first time they have come into close contact with the soaring in the sky totem, which was famous in ancient times. The appearance is indeed quite majestic, and the face is even more ferocious. Compared to modern Pokemon, the ancient temperament is undoubtedly revealed. Aerodactyl, This is my partner Misty, Sabrina. This is my Earl Dervish Pokemon Pikachu, your teammate. Unlike the fierceness when he first appeared, Aerodactyl's temper and attitude towards Ash and the people around him became much better after being captured. He nodded to Misty and Sabrina. Then he cast a friendly look at Pikachu. It could feel that the little guy standing on Ash's shoulder was probably as strong as himself. It seems that although his master looks very young, his level of training Pokemon is unexpectedly high. Following such a human, I think I will not suffer any loss. Moreover, compared with its long vitality, the life of a human is extremely short for it, so there's no need to worry about its freedom being restricted. By the way, Aerodactyl, let's talk about other things later. You must be starving after sleeping for so long. I know you were a top predator in ancient times, and your prey were all kinds of weak Pokemon. But you have to change this with me, please. If you want to eat meat, I will find you a substitute, more delicious meat. But normal Pokemon food and energy cubes are actually enough to meet your needs, and they're definitely more nutritionally balanced than when you only ate meat before. Ash immediately made 3 rules with Aerodactyl. After all, he was once a top predator. Don't think that he is obedient in front of him now. I'm afraid that when he returns to Professor Oak's laboratory, he will directly target the Pokemon stored by other trainers in the backyard of the laboratory. Ash doesn't want to be found by other trainers. If he can eat Pokemon, he can definitely eat people. After all, unlike in ancient times, Aerodactyl will not be malnourished or even starve to death because of not hunting. Energy cubes and special Pokemon food can definitely meet Aerodactyl's needs. Special Pokemon food, energy cubes are definitely enough to satisfy it. Under this premise, if Aerodactyl still can't change its habit of hunting creatures, it means that it is wild and unruly. Ash can only consider restricting its actions. After all, he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. After learning the rules set by Ash, Aerodactyl seemed a little embarrassed, but still nodded reluctantly. Soon, its slight embarrassment disappeared without a trace. He buried his head and began to show off the Pokemon food Ash prepared for it. Although it was not a special food for rock and flying type, it tasted very good. Not to mention the energy cubes rich in energy nutrition. Aerodactyl ate with tears in his eyes. He had never had such a good meal before. Those obscure and smelly raw meat tasted like chewing wax. It was a pity that it still spent so much effort to hunt. With such delicious food, who would waste time hunting after being full? From now on, it only eats Pokemon food and energy cubes. Refuse to hunt, start with it. Taking advantage of Aerodactyl's transformation, Ash simply released all the Pokemon he brought with him. Among them, Ghastly, which was at the champion level, made him feel a little nervous, and his sense of crisis increased. 940. It seems that Ash has a lot of Pokemon with the same strength as it, and his own status may be affected. In the future, he must show himself more in battle. Otherwise, he will be too upset if he has no food to eat one day. Then the appearance of Zapdos completely defeated Aerodactyl's pride as the ancient soaring in the Sky Totem. As a flying Pokemon, the history of the 3 sacred birds is longer than it. Especially after a long period of sleep, it has already degenerated and its strength has been greatly reduced compared to the ancient times. Facing Zapdos, who was not a rival in ancient times, of course he felt inferior. Not to mention the level gap between the 2 sides is so big now. Sure enough, the best way now is to listen to Ash. Ding! Pokemon, Aerodactyl, Intimacy, 185 to 225. Ash looked at Aerodactyl with a little surprise. He didn't know what this guy was thinking about. How did the intimacy suddenly increase so much? Strictly speaking, the intimacy of 225 should be considered as extremely tacit. At this stage, Pokemon can already cooperate with trainer tacitly and regard trainer's life as extremely important. As for the full value of 255 points, it is absolute obedience. At this point, the last trace of worry in Ash's heart disappeared. He nodded with satisfaction while secretly observing Aerodactyl. On the other side, Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak looked at the large group of Omanite, Omastar, Donkoe, and Kabutops that were teleported back by Ash and were recognized by the academic community as extinct. His eyes suddenly became confused and dull. Where am I? Is this real? Is I dreaming? Are these all Pokémon that Ash teleported back? What did Ash encounter when he was traveling? The ancient Pokémon that had already become extinct suddenly appeared alive in front of him. He had already teased him last time, but he didn't expect that this kid really maxed out his luck when traveling. Now he has even caught and captured Pokémon from the ancient times. So what Pokémon can he not touch? No, if you have the ability, capture a legendary Pokémon and bring it back. Although Ash couldn't capture the legendary Pokémon, he did see some during his travels, such as Ho-Oh when he set out. Unfortunately, the legendary Pokémon are still legendary Pokémon after all. It's not that easy to catch them. Professor Oak came to his senses. Then he stared at the ancient Pokémon that had long been declared extinct in front of him with shining eyes. Hey, little darlings, new research subjects. I will build a suitable residence for you as soon as possible, a place that simulates the ancient temperature environment. It seems that I have to ask the Alliance for help. Excitedly, he collected simple data on the ancient Pokémon that Ash sent back. Then he temporarily placed them in the backyard of the laboratory. Omanite, Kabuto, and others have completely settled here. Of course, Pokémon food and energy cubes with their flavors are naturally indispensable. After doing all this, Professor Oak sat in front of the computer with satisfaction and suddenly thought of Ash again. No, I have to ask Ash how he managed to capture so many ancient Pokémon. How many secrets does he have that I don't know? It's impossible that he captured a legendary Pokémon. Impossible. He must not be that strong. If he can become friends with a legendary Pokémon, it's understandable. Thinking this way, Professor Oak sent a message to Ash through the computer. As long as Ash arrives at the next town and logs into the computer using the Pokémon Pokédex, he will receive his message and call him back. At this moment, Cerulean Gym, the three Sakura sisters who had just finished a performance, looked at Seeking and Starmie, which Misty had teleported back, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Misty's two Pokémon have been trained to level IV.40 and are both at the level of trainer of the main gym. Although the three Sakura sisters have poor fighting talents, they still have some vision. These two Pokémon are definitely enough to support the Cerulean Gym. They don't even need their strong command ability to easily defeat those mediocre rookie trainers. Misty was willing to send back these two powerful Pokémon. Ahem, please give your thoughts. The eldest sister Sakura coughed, breaking the weird atmosphere of the three sisters staring at each other. I didn't expect that the ugly duckling fourth sister is really talented in fighting. Such powerful Seeking and Starmie are willing to be sent back. They must have cultivated more powerful Pokémon. The second sister Violet scratched her head and chuckled. Violet, why don't you change your words quickly? If the fourth sister hears you calling her like this next time, she might give you a good beating. These Pokémon are not a joke. Lily rolled her eyes at Violet. The last time Misty left, she was almost angry with her. Okay, Misty's achievements in battle are good news for our Cerulean Gym. Keep an eye on the Prism scale she mentioned before, and buy it for me as soon as you have any news. I'll leave her a message first, and she'll call me back after seeing it. It's a good opportunity to ask her about her recent gains. The eldest sister Sakura made the decision and suppressed the two sisters who were still fighting. At the same time, she was also wondering whether Ash had brought about such a big change in Misty after she left for the trip. I wonder if she has been working towards that direction recently, trying to tie this outstanding boy to the Cerulean Gym. But considering that this girl is usually careless and has no experience in love, maybe she hasn't been able to get Ash until now. Thinking of this, Sakura was a little anxious. This won't work. There are many Captivates during the trip. It would be bad if they were snatched away by other Stephanies. It seems that we have to find an opportunity for Misty to bring Ash back to the Cerulean Gym as a guest. At that time, my sister-in-law will personally go out and demonstrate to Misty. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. I'm also doing this for the happiness of my sisters. Ash, your Pokemon egg seems to be about to hatch. I wonder what kind of Pokemon will hatch from it. I wonder what type of Pokemon is in my Pokemon egg. While leveling up in actual combat, Ash and his 3 companions were rarely in a hurry to travel, but instead camped in an open space for a whole day while heading to Cinnabar Island. Just because Ash's top-quality water-type Pokemon egg that the system rewarded finally showed signs of hatching. Since this Pokemon egg has not hatched for a long time, Ash bought a high-level incubator from Nurse Joy. Putting the Pokemon egg here and carrying it with you can adjust the temperature to the standard that is most suitable for the hatching environment. This is much better than the hatching conditions in the original plot. The effect is also immediate. You will know after it hatches. When the incubator is empty, it will be just right for the Pokemon egg you brought out from Dasha Valley, Ash said with a smile. He only knew that this was a top-grade water Pokemon egg, and what it could hatch depended on how powerful the system was. Hearing this, Misty took out the Pokemon egg that she accidentally got in Dasha Valley from her backpack. The pattern of this egg is really weird. It doesn't look like any Pokemon I've seen before. Gently stroking the surface of the eggshell, the feeling of opening a blind box made Misty a little excited. Okay, it seems to be hatching. You can watch it hatch together. The first thing it sees when it is born will be its closest partner, Ash said to the 2 girls. Pika. At this time, Pikachu also lay on Ash's shoulder, staring at the Pokemon egg that was about to hatch successfully in the advanced hatching egg. Click! Under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, cracks appeared on the surface of the Pokemon egg. Then, 2 blue tentacles broke through the eggshell, and a light blue little head drilled out from it. As for the lower half of the body, it was still hidden in the eggshell. It's actually a water-type Pokemon. Looking at Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea. Pokemon, Manaphy, level IV.1. No wonder this Pokemon egg takes so long to hatch. It actually lives in a legendary Pokemon. Oh my god, the system is really generous. The newly born Manaphy should be the lowest level Pokemon Ash has encountered since he became a Pokemon trainer. Before it grows into a real Pokemon, it can only be regarded as a mascot. The petite Manaphy slowly opened his eyes and gave Misty a soft cry. Wow, what a cute Pokemon. Although I've never seen it, it should be a water-type Pokemon from the appearance. Staring at Manaphy, Misty's powerful water-type Pokemon search radar was activated, and its attribute was quickly determined. This little guy is so cute. Misty seems to have been completely captured by Manaphy. A pair of eyes turned into stars. Not only Misty, Ash was also stunned. Sabrina may not know Misty, who was born in Kanto, but he knew that she was the one at the head of Manaphy's bed. Since it was a Pokemon egg given by the system, it must not be the one in the original plot world. As for the fact that the little guy saw Misty the first time he opened his eyes, I can only say that she was very lucky. Anyway, she is my girlfriend, so it doesn't matter who I raise her to. Faye. Most Pokemon will regard the creatures they see when they are just born as their mothers. Manaphy also called Misty affectionately at this moment. At the same time, he was also very nice to Ash and Sabrina. Pika. Pikapi. After Pikachu's popular science, the newly born Manaphy had a basic understanding of this world. The one with a ponytail is his mother, the one wearing a baseball cap is his father, and the second mother with dark green hair. After confirming the identity, Manaphy showed his affection to Misty, Ash, and Sabrina one by one. Manaphy, you are so cute. Ash, are you sure you want to let me raise it? Misty picked up Manaphy and looked at Ash in surprise. Ash nodded and smiled. Well, its name is Manaphy, and it is a legendary Pokemon like Zapdos. Misty, you must take good care of it. Manaphy, a legendary Pokemon? Looking at the delicate Manaphy in her arms, Misty was shocked. She would not doubt the truth of Ash's words. Since it has never been heard of in the Kanto region, it is very likely that it is a legendary Pokemon from other regions. Ash, this Pokemon egg is yours after all, and you hatched it. It is more appropriate for you not to capture it. After playing around, the newly born little Manaphy was seen lying on her legs a little tiredly. At this time, Misty looked at Ash and said, although she was a little reluctant, Manaphy was a legendary Pokemon after all. Such a rare Pokémon still needs to be trained with Ash. Ash shook his head. Manaphy was the first one to see Misty, and she was the most intimate with him. Naturally, it had to be captured by Misty. And as the gym leader of Cerulean City, Misty really needed a powerful Pokémon that could hold her own. Although Manaphy's combat level was not as good as other mythical beasts, it was a legendary Pokémon after all. Its potential was much stronger than that of ordinary Pokémon. Moreover, with the relationship between Misty and herself, plus Manaphy also regarded him and Sabrina as the closest people besides Misty. There was not much difference between letting Misty capture it and Ash capturing it himself. If you need to use Manaphy's ability, you can do it at any time. Xiao Xiao, you were so good to me. When Ash insisted on letting her capture Manaphy, Misty's eyes were slightly red, and her voice became a little choked. It was because the legendary Pokémon was too precious. If it were an ordinary person, even close relatives would probably fight and break their relationship and get bloody. And Ash actually left such a precious opportunity to himself without thinking. At this moment, Misty felt that meeting Ash was the biggest gain of her journey from leaving the Cerulean Gym. After some fun with Ash's encouragement, Misty finally took out a blank Pokeball and captured Manaphy. This is a Pokemon that Misty has never captured in the original plot. Then, Ash gave the incubator to Misty. She placed the Pokemon eggs with strange patterns brought from Dasha Valley in it. After capturing Manaphy, Misty's Pokemon slot was overloaded again. This time she chose to teleport Gyarados back. Needless to say, if the three Cerulean sisters saw this teleported Gyarados, they would be shocked beyond words. A system prompt sounded in Ash's mind. Ding! It led to the unexpected bond between Manaphy and Misty, making Misty the Water Gym leader with a Phantom Beast. Get 740 reward. Title: Water-type Pokémon Master. Water-type Pokémon commanded by Ash have their combat power increased by 20%. Oh my god! Is it so cool? This time, choosing to let Misty train Manaphy is a win-win choice. Although it was Misty who captured Manaphy, it can also be regarded as a Pokémon trained by the two of them. At least there will be no obstacles for him to command Manaphy to fight Pokémon. In addition, Ash also got a hidden task reward, a new title, Water-type Pokémon Master. When commanding a Water-type Pokémon to fight, the combat power of your own Pokémon will increase by 10%. For a title like this that can directly bless yourself, Ash will never think it is too little. Not to mention that Ash's team also has Milotic, Wartortle, and other Water-type Pokémon with extraordinary potential. After the episode of Manaphy hatching, the group continued on their way to Cinnabar Island where the Red Gym is located. Late at night, in a sleeping bag at the campsite, Ash slowly opened his eyes, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The monthly System Store refresh time has finally arrived. Ding! System Store items are about to be refreshed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The top item is still the quick evolution method of the bond with the frog. Product 1. Ancient Resurrection Potion. Can be used to restore the ancient Pokemon Aerodactyl to its prime contest condition. That is, its mage evolution form, which will be maintained permanently. Value: 1 million points. Product 2. Traveling Food Maker. Just put in the appropriate materials. You can make top-notch food that can be called a 5-star hotel chef's. Refined Food also applies. Value: 200,000 points. Product 3. 1 Ultra Beast Pokemon Egg. A rare Pokemon from Ultra Space. Value: 3 million points. Product 4. Charizard Perfect Mage Evolution Emblem. Carrying it allows Charizard to perfectly master the 2 Mage Evolution forms of X and Y. Value: 2 million points. Product 5. Pokemon Carrying Slot Plus 4. Increases the Pokemon Carrying Slot limit of Pokemon Trainer. Value: 4 million points. It must be said that the products refreshed by the system this time really shocked Ash. The above 5 items are basically for his points. Ancient Resurrection Potion that can keep Aerodactyl in the ancient soaring in the sky totem form. Imagine Aerodactyl always in a mage form. Its combat potential is probably no less than that of the legendary Zapdos Pokemon. Food maker. Since Xiaojiang left the team, Ash and his team have been eating pre-prepared instant food. Putting aside the nutritional value, this thing tastes really bad. It even makes Misty want to work hard to learn cooking. With the food maker, the team's food situation will definitely be effectively improved. Then there are the Ultra Beast Pokemon eggs that are unique to the Alola region. Those guys have a species strength of up to 600, and their potential is not inferior to the existence of legendary Pokemon. Although their abilities are seriously biased, their combat abilities in their own areas of strength are absolutely unquestionable. Charizard Midge Evolution Emblem, although very expensive, can infinitely raise the upper limit of Charizard. Why Charizard's combat focus is different, which can make Charizard more comprehensive. As for the Pokemon carrying position, there is no need to say more. It is definitely the product that Ash needs most at this stage. With more and more talented Pokemon in the team, the upper limit of 8, the number of Pokemon he carried, was obviously not enough. He looked at his points balance, 284W. Ash decisively bought the Food Maker and Ancient Revival Potion, a total of 120W. Other items can only be purchased after accumulating more points. Ding! Ancient Revival Potion. Food Maker purchased successfully. It has been put into the system space and can be taken out at any time. After hearing the system voice, Ash didn't want to rest. He got out of the sleeping bag and walked into the forest. He released Aerodactyl from the Pokeball and gave it the Primal Revival Potion under its puzzled eyes. Aerodactyl drank the potion and showed a painful look on his face. At the same time, his momentum began to rise. Not long after, changes occurred. Aerodactyl's body surface began to bulge until it was completely broken, revealing large and small rock spikes. In addition, Aerodactyl is a whole circle bigger than before, and looks more ferocious than before, and its aura has become several times stronger. After using the potion, Aerodactyl has a fierce look in his eyes, but he is more friendly to Ash. At this moment, its 1.2 intimacy density has been fully increased. Ash nodded with satisfaction, and then he started to check Aerodactyl's attribute panel. I want to see what changes Aerodactyl has after Primal Resurrection. Pokemon, Aerodactyl, Primal Reversion. Level, 4.61. Ability, Hard Head. Hidden ability, Hard Claw. Attribute, Rock Flying. Qualification. Skills, Ancient Power, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Rock Slide, Iron Head, Stone Edge, etc. Carrying props, none. As terrifying as it is, Aerodactyl after Primal Resurrection has officially possessed the style of the ancient soaring in the sky totem. These 1 million points are really worth it. After removing the negative weakness contest condition, Aerodactyl, which has recovered to its peak strength, has reached level 61, making it another Pokemon in Ash's team that has reached the threshold of the champion level. The key is that its potential column has also changed to the word that is unique to legendary Pokemon. I think this Aerodactyl must have been the leader of the tribe in ancient times, with extraordinary strength. In addition, it has learned many new skills. For example, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, and Thunder Fong have greatly expanded the attack range of Aerodactyl's attribute skills. Coupled with its Primal's 135 points of attack species strength and 150 points of amazing speed species strength after resurrection, it will definitely become the nightmare of most Pokemon. What surprised Ash even more was that the Primal's body after resurrection was exactly the same as Mega Aerodactyl. But it still inherited Aerodactyl's hard head ability and became a powerful existence with dual ability. Hard Claws increased the power of contact skills by 30%. It can make the Primal Aerodactyl, which already has terrifying attack power, even more powerful. It can also use Takedown and Mega Shockwave, which can cause damage or stiffness to itself. It is simply invincible when facing the enemy. Ash seriously suspects that with Primal Aerodactyl's terrifying strength comparable to the champion level, a Mega Shockwave is enough to knock down a small mountain. Pokemon that have reached the elite level have the ability to change the range of terrain to a certain extent. Primal Aerodactyl, which exceeds the champion level, will only become more powerful. Now it is also like Zapdos and Ghastly, enough to be Ash's trump card Pokémon. In the night, Ash flew a circle on Primal Aerodactyl and tested the speed of Primal Aerodactyl by the way. He was in a very good mood and put it back into the Pokeball. Sure enough, Primal Aerodactyl's maximum speed is much faster than that of Pidgeot. The slow speed of ordinary flying Pokemon is basically no different from a target in front of Primal Aerodactyl. 2 days later, Ash and his group approached Cinnabar Island. Cinnabar Island was famous in the entire Kanto region many years ago because of the Cinnabar Gym. Later, due to the discovery of rich hot spring resources on Cinnabar Island, it quickly became a resort area, and the tourists who came here had no intention of challenging the gym. Blaine, who was frustrated, also had no intention of running the Cinnabar Gym, resulting in the Cinnabar Gym being unknown among the younger generation of challengers. When people mention Cinnabar Island, the first thing that comes to mind is the Hot Spring Hotel, and the related industries are operating well. Every hot spring hotel on the island is basically in full contest condition at all times, and reservations must be made in advance. In the original plot, Ash and his group almost ended up on the street because they did not make reservations in advance. Fortunately, Misty foresight Blaine's answer and successfully checked into Blaine's hot spring hotel. And by chance, she discovered the secret hidden in Blaine's hot spring hotel. She found the Cinnabar Gym battle site located below the hot spring hotel and hidden by Blaine above the lava. Ash, who knew the true situation of Cinnabar Gym and Cinnabar Island, would not rush to challenge Cinnabar Gym. It's a rare trip to Cinnabar Island, which is famous for its hot springs, so naturally you have to experience the hot spring hotel with Cinnabar Island's characteristics. Admittedly, the main goal of the trip is to become stronger in battle, but occasional relaxation and entertainment are still necessary. After all, although Ash has the physique of a mega-true rookie, Misty and Sabrina around him are somewhat overwhelmed. Tens of days of continuous camping in the wild, coupled with a severely downgraded food level. Especially Misty travels during the day and has various physical work waiting for her at night, which can be said to be quite tiring. At present, everyone in the entire Ash team is in a state of double fatigue. It is just right to take this opportunity to relax on Cinnabar Island and adjust the contest condition to the best before challenging the Cinnabar Gym. Anyway, Blaine lives on Cinnabar Island and can't run, so it doesn't make much difference whether he goes early or late. Moreover, there is still a long time before the Indigo Plateau Conference starts, but Ash's mobile phone badge is really fast. In the original plot, Ash got lost every few days and often entangled with the Rocket Team trio. In this case, collecting small gym badges still has a long time for special training. Not to mention, Ash who basically doesn't take detours now. This time, Ash and his 3 friends did not fly to Cinnabar Island on Pidgeot, but chose to go by boat. In a sense, it can be regarded as adapting to local customs. Let's go Misty, Sabrina, check-in at the hot spring hotel we have booked long ago. After getting off the boat at the pier, Ash took Misty and Sabrina straight to one of the most luxurious hot spring hotels in the entire Cinnabar Island. Quartz Hot Spring Hotel. Now that he has no shortage of money, Ash directly booked a private hot spring resort villa for a week. The villa covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters and is divided into 3 floors. The wooden structure is elegant. It has a small garden of hundreds of square meters, and the garden is surrounded by high hot springs. Inside is the volcano hot spring dug by the hotel owner. It is pure and natural, and the pool is also very large, which can accommodate dozens of people to take a hot spring bath together. It is no problem to open a large-scale 273 Hai Tian Shangyan, like in his previous life. Of course, Misty and Sabrina will definitely not allow it. In addition, there's also a hot spring pool indoors in the villa. However, the indoor hot spring pool is much smaller, and the size is only enough to accommodate 5 people at most. Wow, Ash, this villa is too luxurious. Although she has never lacked money since she was a child, Misty's family is not a wealthy family. It was her first time to live in such a luxurious hot spring villa. After entering the villa, She ran around and looked left and right, just like a country girl entering the city. Even Sabrina, who was always calm, was shocked by the luxury of this villa. As for Ash, his eyes were a little strange. His eyes swept over the sofa, kitchen, balcony, French windows, etc. Finally, he stopped at the small hot spring pool that looked like a swimming pool. It must be said that the designer of this villa is really good. Some of the facilities here are similar to the scenes in some wonderful movies he had seen in his previous life. It must be a different feeling to do that here. Thinking of this, Ash's mouth corners slightly raised. In this case, he can't waste the designer's painstaking efforts and must make the best use of it. In a villa garden, Ash reached out and took off all the Pokeballs from his waist. Come out, everyone. There is no special training mission today. Let's take a good bath and relax. The huge hot spring pool in the villa garden was specially prepared by Ash for the 3 Pokemon. After traveling for such a long time, not only them, but also the Pokemon need to rest and relax. The Pokemon that were released were very excited. The first to act was Charizard, who jumped into the hot spring pool. It quickly occupied a place in the right corner, and then raised its tail with a burning tail flame to prevent it from getting wet. Then Pikachu, Pidgeot, and other Pokemon lined up to enter the water, looking at the Pokemon making comfortable sounds in the hot spring pool. Because it is a rock-type, primal fossil dragon who doesn't like water, also wants to try the hot spring pool. Come out, Cammy, Omanite, Manette. Misty also released her Pokemon and let them go into the hot spring to experience it. Except for Psyduck, who is extremely afraid of water. The other water-type Pokemon all enjoyed the hot spring quite comfortably. Psyduck, who is not good at swimming, finally enjoyed the hot spring with the help of Misty using a swimming ring. Abra, Sun Pokemon Sucker Kwong. Sabrina's side is full of psychic Pokemon. After sending the Pokemon away, the next thing is in the villa. Ash, Sabrina, and Misty are in a world of 3. After entering the villa, he closed the door. Prevent any possible accidents. At first, because Sabrina was there, the 3 of them were a little reserved. But soon Ash found a topic to eliminate the slightly awkward 3-person hot spring experience. Halfway through, while Sabrina went to the bathroom, Ash cast a malicious look at Misty on the side. Psychic spread out, making sure that he could find Sabrina first when she came back. Then, TSK, TSK, TSK. More than 10 minutes later, Misty poked her head out of the hot spring with a face full of resentment. Pooh, TSK, TSK. She spit out several mouthfuls of water outside the pool. Fortunately, she had practiced dive since she was a child, or she would follow Ash must be angry if he plays like this. Misty, can't you be a little more reserved? You're not even married yet, and you're already asking for whatever you want. Misty felt that she really had no self-control at all, and Ash made her dizzy with just 2 words. Ash, you can't do this again in the future, especially when Sabrina is still here. Did you hear me? Misty blushed and glared at Ash. Her eyes were not threatening. Haha, I got it. Ash laughed and passed it off. At this time, Sabrina also came back. It is worth mentioning that her face was also a little strange. There was a blush on her delicate and pretty cheeks. Oops, I was too anxious just now, and forgot that Sabrina's psychic seemed to be several levels stronger than mine. In this case, wouldn't she have seen what happened between me and Misty just now? Ash, who was soaking in the swimming pool, lowered his head and supported his forehead. It seems that I have to work harder to practice psychic in the future. Ding! Sabrina's intimacy increased from 85 to 90. Couple mission completed. Become a travel partner with Sabrina and establish a couple relationship. Reward: 100 W points, top quality psychic Pokemon egg. The reward items have been put into the system space and can be taken out at any time. Hey! Hearing the sudden system prompt, Ash subconsciously looked up at Sabrina. Somehow, Sabrina was also looking at Ash. Their eyes met, giving birth to an ambiguous ember. Sabrina's ruby-like eyes were full of affection for Ash. That's right, she was just on her way back from the toilet. She noticed the psychic released by Ash. Curious, she used psychic to infiltrate and broke in without Ash noticing. Yes, She swore that this was the most embarrassing thing she had ever experienced in her life. Wow, this hot spring is so comfortable. On the other side, Misty was enjoying the hot spring happily without realizing that she was already in NTR. In the dead of night, Sabrina floated quietly in the corridor. She came from her room to Ash and Misty's room. She walked through the wooden door easily and looked at Misty, who was wrapped around Ash like an octopus on the bed. Sabrina waved her hand gently and used Psychic to make Misty let go of Ash unconsciously and turned over. Then, Sabrina lowered a psychic barrier to cover herself and Ash. After all, Ash had practiced psychic, so his perception was still quite sharp. Even if he was sleeping soundly, he still woke up the moment Sabrina lowered the psychic barrier. "Sabrina, are you still awake?" Sabrina floated towards him like a ghost, silently. She kept approaching in Ash's surprised eyes. So, this is the taste of love. It's really wonderful." After an unknown amount of time, Sabrina floated up with her sore and weak body. There was a little blush on her delicate face, and her lips were slightly pursed. She seemed very satisfied with today's strange experience. Dragging her tired body, Teleport disappeared in front of Ash. I have to say, Psychic is useful. Watching Sabrina's back as she left and the slowly lowered psychic barrier, Ash's face was full of fatigue and weirdness. Damn it. She didn't expect Sabrina to come here in the middle of the night. And she gave Misty a wave of NTR. If she had known this, she should have known to be restrained during the day. When she saw Sabrina just now, everything was too late. She used Psychic to pin herself down as soon as she came up. He passively enjoyed the contest condition throughout the whole process. Forced to work until late at night, Ash found that it was already dawn outside the window. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and fell asleep. The next morning, Misty, who had not slept well all night and had nightmares, got up early. Looking at Ash's extremely messy bed, it formed a sharp contrast with her own. Misty fell in a deep thought for a moment. Ashrest was always very quiet. When did it become so crazy? Could it be that the beds here were not comfortable to sleep on? After thinking about it, this was the best excuse she could think of. Feeling guilty, Ash got up early and took Misty out to experience the local customs and practices of Cinnabar Island. He also bought her a lot of small presents, and, of course, Sabrina's was also indispensable. At this moment, Sabrina is probably still sleeping soundly in bed. After all, she was working hard alone last night, and her physical exhaustion was very serious. After playing for a whole morning, Ash realized that he hadn't called home for a long time. He was going to the Pokémon Center on Cinnabar Island to call his mother Delia and chat. Misty also planned to contact her 3 sisters, so they went to the Pokémon Center together. As soon as he turned on the computer and passed the identity authentication, he received messages from Professor Oak and the 3 Cerulean sisters. Ash was also very puzzled. What did Professor Oak want to see him for? After thinking about it, he immediately called Professor Oak's laboratory. Soon, Professor Oak's slightly old square face appeared on the screen. "Professor Oak, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly leave me a message and call you?" As soon as Ash opened his mouth, he met Professor Oak with a slightly complicated expression. "Ash, have you forgotten those ancient Pokémon that were teleported back some time ago?" I didn't forget. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with those Pokémon?" As soon as these words came out, Professor Ye Xuan suddenly had a flail. Those were ancient Pokémon that lived tens of thousands of years ago. But Ash seemed to have no idea of their importance. Damn, this kid Travel Luck is still too good. He could be so careless with such extremely rare and even extinct Pokémon. These days, I've been studying the ancient Pokémon he sent almost day and night. I resisted the urge to punch Ash in the face twice. "Ash, can you tell me where you captured those ancient Pokémon?" In Dasha Valley, there was a rumor about ancient Pokémon fossils there a while ago, so we went there and ran into these ancient Pokémon. We captured them, by the way. How about it, Professor? Did you arrange a suitable living environment for them in the backyard of your laboratory? I boasted to them that Professor Oak would definitely provide them with a livable environment. Ash asked half-jokingly. Of course, they are living well now. If you ask me, there is no place in the entire Kanto region that is more suitable for these ancient Pokémon to live than here. Professor Oak was full of pride when he mentioned this. His laboratory can not only provide housing for those fossil Pokémon, but also provide them with shelter. Since Ash sent the ancient Pokémon here, the news spread quickly, and all forces were concerned about this group of Pokémon that were once active in ancient times. These days, he has openly and secretly warned many guys who want to take these ancient Pokémon. Although those people are scientists and researchers on the surface, they're actually studying some shameful things. The experiments they conduct also deviate from the orthodox academic world. If Omanite, Kabuto, and other Pokémon are handed over to them, they will most likely not end well. They may even be directly dissected. Although the orthodox Pokémon researchers headed by him also do experiments, they're all based on the premise of not harming Pokémon. Well, I'll leave those ancient Pokémon to you. I'll hang up if there's nothing else, Professor. After hanging up the phone with Professor Oak, Ash called his mother Delia and reported to her about the trip. The chat between mother and son was particularly harmonious and warm. Annie Delia, hello. After a while, Misty ended the call with her 3 sisters. Seeing Delia on the screen, she blushed and greeted her. It's Misty. I'm so happy to see you. How was your trip with Ash? By the way, did Ash bully you? If so, just tell me and I'll help you punish him. Don't be polite to me. Seeing her future daughter-in-law, Delia smiled particularly happily. After hearing what Delia said, Misty quietly rolled her eyes at Ash beside her. She's been bullied by Ash a lot during this period. Every time, he can think of all kinds of weird tricks, even in the hot spring swimming pool, and even in the case that Sabrina may see. How can she tell Ash's mother about this kind of thing? Really, why does Ash always like to grab her and bully her? I don't know what's going on with Sabrina. She's so reserved. When can I help her share the burden? Misty's eyes turned slightly, as if she thought of something. Her expression was sometimes tangled, sometimes full of expectation. Okay, Mom, no more talking. We still have to go to dinner. I'll hang up first. Being stared at by Misty's resentful eyes, even the always thick-skinned Ash couldn't stand it. He hurriedly ended the topic and hung up the phone. For the next 2 days, Ash, Misty, and the other 3 continued to enjoy their vacation time on Cinnabar Island. As always, Ash belonged to Misty in the first half of the night, and had to deal with Sabrina's sudden visit in the second half of the night. In this way, 2 days passed with pain and happiness. Until the 3rd day, Ash was finally ready to challenge the Cinnabar Gym. Boy, do you want to challenge the Cinnabar Gym? In a smaller hot spring hotel on Cinnabar Island, Uncle Chong, who was wearing a wig and disguised as an ordinary hotel owner, looked at Ash and the 2 Stephanies beside him with surprise. He thought his disguise must be very good. How could it be so easily foreseen by Ash, a rookie trainer who came to Cinnabar Island for the first time? Could it be that his disguise could be foreseen at a glance? But these guys are quite interesting. The Pikachu standing on his shoulder is of such a high level. Elite level strength. Are all rookie trainers so powerful now? They can cultivate such powerful Pokemon in just a few months of traveling? Yes, Blaine, please come to a gym battle with me. I'm looking forward to the battle at Cinnabar Gym. Come with me. I'll make an exception for you today, but I won't let you down like other gym leaders. If you want to get the Volcano badge, you must show the strength that matches it. Otherwise, I'd rather these badges rot in my hands. Anyway, not many people remember the Cinnabar Gym now. Blaine muttered. Ash nodded confidently. It's a deal. He was definitely going to win this battle. Ding! The 3rd round of the Gym Challenge Mission. Trigger the Gym Challenge Mission. Defeat Blaine, the gym leader of Cinnabar Gym. Mission completion reward. Increase the level of any Pokemon in your hand by 10 levels, 1 million points. There are a lot of good things refreshed in the system store recently. The points given for this gym mission are really high. Now, there are more reasons to take down the Cinnabar Gym. Looking at Ash, who was full of confidence, Blaine shook his head imperceptibly, decided to show a little strength later, and give him a little shock from the fire gym leader. Let him know that the gym leaders he defeated in his previous travels were all fools. As for what Pokemon to use, this kid's Pikachu should be his trump card Pokemon, so use Charmeleon to deal with it. This guy just broke through the elite level not long ago, and he just needs a suitable rival laser focus. Blaine came to a conclusion in his heart. Okay, all of you come with me. As he said, Blaine stood up from the counter first and walked towards the bath. Ash and the two girls looked at each other and followed. Approaching the bath, Blaine began to fiddle with the mechanism. Then the stone wall next to the bath opened, and a passage leading directly to the underground appeared. The further you go along the passage, the more you can feel a burning breath coming from below. Blaine seemed to have adapted to this place long ago. His expression was calm, and there was not even a drop of sweat on his head. It was not difficult for Ash to achieve the same level as Blaine with his mega rookie physique. But considering Misty beside him, he also took the initiative to hold up a psychic barrier covering Misty, Sabrina, and Pikachu in it to isolate the scorching air waves from the outside world. Psychic? This boy is not simple. No, it seems that I am old and confused. The girl next to this kid seems to be Sabrina from Saffron City. Is a psychic taught by Sabrina? Blaine's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was secretly surprised. But he didn't think Ash would cause him much trouble in the next battle. Possessing psychic does not mean that the trainer has excellent command level. It does not represent the level of the trainer's training of Pokemon. Like Sabrina in front of him, her own powerful psychic is even enough to compete with the Pokemon of Kanto Elite Four. But the Pokemon she cultivated were still a little bit lacking in quality and generally not as strong as she was. As the group continued to go deeper, they finally saw a battlefield above the lava, which was fixed by iron chains and almost completely suspended. This field, Pikapi. Misty and Pikachu were panicked when they saw the battlefield. This should be the most dangerous battlefield they have ever seen, and it is also the most unique battlefield in Kanto. No wonder when Cinnabar Island Hot Spring Tourism was not so famous. Cinnabar Gym was so famous in Kanto region, making many trainers shudder. Even at that time, getting the Volcano Badge of Cinnabar Gym was a recognition of trainer strength. Just from this unusual battlefield, it can be seen that the challenge of Cinnabar Gym is not normal. Trainers who don't have enough courage may be scared by the battlefield and dare not go on stage at all. After all, if you're not careful, there's a risk of falling into the lava. If Pokemon does not trust their trainer very much, they may refuse to fight directly when they see such a venue. Misty thought so. As for Sabrina next to her, she didn't think it was dangerous. With Ash's psychic level, there would be no danger of falling in the magma. Boy, this is the battle site of Cinnabar Gym. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. How about it? Do you still want to fight me? If you want to give up, do it as soon as possible. Blaine was very satisfied with the reactions of Misty and Pikachu. Then he looked at Ash, trying to find the emotions of surprise, shrinking, or fear in Ash's eyes. However, to his disappointment, Ash had no reaction, acting calmly, as if all this was normal. I came here for the gym battle, so I must fight. Okay, very good, boy. I praise your courage. Then the battle will be based on the 3v3 challenge rules. The challenger can change Pokemon in the middle of the game. The game will be considered over if all Pokemon on either side lose their combat ability, because they have not yet experienced the original plot to solve the volcano outbreak problem. Blaine's approval. The gym battle still adopts the 3v3 mode. Please give me more advice. Ash nodded to show that he was ready. Blaine was a former fire elite in Kanto after all, and fighting against such a strong man, 1v1 was obviously not enough. The rules proposed by Blaine were very much to Ash's liking. Well, look at the boy. The Pokemon I'm going to send out to fight is this one in way. A white light flashed. A heat wave hit his face, and the brown-yellow-haired Ninetales appeared in front of him. Pokemon, Ninetales level. IV.50 qualification, red. It can only be said that as a former fire elite, this Ninetales talent is really good. This Ninetales alone is probably stronger than the main Pokemon of most gym owners. And this is just the Pokemon that Blaine sent out to lead the charge and test Ash's combat strength. Master Blaine, this Ninetales is well trained. It must be said that among the fire-type Pokémon, Ninetales is definitely one of the most beautiful ones. Of course, young man, since you are so sensible, if you give up in advance, I can give you a chance to challenge my other Pokémon, and I will lower the level of the challenge a little bit. Blaine looked at his Ninetales confidently. He thought Ash might be afraid of his Ninetales, so he planned to leave him a way out. Old man, I'm just being modest. You have to give way to the old man. As for being scared, I'm not really afraid. Get ready for battle, Charizard. Ash smiled and threw Charizard's Pokeball high. Roar! Accompanied by the deafening roar, the originally calm magma suddenly boiled like boiling water. The temperature in the air began to rise rapidly. Even though Blaine had long been accustomed to the high temperature, he was always calm and sweaty. But at this time, he didn't care to wipe it off. His eyes widened and his face was full of shock. Perfect! This is simply the fire-type pet he has always dreamed of. Blaine stared at Charizard opposite him with fanatical eyes. Tall and strong body. Sharp claws, thick dragon tail. Add to that the burning at the end of the tail, the terrifying orange-red flame that was enough to distort the air. This should be the most suitable fire Pokémon he has seen in all his years as a Kanto Fire Elite and Fire Gym leader. Now he meets this perfect Charizard, but it has a trainer. It seems that I really underestimated this young man. Blaine quickly recovered from his disappointment and planned to complete this gym battle. But he also found that he seemed too confident just now. Ash's Charizard is very powerful, enough to beat all the Pokémon in his second team. At present, it seems that he is not easy to win this first battle. At this time, Blaine thought of his mysterious confidence just now and felt extremely embarrassed. He wanted to show off his old senior skills to Ash, but he didn't expect to be taught a lesson by the other party. This is really too bad. Charizard, get ready, it's time to go. As Ash's voice sounded, Charizard flew to the air. A blazing flame appeared when he opened his mouth. Ninetales was unmoved and easily took on the flamethrower. Then a red light appeared on his body. Ninetales' aura became visibly stronger. Flash fire ability? Come back, Charizard. Not bad. Very sharp observation and reaction. Blaine looked at Ash with appreciation. He was about to launch an attack, but Ash took Charizard back into the Pokeball. If it were any other trainer, if they were a little slower in reaction, they would be suppressed by the counterattack launched by Ninetales under his command and fall into a disadvantage. In a gym battle, the challenger can replace Pokemon with Solation. Get ready for battle, Pidgeot. it. With a flash of light, Pidgeot replaced Charizard on the battlefield. Feeling the scorching heat all around, Pidgeot's expression was slightly condensed. It was obvious that he was not used to it. Oh, this Pidgeot is really big. Boy, I'm getting more and more curious about you now. Blaine looked at the extremely oversized Pidgeot that appeared in front of Ash with great interest. Lucky, I caught it by chance. Pidgeot, let Blaine see your strength. Pidgeot, with a loud cry, Pidgeot spread its wings and flew into the air, overlooking Ninetales in the field. Firmly control the air advantage. Ninetales flamethrower. Below, Ninetales opened his mouth and a blazing flame came out. Spin and dodge and use wing attack. In the air, Pidgeot folded his wings and made a delicate aerial turn to avoid Ninetales' flame attack, then spread his wings and dived towards Ninetales at high speed. So fast, Blaine's pupils contracted violently. Bang! Before he could issue an order, Ninetales was knocked away by the fast-attacking Pidgeot. With such a big body, how can it be so fast? Blaine's eyes widened, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Pitted Airblade. Ash naturally didn't intend to give Ninetales a chance to breathe. Pidgeot flapped his wings and shot several air cutters. Hit Ninetales again, who had no ability to resist. This kid is really unreasonable. Seeing Ninetales hit by air cutters again, a gleam of light flashed across Blaine's cloudy old eyes. As a former Fire Elite of Kanto Alliance, he was also relieved that such a powerful rookie trainer could not appear in Kanto region. Ninetales lost his ability to fight. Pidgeot won. In the end, Blaine's Ninetales still couldn't last too long in front of the high-speed fighting Pidgeot. After all, he was at a disadvantage from the beginning. With Pidgeot's amazing speed, it was natural that Ninetales would not have any chance to react. Ash, I haven't seen a rookie trainer as good as you in a long time. Interesting. Thanks for the compliment, Blaine. Blaine nodded, took back Ninetales, and took out the second Pokeball from his waist. Next, it's up to you, Rhydon. With a muffled sound, the sturdy, gray Rhydon stepped onto the battlefield. Isn't Blaine a Fire-type gym leader? Why is he using a ground and rock-type Pokemon? Misty looked at Rhydon on the stage in a bit of surprise. Pokemon, Rhydon, level. IV.47, sphere, purple. Compared to the Ninetales just now, this Rhydon's data panel is obviously much worse. Please keep fighting, Pidgeot. Rhydon, Flamethrower. Although it is a ground and rock-type Pokemon, Rhydon still did not forget to start the attack with a Fire-type move. It really is, I'm dead. Two figures are crossing the magma in the Battle 1.0 field. Ash took advantage of Pidgeot's aerial advantage and began to kite Rhydon. With Pidgeot's ability to control the wind, he repeatedly played tricks on Blaine's Rhydon through precise calculations of airflow. After a while, Rhydon was already covered in wounds. In the end, he was defeated by Pidgeot's aerial ace's fierce attack. Rhydon loses his ability to fight, Pidgeot wins. Blaine announced with a red face and gritted teeth. The red face was not because of the surrounding temperature, but because of Pidgeot's amazing speed in playing tricks on Rhydon. What a joke. He was a former Fire Elite, but he was beaten by a young boy without any chance to fight back. If it gets out, how can he face his old friends? Young man, you really piqued my interest. Look, the hottest flame in the world, the king born from magma. Come out, Charmander, Blaine said, throwing the Pokeball in his hand high up. I saw a fluid fire curtain composed of magma appeared in front of everyone under the fire curtain. Charmander stepped on the battlefield, and the soles of his feet made a squeaking sound when they touched the ground. The terrifying high temperature of its body actually made the battlefield made of heat-resistant materials burn with faint marks. The steaming magma slid down from its body, dripping on the ground, emitting bursts of white smoke. Pokemon, Charmander, qualification, red, level, IV.55. Compared with the first two Pokemon, the strength of this Charmander has obviously reached the strength of his first lineup Pokemon. Come back, Pidgeot. Ash decisively took back Pidgeot and sent out Charizard 17 again. Roar! Feeling the powerful aura of Charizard, Charizard immediately became eager to fight and was ready for battle. Charizard Flamethrower. We also use Flamethrower, Charizard. Charizard and Charizard used Flamethrower almost at the same time. The blazing pillars of fire collided violently in the field. After a stalemate of several seconds, the flames disappeared into thin air. Equally matched. Sure enough, this Charizard has been trained very well by you, Blaine said with a smile. Charizard's level is very high, comparable to his main Pokemon. Since entering the Elite level, each level increase has been particularly difficult. Charizard can tie with Charizard in fire attacks at a lower level, which is enough to prove its high potential. Duck-billed Charizard, Lightning Punch. Dodge, go behind it, and use Seismic Toss. Tincturing himself, he suddenly exerted force and used Splash's Thunder Punch to hit Charizard's abdomen in the air. Whoosh! Charizard reacted very quickly and flew sideways to avoid the attack, then went behind the duck-billed Charizard and clamped it tightly with his claws. Duck-billed Charizard was incredibly heavy, and even if Charizard clamped it in the air, it would consume a lot of physical strength. Oops, break free from the duck-billed Charizard. Blaine frowned and shouted loudly. However, Charizard didn't give the duck-billed Charizard a chance to struggle at all. He held it and flew at high speed, spinning continuously in the air, drawing a circle in the shape of the earth. Then he swooped down at a high speed and dropped the sturdy duck-billed Charizard heavily into the battlefield. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, smoke and dust rose in the venue. Yeah, so cool eruption. If Charmeleon is hit by this move, he will not be able to bear it. In the spectator seats, Misty and Sabrina said one after another. After being hit by a seismic toss, Charmeleon was completely at a disadvantage. In the subsequent battles, Charmeleon was suppressed by Charizard and was finally defeated by Charizard's Dragon Claw. BX Pound! Looking at Charmeleon lying on the ground, Blaine's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression was a little helpless. He is the leader of Cinnabar Gym and the former Fire Elite of Kanto. He was actually pushed by the rookie trainer challenger. And even after sending out a main Pokémon, he still failed to cause any casualties to Ash. It's over. This time it's really embarrassing. Blaine covered his face with one hand. He had originally thought of relying on this battle to revive the reputation of Cinnabar Gym, but now it seems that he will lose his reputation. Of course, since he had already lost to Ash, Blaine also took out the Volcano Badge and handed it to Ash. After receiving the Volcano Badge, the system prompt sounded in Ash's mind on time. Ding! Completed the third round of the Gym Challenge mission. Successfully defeated Blaine, the gym leader of Cinnabar Gym. Mission completion reward. The level of the Pokemon Charizard in hand is increased by 10 levels, from level 50 to level 60, and 1 million points. Ash, I see that your Charizard is well trained. Do you want to fight with my trump card Pokemon again? Just treat it as a trial before the Indigo Plateau Conference, and play for fun. Since the loss just now was too tragic, and it was almost impossible to resist, Xiaobo was still upset. Hope to regain some ground. At the same time, all system rewards are in place. Charizard's level is instantly increased by 10 levels. Ash raised his eyebrows. Not impossible. After saying that, he released Charizard again. Charizard, who has reached the top of the elite level, looked at Blaine with an impatient expression. Old man, you delayed my rest. I give you face. Blaine's body stagnated, and he felt the strong aura of Charizard, which was comparable to his trump card Pokemon. The look he gave Ash became extremely complicated. Good guy, it turns out that the kid is playing the pig to eat the tiger. Using a Pokemon with the top strength of the elite level, he still pretends to be a rookie trainer. To deceive his old bones, 530 is really unethical. Blaine, let's have a chance to spar in the future. Ash ignored Blaine's cannibalistic eyes and laughed, turned around, and took the two girls directly out of the Cinnabar Gym. The main system seemed to be intentional, and it happened to reach Charizard, directly making Charizard reach the peak of the elite level. Blaine misunderstood that he was still hiding his skills in the gym battle. In fact, Charizard had already gone all out to deal with the powerful duck-billed Fire Dragon. Seeing Ash and the other two leaving in a chic manner, Blaine was so angry that he wanted to pull Ash back to fight again. From Pallet Town, right? It seems that the trainer was taught by that old guy Oak. No, I can't swallow this breath. I have to call and ask that old guy. Yeah, that must be the case. That little guy obviously did it on purpose. From his point of view, he may have known my identity because of that old guy Oak. The more Blaine thought about it, the more he felt it was wrong. He wondered if Ash's challenge to the Cinnabar Gym this time was instructed by Professor Oak. Poor Professor Oak took all the blame for Ash without realizing it. Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak studies Milotic while taking care of ancient Pokemon. He also has to prepare papers on ancient Pokemon that are not extinct. He needs to list in detail the living habits, combat capabilities, and personality traits of all ancient Pokemon. He works so hard that he forgets to eat and sleep. But even so, he still hopes that Ash can capture more precious and rare Pokemon species. The better Ash's luck, the more Pokemon he can study. His grandson Gary can't do this. Except for the number of Pokemon he captured at the beginning of the trip, he basically didn't get any surprises. This is also the main reason why he cut Gary's travel expenses. After recording the physical data of the last Omanite, Professor Oak pulled up his white coat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was about to cook a bowl of instant noodles and celebrate. The phone in the laboratory rang suddenly. Could it be that Ash called again? Did he capture some amazing Pokemon again? Professor Oak's heart tightened, and then he quickly stepped forward. When he heard that the caller was his old friend Blaine, he breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little worried. Fortunately, Ash's luck was not that abnormal. It's just that the rare Pokémon for him to study were gone. By the way, Blaine, that old guy, hasn't contacted me for a long time. Why did he suddenly call me? It's inexplicable. Let's see what he wants to say. It just so happens that I haven't contacted him for a long time. Thinking of this, Professor Oak answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Blaine's big red face filled the entire screen. Oak, I didn't offend you. Why are you trying to annoy me for no reason? You actually secretly lent the elite-level Pokemon you trained to that kid named Ash. Just make me lose face? I can understand that Pikachu, who just entered the elite level. You tell me that the elite-level Charizard can be trained by that kid who just traveled for a short time? You old man, my Cinnabar gym is almost gone, and you still want to step on it, right? As soon as the call was connected, Blaine launched a fierce attack on Professor Oak regardless of anything. He madly accused Professor Oak of lending the elite-level Charizard to Ash, just to make him look bad. Professor Oak was confused. No, old man. Is there any misunderstanding here? You know me, since I resigned from the Alliance. I have devoted myself to the cultivation and research of Pokémon. Even those old guys were in the semi-released contest condition. How could they cultivate an elite-level Charizard without making any noise? Not to mention that it is the top of the elite level. Even I can't cultivate it just by cultivating it. Humph. What misunderstanding can there be? Isn't that kid named Ash from your pallet town? Don't tell me that he cultivated a top-level elite Charizard in less than a few months of travel. It's not something that even ghosts would believe. Oak, I know you want to help that kid get the Volcano badge from me, and I'm not unreasonable. As long as you lend me your Charizard to cultivate for a few years, I will forgive your behavior this time. After a lot of output, Blaine finally showed his true intention. What if he was pushed by the rookie trainer? After all, he was the gym trainer who trained Rookie. Helping Rookie to become stronger was his duty. Besides, Ash's command level was higher. Apart from Charizard, his Pidgeot was also very well trained. The Pidgeot of that amazing size was also terrifyingly fast. If he was not a trainer specializing in Fire-type Pokemon, he would probably be tempted. For him, that Charizard was too perfect. Although he didn't know where Oak had captured the top-quality Charizard, it would be a pity if he didn't come to train such a powerful Fire-type Pokemon for a while. Even though it was Oak's Pokemon, it would be great to be its trainer for a while. Blaine smiled expectantly. However, Professor Oak was completely confused at this moment. What on earth was Blaine talking about? Ash, the pinnacle of elite Charizard. Oh my god, I didn't expect Ash to be so secretive. He's only been traveling for a few months, and now it seems that it's not just luck. Professor Oak was shocked when he learned the truth, and then entered the red temperature contest condition faster than Blaine. This little guy helped him take care of the Pokemon in Pallet Town. He arranged a fire brigade for the 3 Squirtle brothers, a comedy show and story performance for the 3 Ghastly brothers, and built a greenhouse environment suitable for the ancient Pokemon to live in. He wanted to be good to them with all his heart, but Ash, who was harmless, actually hid it from him. He was really a bit cunning and not cute at all. When they were still new trainers, they were extremely respectful to the words of their elders. He also told them everything about the wonderful things he saw during the trip. Why didn't he realize before? Ash is such a rebellious guy. Next time I contact Wang Zhao, I must talk to him carefully so that he won't hide things from me. If he doesn't change this bad habit, I won't update his Pokemon Pokédex with new data next time. But what's the matter with this kid? Did he really train the elite-level Charizard that Blaine mentioned? No, it's definitely not trained. Even a powerful Charizard can't grow so fast. It may be the same as the situation in Land Polky City. This kid is always good at hooking up with powerful wild Pokemon. This elite-level Charizard is also likely to be captured by him in the wild with his personal charm. Yes, that must be the case. I can only say that this kid is really good. He can make the elite-level Pokemon listen to him obediently. After getting the badge of Cinnabar Gym, Ash was not in a hurry to leave Cinnabar Island. In the few days before the expiration of the villa, in some aspects, Ash and the 2 women also maintained an appropriate frequency. Ash also had a sigh that Mega Rookie's physique really saved his life. But even so, Misty was still a little overwhelmed. 5 days passed. Ash, actually my 3 sisters are a little bit dumb and have no talent in trainer. But their looks and figures are top-notch, and they can also do underwater ballet. I think you can consider them. Misty blinked and laughed softly, mainly because Ash and Sabrina have not made any moves recently. She simply set her sights on her 3 sisters. Since they are all sisters, it would be great to be on the same front in the future. Besides, Ash is so outstanding and has a strong ability to attract bees and butterflies. As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. If the 4 sisters go together, they will definitely be able to firmly grasp Ash's heart, and this will also revitalize the Cerulean Gym, right? After thinking about it, this is too worthwhile. It's not a shameful thing at all. Besides, didn't Mom rely on her beauty to tie Dad to the Cerulean Gym? It would definitely be no problem if it was her own sisters. Misty thought so in her heart and looked forward to Ash's response. Originally, Ash hadn't thought about it yet, but now that Misty had brought it up so bluntly, he couldn't help but imagine the 4 Cerulean sisters in his mind. After thinking about it, he was shamefully moved. It's true that a pervert can't resist a beautiful woman. Facing Misty's expectant eyes, Ash hurriedly shook his head. No, absolutely not appropriate. After all, this was just Misty's unilateral idea, and the 3 sisters-in-law might not have such an idea. If it becomes his wishful thinking at that time, it would be too embarrassing. This kind of thing can't be rushed. You can only take one step at a time. Although the 4 Cerulean sisters are very tempting, Ash doesn't have the idea of having to get them. The heroine Misty among the 4 sisters has now completely turned into his shape. There's no need to force the others, just depend on fate. The key is that there will be excellent girls like May, Dawn, Serena, etc. waiting for her in the future. I can't just give up because of Misty's small suggestion. Captivate is not going to move forward. Thinking of the many beauties waiting for him in the future, Ash's mind suddenly smelling salts. Shaking his head, he said to Misty righteously, "Misty, do you think I am that kind of person? Don't just think about it. Otherwise I will punish you with family rules." Misty immediately took 2 steps back. Her beautiful eyes showed shock. Her body trembled slightly, and she pouted. No. I won't mention it in the future, okay? Obviously, she was very afraid of the family rules mentioned by Ash. It's really strange. My sisters are all beauties. Ash, this pervert, is not interested at all? No, he just showed interest. Does he only like younger people? No wonder Sabrina has been with him for so long, but he never made a move. Is he still a lowly control? Thinking about it, Misty's eyes became a little subtle when she looked at Ash. If Ash could hear her thoughts at this moment, he would definitely call her a wrong pillar. Lolita control? That's too narrow. As long as she's pretty, he can control her. Youthful vitality, mature charm are all in his XP. I can only say that Misty is still too young. In addition to the intimate communication with the 2 girls, the rest of the time was spent taking them around Cinnabar Island to enjoy the vacation time, relax the body and mind that were tense because of the journey before, and restore the contest condition to the best. Next, prepare to set off back to Pallet Town. If it goes smoothly, you will also get the last badge you need before participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference, the Earth Badge of the Tokiwa Gym. The 4th round of the Gym Challenge Mission. Tokiwa Gym Challenge Mission. Defeat the gym leader and get the Earth Badge. Mission completion reward. 100 W points. Mutwo Earl Dervish favorability increased by 20%. Mega Mutwanatex. Any Pokemon level +5. The Tokiwa Gym was not originally in Ash's challenge plan. He didn't want to face Giovanni so early. After all, as the boss of Team Rocket, this guy never plays by the rules. In the original plot, in order to test Mutwo's strength, Mutwo was sent directly to fight Gary in the gym battle. He almost beat Gary, who was full of vigor at the time, into autism. Ash didn't want to enjoy the same treatment as him. With his current level, he is not worthy of being Mutwo's rival. It would be best if Giovanni sent a few Pokemon to show his strength, and the strength was controlled within the normal gym battle range to fight him. After completing the system tasks, improve Mutwo's favorability, and then use the Pokemon Intimacy enhancement props that he has kept in last resort for a long time. 50% of the props plus 20% of the system. Ash began to imagine performing a wave of NTR in front of Giovanni. But it was just a thought, considering the influence of Team Rocket in Kanto and even Johto region. If they target you, you will not get any good results. You can't put all the close people around you in danger for the sake of momentary pleasure. He can be fearless of Team Rocket revenge, but his mother Delia, Misty, and even her 3 sisters can't do it. He still has to make a fortune quietly. It's better to trick his good brother Gary to challenge Giovanni first, and then challenge the Tokiwa gym after confirming that Mutwo has defected. Then find the defected Mutwo and subdue it. The so-called stabbing a brother in the back when necessary. This is the character of a good brother. Ash silently apologized to Gary in his heart. When his good brother subdues Mutwo, he will definitely have a share of the credit. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash also took the 2 women to return the hot spring villa full of their battlefields. The 3 of them then came to the Pokemon Center. Ash planned to change the Pokemon lineup and fully prepare for the next Tokiwa Gym and the subsequent Indigo Plateau Conference. Currently, he has 9 Pokemon slots, apart from those Pokemon that are not necessary to cultivate. Since he started the journey, he has only captured more than 10 Pokemon in total. Although the number is not large, each one is the best in its own group. After leaving the Pokemon Center, the 3 of them set out on their journey back to Pallet Town. Ash has basically decided on the lineup for the challenge of the Tokiwa Gym. Since the mission does not have clear attribute restrictions or which Pokemon must participate in the battle, and it is difficult for Pokemon with higher levels, such as Pikachu, Ghastly, Primal Aerodactyl, to improve significantly in a short period of time. Ash and his party seemed quite comfortable on the way back, unlike before, when they were either busy leveling up or training every day. Of course, there are still simple battles, but the frequency has dropped significantly compared to before. They're more pursuing the fun of traveling, that is, mountain climbing and water sports. After having the food maker, the 3 people's food contest condition is several levels better than when Xiao was just here. They eat a variety of meals in rotation every day. Similarly, the taste of Pokemon's food has also been greatly improved. If Ash had not strictly restricted their daily food intake, the Pokemon would probably have been fattened up. Even in this infinitely relaxed situation, after spending more energy on low-level Pokemon, Ash still ushered in a large wave of gains. Pokemon Dratini from IV.20 to 4.27. Pokemon came from IV.29 to IV.34. Pokemon Flash Milotic from 4.37 to 4.40. Pokemon Jigglypuff from IV.35 to 4.37. Pokemon Infernape from IV.34 to 4.38. Among the Pokemon currently carried, Pokemon below level 40 have made great progress. In addition to the large level increase of the lowest level Dratini, it is also frantically making up for the lack of actual combat experience. Compared with its home dragon, Mother Dragonair, Dratini performed very well in battle and was determined. Jigglypuff rarely participates in battles alone, and the experience it gains is basically by hypnotizing some Pokemon groups with Sing and then letting Ash's other Pokemon harvest. It must be said that this trick has been tried and tested. It is too efficient to use it to level up low-level Pokemon. Because it only assists in battles, it does not gain much experience. Although it has only been upgraded by 2 levels, considering the hidden ability, Sing can put Pokemon that are not more than 20 levels of its own level to sleep. This also makes Jigglypuff's upgrade at the level of 30, and the corresponding hidden ability's influence range is increased in Pokemon with a strength of 50. It can be said that the cost-effectiveness of Jigglypuff's level upgrade is maximized. If Jigglypuff can be upgraded to the peak of the elite level, then the corresponding Pokemon in the future will be the 3rd level God-level Pokemon. As long as the Pokemon does not have special abilities or abilities, it will be affected by its hypnotic singing. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a pink demon that has been given a lot of space in the main storyline. With the same insane plotability, Ash suddenly remembered the Wobbuffet that Jesse of the future Rocket team captured. Because of the various god-level defense scenes, it is nicknamed the Fruit God by many Pokémon fans. I think there must be hidden abilities. It seems that I should find a way to intercept it, Ash thought secretly in his heart. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash put his attention back on Infernape. Infernape, which successfully upgraded to level 38, finally learned the key skill of Rage Fist, which is necessary for evolution. By the way, according to the settings of the previous Pokémon game, the condition for evolving into Forsaken is that Infernape needs to use Rage Fist 20 times and then upgrade the level to evolve. It is not clear whether the evolution conditions here are the same. Ash was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he has learned Rage Fist. Try this method first, and consider other methods if it doesn't work. Ash quickly came to a conclusion in his mind, and then cast his eyes on the Infernape in front of him. Infernape, do you want to become stronger? Infernape heard this and kept punching and shouting excitedly. In its cognition, when Ash focuses on a Pokémon, it means that the Pokémon's strength will usher in a huge improvement. You know, Charizard has just completed a leap. Its strength is almost comparable to that of Ghastly, a veteran powerhouse. But they are envious. After Infernape calmed down, Ash asked Infernape to evolve according to the evolution method of the Pokémon game in his previous life. On the way to Viridian City, Ash focused all his energy on Infernape. Finally, after a few days, Infernape knocked Pinsir to the ground with a Rage Fist, and after accumulating enough combat experience, it naturally upgraded from 4.38 to 4.39. At the same time, it also lit up with a dazzling white light of evolution after firing at least 60 Rage Fists in the past few days. Please give me flower. Misty and Sabrina, who are the same S** X as him, were stunned. Isn't Infernape already in its final form? How can it still evolve? At this time in the Kanto region, it is basically the consensus of many trainers and Pokémon researchers that Mankey has only one evolution. This is mainly because Mankey and his evolved Infernape are both hot-tempered, and in many cases they will even attack their trainers when they get angry. In addition, their species' strength is not too high. It leaves the impression of not being very capable, but having a bad temper on the majority of trainers. With all kinds of negative buffs stacked up, naturally no one cares. Of course, it is mainly because everyone does not know that Infernape can also evolve into Forsaken. Looking at this special way of evolution, I am afraid that only Ash knows about it in the entire Pokémon world. That is why Misty and Sabrina are so surprised. The two looked at Infernape curiously. What kind of Pokémon will Infernape become after further evolution? This is a new form that they have never seen before. Ash also cast an expectant look. Infernape's evolved form, Axelrod, has a species strength that is already comparable to the 3 Pokémon of the starter Pokémon. If it is well cultivated, it will definitely be a main Pokémon whose strength cannot be underestimated. The 3 of them stared at the bright white light. After a while, the evolutionary light covering Infernape gradually dissipated, and Axelrod, which looked quite different from Infernape, appeared in front of the 3. The body is turned gray and black, and the eyes are bloodshot, revealing a world-weary atmosphere. With a head full of fluffy white hair, it looks like Normal, a demon crawling out of hell. The 2 girls couldn't help but be startled by Axelrod's new form, and Misty couldn't help but reach out and grab the corner of Ash's clothes. The whole person leaned towards him. Ash, why does this Infernape look so evil after evolution? Compare with fighting Pokémon, it looks more like a ghost type. Yeah, I also feel the power of ghost type from it. Sabrina nodded in agreement. This is Infernape's evolved form, Forsaken. After evolution, its attribute also changed from fighting to fighting plus ghost type. It's normal to give people different feelings. Ash smiled and explained the door to the 2. Pokémon, Forsaken. Level, IV.38. Ability, Unyielding. Attribute, Fighting Ghost. Qualification, Red. Skills, Leer, Counter, Low Kick, Seismic Toss, Assurance, Shadow Punch, Rage Fist, etc. Items, none. Ash immediately looked at the Forsaken's panel attributes. There were no major changes in other aspects, but there were some ghost-related skills in the skills. After evolution, it immediately learned several ghost-related skills, making the Forsaken's attack range much wider. In addition, the biggest improvement came from species strength. It has increased by 80 points compared to before evolution. The key is that this allocation is quite reasonable, reducing the special attack species strength that is not very useful, and adding the precious species strength of 630 to its more advantageous attributes. It can be said that all the good steel is used on the blade. Overall, the evolution of the Forsaken is also a comprehensive leap in strength for Infernape. Forsaken, how do you feel? Ash looked at the Forsaken and asked with a smile. During the Infernape period, it always had rage written on its face. It looks much calmer after evolution, but under the calm appearance, there is a more turbulent volcano. When facing the enemy, the power of the explosion will be more fierce than before. Of course, no matter how it evolves, its intimacy with Ash is always full. After hearing Ash's question, it immediately told Ash about its feelings after evolution. Its feelings are basically consistent with Ash's judgment. There is no need to make too many changes to the previous special training plan. After the episode of the Forsaken's evolution, Higurashi continued to move towards Tokiwa City. After walking and stopping along the way, about 10 days later, Ash and his friends finally saw the outline of Tokiwa City in the distance. Considering that Misty is afraid of insects, Ash did not choose to take the path in Tokiwa Forest when he left Tokiwa City. Instead, they took a long detour and chose to take the main road. Although it took a lot of time, the gains were not small. Dratini successfully upgraded from the original IV.27 to 4.32. At this moment, after defeating a Spearow that attacked them, meow, Dratini whimpered, and the momentum on his body began to rise continuously. Then the dazzling and brilliant evolutionary light appeared. Dratini, shrouded in the evolutionary light, quickly stretched and grew larger, and the light blue body gradually turned into cyanwood color. There are blue gems embedded in the neck and tail, which look crystal clear and valuable. In general, the evolved Dratini has lost its cuteness and immaturity and become noble and elegant. Although it has no wings, it already has the ability to fly. It also has the special ability to control the weather within a certain range. It must be said that as the second form of the first generation of quasi-gods, Dragonair is still quite high. Wow, Dragonair is so beautiful. Misty blinked her starry eyes and looked at the Dragonair floating in the sky. Pika. Yeah, it's really cool. Pikachu and Sabrina agreed one after another. Dragonair can be said to be the most beautiful period in the entire evolution chain of Dragonite. The mother of Dratini in the wild wilderness area was already elegant and beautiful enough. Dratini, who was carefully cultivated by Ash, is much more beautiful than its mother after evolution. Normal snake Pokemon are all fierce and cold styles, but Dragonair is completely different. It is most suitable to describe it as holy and elegant. Compared with Dratini, who is more cute than elegant, and Dragonite, who becomes silly in the final form, Dragonair can sit at the same table with Serperior and even Milotic. Aesthetics is hard to describe, but in Ash's opinion, Dragonair's appearance is definitely very good. I really can't understand that its final evolution form would be a khaki Dragonite, which won the nickname of Fat. I can only say that the quasi-god Dragonite has a species strength of 600. Is this high class? Can it be defeated? It's all because of Dragonair's good looks. Okay, let's go to the Pokemon Center first. Ash took back Dragonair with a smile and said to the two women. At this time, Viridian City was very close to everyone, accelerating their pace. The three of them soon returned to the first city that Ash passed by when he just started his journey. Returning to Viridian City, there's a sense of sighing of revisiting an old place, even though they had only left for a few months. Hey Ash, Misty, are you back to Viridian City again? Is this lady your new partner? In the Pokemon Center, Ash once helped Nurse Joy here defeat the troubled Rocket Trio and avoid a major accident. So as soon as the three of them entered the Pokemon Center, they were recognized by Nurse Joy. Well, she is Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City, but now she is our travel partner. The trip for the gym badge is coming to an end, so we have to go home and prepare for the next highlight, the Indigo Plateau Conference. We passed through Tokiwa City and plan to challenge the Tokiwa gym here to win the last gym badge. Ash first introduced Sabrina, and then explained to Nurse Joy the reason for returning. So she's the gym leader of Saffron Gym. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect, Ash, that you got 7 badges so quickly. You are really strong. I look forward to your performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. But I have to remind you, you have to pay attention to Giovanni, the trainer of Tokiwa Gym. Although he is usually very low-key, he is actually one of the strongest gym trainers in Kanto. Nurse Joy reminded Ash in a low voice. She didn't know Giovanni's true identity, and only thought of Giovanni as the protector arranged by the Alliance in Tokiwa City. Ash nodded and handed over the Pokemon Pokédex. Misty and Sabrina also did identity verification. Ash originally wanted to book 2 rooms, but Misty righteously asked Nurse Joy for 1 more room. Although Ash was a little puzzled, he didn't ask much. Maybe it's because she's close to her hometown that she has become a little reserved. Misty's nature is still tsundere after all, and the Nurse Joy in front of him is basically a witness to her and Ash's journey. After checking in, the 2 girls had a good rest. Ash returned from the room and called his good friend Gary in the lobby on the 1st floor. Luckily, Gary happened to be in Tokiwa City. Compared to Ash and his 3 friends who traveled on foot most of the time, Gary, who drove a sports car for a long time in the early stage, collected badges much faster than Ash. Of course, this was also related to Ash's travel mode of combining work and rest. The call was connected, and Gary's somewhat dusty face appeared on the other side of the screen. Not only his face, but also his always clean, handsome, and stylish hedgehog hair turned into a messy mess at this moment. "It's Ash. Why are you calling me, young master?" Gary typed yawn. After the high-intensity badge collection trip, he is now staying in a hotel in Tokiwa City. Although Professor Oak took away most of the travel expenses, he can still afford to stay in a hotel occasionally. After all, he had been sleeping in the open air all the way, and he finally returned to his hometown Pallet Town 17. So he must enjoy it. "Gary, I'm at the Pokemon Center in Viridian City now. I've finished challenging the Viridian Gym, and we'll be back to Pallet Town soon. I'm telling you, this Viridian Gym is quite challenging. I'm having a hard time." "Master Gary, how many gyms have you challenged? You haven't even collected all 8 gym badges, have you?" "No way. Our gym trainer's that hard to beat." Ash pinched his throat and deliberately said in a particularly nagging tone. Gary blushed immediately when he saw this. As a rival since childhood, he has always felt superior when facing Ash. Better family background, charming girlfriend, excellent Pokemon battle command ability, he has always had the upper hand in these areas. But as the journey deepened, he repeatedly heard his grandfather, whom he regarded as an idol, praise Ash, and even canceled his travel funding support. So he could only travel by foot, and his girlfriend group also left him. But it made him Mio for a while. But he didn't lose his will. Instead, he put all the blame on Ash, waiting for a day to settle the score. Now is obviously a good opportunity. Tisk, just wait for me. Challenging a gym leader, it's easy for me, but it's really hard for you. Just watch how I, Master Gary, sweep the Tokiwa Gym next. Gary was so anxious that he jumped up and said quickly, "Damn, Ash, you cut off my grandfather's support for me." His girlfriends also left him. "This time I must teach you a lesson. Let you see my talent in the field of Pokemon battles." Gary imagined that he could easily defeat the Tokiwa gym trainer as usual, and Ash bowed his head and admitted his mistakes in front of him, and he couldn't help but show an exaggerated smile. Ash, on his side, hung up the phone directly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. "Very good. Good brother Gary has taken the bait." With him setting a routine for himself in front, it will definitely trigger the plot of Mutwo's defection. After Mutwo escapes Giovanni's control, he will challenge the Tokiwa Gym to get the Earth Badge from Giovanni. Complete the gym battle rewards closely related to Mutuo, improve Mutuo's intimacy, and prepare for the next step of conquering it. Thinking to this point, Ash showed an evil smile like a little yellow hair. Intar, the victim has become Giovanni. This feeling is quite strange. As soon as he returned to the room, Ash's body surface was covered with a layer of psychic blue light, making him unable to move. "Stop it, Sabrina." Ash looked at Sabrina floating out of the bedroom and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm not messing with you." Giving Ash a charming look, Sabrina entangled with him like a mermaid, first directly facing Asha. After a long time, the lips parted and a pair of small hands restlessly moved down along the chest. Ash's face was slightly bitter. "My little psychic is really inferior to others. It makes me lose face in front of Sabrina. I can't continue like this." After a heavy thought, it's a painful and happy enjoyment. After several experiences, Sabrina obviously has tasted the sweetness. However, Psychic also inherited the ability of Psychic Pokémon. The mental power is strong, and the body will break at the touch. At this time, her performance is not much better than Misty, but her mouth is much harder than Misty, who has a proud personality. She's also responsible for starting a fire, but not putting it out. Ash glanced at the clock above, and it was about an hour before the gathering time for dinner. The three people's rooms are on the 3rd floor. Misty usually knocks on Sabrina's door first, so I have to make a quick decision. Taking advantage of Sabrina's slackness after the charge, Ash's eyes flashed with the blue light of Psychic, exchanged positions, and firmly controlled the situation in his own hands. Sabrina had already reached her limit at this time. She was beaten to the point of being defeated by Ash and could only beg for mercy. As a queen, 850 also showed her feminine nature at this moment. "By the way, Ash, why do you want to challenge the Tokiwa Gym? Giovanni of the Tokiwa Gym, did you know he came by?" After a moment, seeing that Ash's eyes were still not right, he was ready to continue fighting. Sabrina decisively admitted defeat, rolled her eyes at Ash, and began to change the subject abruptly. However, the effect was quite good, and it dispelled Ash's idea of continuing to exert his strength. After all, the Tokiwa Gym and Giovanni were also a hurdle that Sabrina had to overcome. The key point was that the task of breaking off relations with Team Rocket had to start with Shiroki. "Don't worry about the Tokiwa Gym. I understand what you mean. I've already asked someone to help me explore the way. I will decide how to challenge the gym after his challenge is over. As for what you think in your heart, don't worry too much. No one will mind," Ash said with a smile. He has never been the kind of hypocritical person who is full of morality, but is actually very hypocritical. As a former Rocket Team executive, Sabrina must have done a lot of bad things during her time with the Rocket Team. She even turned many challengers into right-handed statues when she was at the Saffron Gym. As long as they're not close to him, Ash does not have too much psychological burden about it. After hearing Ash's words, Sabrina's beautiful eyes sparkled. She silently calculated Ash's chance of winning against Giovanni. After leaving Team Rocket, she also maintained a high level of vigilance against Giovanni. Fortunately, Ash seemed to know something about Giovanni, as can be seen from the fact that he changed a wave of Pokémon before coming to the Tokiwa Gym and brought the main players with him. Obviously, in Ash's mind, the difficulty of the Tokiwa Gym was higher than the Fuchsia Gym, where the future Poison Elite Koga was in charge, and the Cinnabar Gym, where the former Fire Elite Blaine was in charge. And even if the main players were all around, there were several champion-level Pokémon, and if it was a region with other weaknesses, they could even try to challenge the Region Lord. Ash still maintained his fear of the Tokiwa Gym, and had to find someone to test it before challenging it. This caution also made Sabrina admire him very much. Giovanni, the owner of the Tokiwa Gym and the leader of Team Rocket, rarely showed his full strength in public. But as an executive of Team Rocket, she knew very well that Giovanni might have the terrifying strength of a champion, and he might have hidden many cards. After all, he is the person in charge of Team Rocket, a huge organization. Ash's cautious attitude was necessary in her opinion. I still have to remind you, in addition to his own strength, Giovanni might have hidden extremely terrifying cards. You have disrupted Team Rocket's plans along the way, especially my Ye Xuan from Vermilion City. As a member of Team Rocket, I know him very well. This guy likes to bully the weak and holds grudges. You targeted him so much, but he never came to revenge you. I think there are many strange things. Sabrina looked at Ash and analyzed seriously. Don't worry, I have made all preparations. There will be no problem. According to the development of the original plot, Mutwo at this time might have been tired of being Giovanni's tool for Pokemon battles. Confused, it wants to find the meaning of its existence in the world, and Giovanni can't give it the answer it wants at all. At this time, the appearance of good brother Gary is just right. As long as his plan is successful, then Ash will only have to face Giovanni. Even if Giovanni's Beedrill is extremely powerful, suspected to be at the level of a 3-level god, and can even tie a weaker Deoxys in a war of attrition, Ash still has his own way to deal with it. For example, the ancient Dragonite, who is also a 3-level god. This trip, he also plans to crush the dragon crystal that the ancient Dragonite gave him when they parted in Lampulky City. Before gaining the recognition of a stronger divine beast, the ancient Dragonite is undoubtedly Ash's strongest trump card. In case of an unexpected situation, when Giovanni is willing to expose his identity to target himself, it is definitely unrealistic to expect the Alliance to send someone to deal with Giovanni. So he still has to trouble his good friend Dragonite to scout on the side. Sabrina can also give him some help when necessary. Moreover, after all, he is just going to challenge the gym. A villain like Giovanni, who is very cunning and never shows his emotions, would not easily do such a dangerous act of overturning the card table. After all, he has been operating in Viridian City for so many years, and I don't think he would Solation and Ash self-destruct. On the other side, Gary, who couldn't wait to overwhelm Ash, decisively replaced the strongest Pokemon lineup from his grandfather, Professor Oak. Then he left the hotel and went straight to the Pokemon Center, and found Ash, who was hiding in the room of the Pokemon Center. Ash, just watch how I beat the Viridian Gym. This time I will open your eyes. I heard that you were in a tough battle, and I will easily sweep the Viridian Gym. You just need to follow behind and watch. Facing the aggressive Gary, Ash decisively raised his thumb and shook his head. Awesome, but I'm not going to watch. If you can really take down the Tokiwa Gym, I'll consider you awesome, but I don't think you have much of a chance. Misty, Sabrina, let's go shopping. As he said that, Ash snapped his fingers, walked past Gary with Misty and Sabrina. 014110017 Philo 094012250. Looking at the three of them talking and laughing, Gary's face turned pale. Even though he once had a girlfriend in the enhanced group, he had to admit that Sabrina and Misty were very pretty. Especially Sabrina, who had a noble and cold temperament, and even he didn't dare to look directly at her. Such an excellent woman actually talked and laughed with Ash, and acted so intimately, which made him jealous. Originally, he was going to show off in front of Ash. Unexpectedly, he suffered a big setback as soon as he saw him. Gary simply went straight to the Tokiwa Gym without stopping. Now it seems that only trainer who easily defeated the Tokiwa Gym can beat Ash. Maybe by then, the dark green-haired beauty beside Ash will also be attracted by his talent. Then she will abandon the dark and join the light and come to him. Tokiwa Department Store. Ash was not joking, but really took Misty and Sabrina to the mall. Ash, he's your good brother since childhood. After all, you just let him go to die. Looking at Misty, who walked into the fitting room with a pile of clothes, Not couldn't help but use telepathy to ask. No problem. Gary is Professor Oak's grandson after all. He just challenged a gym. Giovanni. Goodly may not make a big deal. Besides, he's taking the blame for me. After all, I don't have such a good family background as him, right? That's right, from his point of view, he really has to go. Compared with the safety of her man, Ash. Gary? She doesn't even know him. At this time, she mentioned it mainly to see what kind of attitude Ash has towards his good brother from his youth. It seems that Ash still considers Gary's safety and is not just using him. He uses him mainly because of Professor Oak behind him. In this way, Nazi quickly convinced herself. If her voice at this moment was heard by Gary, he would definitely say F***K. As expected, she and Ash are a family. There is no psychological burden in doing such things that harm others and benefit oneself. An hour after Gary left the Pokémon Center, Ash and the other two who returned to the Pokémon Center heard a loud noise coming from the direction of the Viridian Gym. Then the radio at the Pokémon Center began to report that some accidents had occurred at the Viridian Gym. Gym Master Giovanni needed to go out to deal with some things, and the gym was now under the charge of an acting gym master. Trainers who wanted to challenge the Viridian Gym should prepare in advance. Many trainers who stayed at the Pokémon Center immediately became excited when they heard the radio. This is the Viridian Gym, where Giovanni the Earth is in charge, and it is recognized by the trainer community as one of the most difficult gyms to challenge in the Kanto region. This makes the Earth Badge extremely valuable among the trainer community. And now, according to the radio, something seems to have happened at the Viridian Gym, and even Giovanni has temporarily left the gym. The key is that an acting gym master has been hired, so I think he will not be able to continue to be in charge of the gym in the short term. No matter what happened to the Viridian Gym, it would be great for them if they could take the opportunity to get the Earth Badge. For many badge collectors, the Earth Badge is a regret in their hearts. Now that they have a chance to get it, they can show off in front of outsiders. Besides, who else but themselves knows that this Earth Badge is not 103, but is obtained by challenging Giovanni? Realizing this, the Pokémon Center suddenly became chaotic. Trainers rushed out of the hall like locusts and headed straight for the Tokiwa Gym. Well done. You are worthy of being my good brother Gary. It must be the noise caused by Mutwo's defection just now. Giovanni's reaction also proves this from the side. Ash, who is still sitting in the Pokémon Center, raised his lips. He silently appreciated Gary's efforts. If he can capture Mutwo this time, he can also be credited with a merit. Well, reward him with a fight with Mutwo? It's different from the time with Giovanni. I will definitely not beat him to lose confidence. Because most trainers have left to challenge the Tokiwa Gym, the Pokémon Center seems very empty at this moment. Misty and Sabrina ate some pastries casually. After taking a sip of milk, Shallow looked at Ash and asked, "Now that all these trainers have gone to challenge the gym, shouldn't you go too? If Rival is not the original gym trainer of begins., it should be much easier to challenge than before." Misty didn't know the existence of Mutwo, nor did she know the true identity of Giovanni, so she asked this. If it was just to challenge the gym, going now would definitely be the best choice. But this time, Ash didn't want to solve the task of Nazi and let her make a break with her past self and Team Rocket. DB, I think Ash should care more about the difficulty of the gym challenge now. As the Indigo Plateau Conference is approaching, he also needs a stronger rival to laser focus himself. Am I right? Ash, seeing that Ash was a little hesitant, he quickly explained for him. Yes, Sabrina is right. The temporary gym leader's strength is not very good at first glance. Let's wait for Giovanni to come back. Ash laughed. While the three were talking, a spiky-haired boy walked in from the door. It was Gary. At this moment, he lowered his head and remained silent. His eyes were distracted, and he looked like a broken contest condition. When he challenged the Tokiwa Gym, he had already used all his means, but his main Pokémon was still beaten by Mutwo, a Pokémon he had never seen before, and he had no power to fight back. The key point was that Ash also got the badge of this gym. Ash, do you think the gym leaders we challenged before were all letting us down and letting us succeed in the challenge? If we show our true strength, we will definitely lose. Ignoring Nurse Joy's surprised look, Gary sat down in front of Ash and the other two. His tone was quite lonely. Ash could see at a glance that his good brother was autistic because of Mutwo and even began to have some lack of confidence in himself. In fact, Gary's strength in the original plot has always been quite good. There is also a plot in which he scolds the one-ball Superman Go-Go. He is much stronger than Ash in the original plot and does not spoil Go-Go at all. The reason why he only made it to the top 32 in the Indigo Plateau Conference, which is worse than Ash, is mainly because he met the favorite to win the Indigo Plateau Conference early, so he was eliminated early. If he had better luck, and the rival he matched was not so abnormal, it would be possible to reach the top 4. After all, even Richie, who uses Pikachu like Ash, can reach the top 8 with his amazing luck. And considering that Gary's living expenses were cut off by Professor Oak early, he can only travel step by step. His strength must be much stronger than in the original plot. Ash, who had just cheated Gary, decided to do something a little more honest. Tell Gary about Giovanni's lack of martial ethics and Mutwo's strength to help him regain his confidence. Of course, Ash didn't say that he hadn't challenged the Tokiwa gym yet. He just vaguely said that he didn't encounter Mutwo when he fought in the gym. In the end, Ash hoped that Gary would give up being a trainer and become a Pokemon researcher. It must be said that Gary's personality began to change after he became a Pokemon researcher. In this way, he would also give him some research topics in the future. They are guaranteed to be research topics of legendary Pokemon. Who knows, he might become a great Pokemon researcher like his grandfather in the future. After Ash's consolation, Gary's mentality recovered a lot, and he immediately planned to return to Pallet Town as soon as possible to start special training. He was working hard to improve himself before the Indigo Plateau Conference. After sending Gary away, Ash turned his head and looked at Sabrina. There was a smile in her beautiful eyes. Miserable. Gary is too miserable. This is simply selling you out, and you're still helping count the money? If he knew that Ash was using him to test the waters and weigh the way to the Tokiwa gym, I wonder how he would react. I can only say that Ash is still too treacherous. Gary returned to Pallet Town. Ash and the other two stayed in the Pokemon Center for another 2 or 3 days, until they saw several waves of trainers who had set out to challenge the Tokiwa gym with pride, but came back with their heads down and their eyes unfocused. The contrast between the before and after was like a bullied young wife who had just been ravaged, with a face full of grievance and confusion. Something was wrong. They all told me that the badge of the Tokiwa gym was easy to get now. That stern-faced, middle-aged gym leader was really terrifyingly strong. Seeing their reactions, Ash immediately knew that Giovanni must have returned to the Tokiwa gym. Thinking that the time was ripe, it was time to complete the Tokiwa gym challenge mission. Sabrina, Misty, it's time to go. After a simple meal, the 3 of them headed straight for the Tokiwa gym. The Tokiwa gym, a landmark building in Tokiwa City, was quite solemn and majestic. There were also 2 warriors guarding the door wearing mighty armor and holding long-handled weapons, looking simple and majestic. Challengers with weaker auras would be easily frightened by this display and would consciously raise their vigilance towards this gym. Ash and the other 2 walked straight into the gym. Bang! The weapons of the 2 armored warriors crossed forward, and the sound of metal collision was heard when they collided. You two, I am Trainer Ash from Pallet Town, and I have come to challenge the Tokiwa gym. Ash, who knew the process, decisively revealed his identity, and in his heart he did not forget to complain about Giovanni's middle-aged taste. It would be better to erect 2 Pokemon statues than to have these 2 gate gods guarding the place. The 2 warriors looked at each other and nodded. Then they took back their weapons and turned back into the cold statues they had before. The door of the Viridian gym also opened at this moment. Okay, let's go in, Ash said to the 2 women behind him. Misty, who was following behind Ash, was very excited. I was thinking about whether she should get a pair of Majestic Water Pokemon statues to guard the door when she takes over the Cerulean gym in the future. As for Sabrina, she looked a little serious when she saw her former boss Giovanni again. Don't worry too much. I have asked Dragonite to guard the coast east of Viridian Forest. If there is any disturbance, it can rush over immediately. Besides, I don't believe that Giovanni would rather give up the Viridian gym and the forces of Viridian City that he has run for many years to target me. Seeing Sabrina's serious expression, Ash immediately communicated with her telepathically. Ash from Pallet Town and Miss Sabrina, the gym master of Saffron City. Come with me. The gym master is waiting for you at the battle site. As soon as he entered the gym, a short-haired beauty in a secretary's uniform came to Ash, sat in front of the three people, then turned around and led the way for the three people. "Hey, why are you only calling your two names? And me too." Ignoring Misty's complaints, from an invisible perspective, the short-haired secretary's eyes were filled with cold light. A former executive who defected from Team Rocket, a psychic who was once highly regarded by the city art leader. There is also a trainer from Pallet Town, who once caused Ma Jisher to lose his status as a gym trainer. The last Pallet Town trainer who came here was the grandson of that old guy, Oak, a cocky guy. He caused huge losses to the organization, and the leader's strongest weapon also defected in the gym battle with him and disappeared. Following Mana, it didn't take long for the two to arrive at the battle site of the Tokiwa gym. The short-haired Secretary Mana bowed slightly. "Master, the challenger has been brought here." "Very good. Are you Ash from Pallet Town?" In the darkness, Giovanni, who only showed his back, turned around, and his cold and domineering eyes fell on Ash. He had heard of Ash, the rookie trainer who caused Team Rocket to lose a key gym trainer's seat, and even the information of Ash and others had been presented to him long ago. But at that time, Giovanni didn't care about Ash. At most, he had a super ancient Dragonite as a friend. Ash didn't even dare to say that he could call Dragonite anytime and anywhere. Even if he could call it, it was hard to say whether he could make it in time. When Mutuo was born, the so-called super ancient Dragonite was only a one-round enemy in front of it. But now Mutuo has defected, and Sabrina, who is amazingly psychic, has become Ash's partner. In this case, there is no need to consider whether it is in time. Please give flowers. When the two conditions of Psychic Sabrina and Super Ancient Dragonite are met, the threat to Team Rocket becomes very large. Should we kill him now? Giovanni stared at Ash with cold eyes, then looked at Sabrina with a complicated expression beside him. "Sabrina, long time no see. I didn't expect you to walk with a rookie trainer. Why? Is it that thing that makes you dissatisfied?" Giovanni's words were dark and obscure, with a hint of meaning. Ash's right hand behind his back was slightly closed, and he could crush the Dragonite in the backpack with just a thought. Let the Dragonite from afar protect the three of them. It's not about satisfaction or dissatisfaction. I just like the feeling of traveling with him. Sabrina shook her head and laughed softly. Hearing this, Giovanni's face suddenly looked a little strange. "What are you talking about? I don't understand anything at all." "Sister Sabrina, you know the gym leader?" Misty scratched her head and asked in confusion. She really couldn't understand Giovanni's encrypted conversation. But then Sabrina was referring to should be Ash. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Giovanni's expression eased slightly. It was definitely not worth it to expose his identity for a mere rookie trainer and lose the convenient identity of a gym trainer. As for Sabrina, the traitor, Giovanni knew the terribleness of her psychic, which was basically impossible to defend against. At this moment, he was afraid that he would not get any advantage if he tore his face with Ash and the other two. The current priority is to find Mutuo back. Since its birth, it has been constantly instilled with the idea of loyalty to Team Rocket. Even if it defected now, Giovanni believed that it was just a child's rebellious nature. There will be a day when he will return to the right path, and he will never allow anyone to touch Mutuo. When Mutuo returns to the control of Team Rocket, Sabrina and the ancient Dragonite can be easily crushed. As the leader of Team Rocket, his ambition is to rule the world and shape the order for a long time. The battle with Gary finally made Mutuo completely confused about why he exists. If Gary didn't work this time, Ash would probably put aside the task of challenging the Tokiwa gym for the time being. After all, the reward is good, but it's useless if you can't get it. Challenging the Tokiwa gym with Mutuo in charge, he might even lose in the gym battle. Ash felt that the murderous intent in Giovanni's eyes quickly eased, and he felt that the sense of crisis in his heart had dissipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. With the ancient Dragonite as a trump card, Ash was not afraid that Giovanni would turn against him directly. But if this happened, the task would definitely not be completed. At that time, Mutuo's Earl Dervish intimacy could not be improved, and the intimacy-enhancing props in his backpack would naturally not be so 440. It would definitely be no problem for him to get Mutuo's recognition like in the original plot, but if he wanted to conquer it, 50% intimacy would definitely not be enough. Moreover, in the original plot, Ash risked being blasted into pieces by the skills of 2 first-level gods before he succeeded in moving Mutuo and gaining its recognition. Ash didn't want to be turned into a stone statue by Mutuo. He would never allow such a thing that his fate was not controlled by himself to happen. If it weren't for the favorability of Mutuo Earl Dervish, he could have avoided Mutuo's counterattack temporarily. After all, Mutuo was not like the creator god in Sinnoh who could really destroy the world. The worst thing was to catch Mutuo with the Master Ball rewarded by the system and then slowly train him. He has always been steady and only fights battles that he is sure of. Mutuo is important, but it must be done on the premise of saving his own life. After all, there are countless excellent Stephanies and Pokémon waiting for him in the future. Fortunately, Giovanni somehow seems to have given up the idea of targeting Ash and eliminating Sabrina, the traitor. Then he only needs to win the gym battle of the Tokiwa Gym to complete the task and improve the intimacy of Mutuo. After defeating Mutuo, he would have the confidence to attack face-to-face in front of Giovanni. Although he gave up the idea of exposing his identity and dealing with Ash and Sabrina, the traitor. But it did not prevent Giovanni from planning to teach Ash a lesson. He caused Majishur to lose his status as a gym leader and swindled the Rocket Team's special executive with unlimited potential. Ash has already caused a lot of harm to the Rocket Team. As expected, the trainers from Pallet Town are just as annoying as that old Professor Oak. The gym battle adopts the 3v3 battle rules, and the gym leader will send out Pokémon first. Only the challenger can change Pokémon in the middle of the battle. If all 3 Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, the battle will be considered a failure. The uniformed Secretary Manori adjusted his glasses and came to the referee's stand to announce the battle rules. Rookie Challenger, prepare to welcome the baptism of the Tokiwa Gym. Giovanni slowly took out a Pokeball from his waist and then threw it gently. Bang! With a loud bang, an elite-level golem, a size larger than the one used to fight Gary in the original plot, appeared in front of Giovanni. Pokemon, Golem, level IV.53. Facing Ash, whose strongest foreign aid was only the ancient Dragonite rookie trainer. The first Pokemon Giovanni sent out was elite level. It can be seen that Ash really made him furious this time. 2 days ago, the gym battle between Chien and Trainer Gary, who was also from Pallet Town, led to Mutuo's defection. He was furious. But because Gary was the grandson of Professor Oak, the Pokemon professor who was highly valued by the Kanto Alliance, he could not do it. In addition, Professor Oak's reputation among the people was also very high. If he attacked him, it would definitely arouse public anger. By then, Team Rocket might not just be hated by everyone. Usually, when a region arouses public outrage, the Pokemon Alliance will definitely not sit still and will definitely end up. And he just happened to lose Mutuo, so he was naturally able to be cowardly. Just at this time, another person who made him extremely hate but did not have such a big background, Ash, came to his door without exposing his identity as the leader of Team Rocket. It is normal for gym leaders to occasionally abuse challengers. It can be explained by being in a bad mood or increasing the intensity of the battle out of appreciation. Anyway, in the end, as long as the badge is handed over to Ash, it is reasonable to beat up his Pokemon. After all, this also represents his recognition as a gym leader of his outstanding junior rookie trainer. You have to be careful, Ash. Although he just sensed that Giovanni's killing intent had subsided, he saw this Pokemon Golem with amazing strength, which was far beyond the strength of the gym assessment. Sabrina raised her eyebrows and transmitted through telepathy. She used to think that Giovanni was very big and limited Hideki. Now it seems that this is not the case. This is completely forgetting that he is still a gym leader and he intends to teach Ash a lesson. After a brief contempt with a mentality of watching the show, No one knows Ash's powerful strength better than her. If Giovanni only regards him as an ordinary rookie trainer who only relies on the super ancient Dragonite, he will definitely be defeated by Ash. Elite-level golems are indeed powerful, but you have to see who your rival is. Ash can even subdue the lightning 5.8 bird trainer, and it is a champion-level Zapdos. Elite-level golems are really not enough in front of him at the moment. Elite-level golems. She would like to call it the most intense gym battle. Even Blaine and Koga can hardly release such a powerful Pokemon at the beginning of the gym battle. It can only be said that Giovanni's intention to teach Ash a lesson is already obvious. Unfortunately, Ash is not a soft persimmon that he can squeeze, and he will definitely slap Giovanni in the face in this battle. Staring at Giovanni, Sabrina blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, and her mind was full of thoughts that favored Ash. As for Giovanni, he is just an unscrupulous former boss. If you don't know him well, don't come and get him. Ding! Hidden mission. Complete Sabrina's complete disconnection from Team Rocket. Mission reward. Mewtwomage Evolution Stone Y. Perfect grade. Sabrina's favorability increased by 10%. The item has been placed in the system space and can be used at any time. Hey, Ash, who was confronting Giovanni, was stunned when he heard the voice. The hand holding the Pokeball stopped in midair. He subconsciously looked toward Sabrina. What happened? How come the mission that seemed difficult to him was completed so muddled? As a front of Team Rocket, Sabrina is almost a core member who only needs to obey Giovanni. She has a very close relationship with Team Rocket, and it is definitely not easy to cut off easily. He was still thinking about how to start with Giovanni, but he didn't expect that Sabrina's mission had been completed. Has she figured out herself? This is indeed the case. The so-called position determines the attitude. In the past, Giovanni could have a good impression in front of her because she was thinking about the problem from the perspective of her own Team Rocket executive. Since 17 and Ash have a close relationship now, she naturally has to think on Ash's side. The intimacy has increased again. Sabrina's intimacy with Ash has reached more than 90, the same as Misty. Facing Ash's confused look, she smiled sweetly, signaling Ash to concentrate on the battle. After hearing her telepathy, Ash's mouth slightly raised and showed the half-raised Pokeball. Bulbasaur, come and challenge the limit of your own combat power. Seed. A white light flashed, and the confident Bulbasaur appeared. At this time, Bulbasaur's level is only IV.40, and its size is completely disproportionate to Golem. Seeing the Bulbasaur in front of Ash, Giovanni showed disdain, with contempt in his eyes. Bulbasaur in the form of Earl Dervish seems to be of a high level. That is, the evolution of Bulbasaur is suppressed by the immutable stone. Wasting resources to limit the ability of Pokemon is a childish behavior that only a rookie trainer like Ash would do. No matter how fast Bulbasaur is, it is useless if he does not have enough combat power. With this level gap, even with the attribute restraint, it must be difficult to break his Golem's defense. With this in mind, Giovanni planned to deal with Ash as soon as possible. It would be best if he could break his faith and doubt his life. Golem, heavy slam. Taking big steps, the Golem rushed straight towards Bulbasaur. Let it see your speed, Bulbasaur. Whoosh! As soon as Ash finished speaking, Bulbasaur easily avoided the Golem's attack with amazing speed. Razor Leaf. While the Golem was unable to react, the Razor Leaf hit. This power, impossible. Accompanied by the Golem's scream of pain. Giovanni, who originally thought that it was okay to take the Razor Leaf attack, was shocked. Cast an incomprehensible look at Bulbasaur. You're just a Bulbasaur with less than elite strength. Even if the attribute is restrained, the power of the move should not be so strong. While Golem has not recovered, Bulbasaur directly uses Sunny Day to make the sunlight in the venue become fierce. Don't give it a chance, Golem, roll out. Golem shrinks into a giant ball and rushes straight towards Bulbasaur. Agility, get out of the way, Sunshine Flame. At this time, Bulbasaur once again shows its dazzling speed and easily avoids Golem's rollout attack. At the same time, it accumulates sunlight power and instantly releases Sunshine Flame. Boom! Before Giovanni can react, Golem has been blown away by Bulbasaur's Sunshine Flame. The amazing speed, coupled with the use of Sunny Day, turned Bulbasaur into a high-speed turret, playing with Golem in the palm of his hand. So what if it is an elite-level Pokémon? Putting aside the protagonist's aura of challenging beyond the level, Ash has spent a lot of effort in training Bulbasaur. Golem's attack power is indeed very strong, but what's the point if the skills can't hit Bulbasaur? Golem has lost its combat ability. Bulbasaur wins. Please ask the gym leader to change Pokémon. In the referee's seat, Mana had a blank expression on his face, but in fact he had secretly cursed in his heart hundreds of times before announcing the result of the battle. Come back, Golem. Giovanni put Golem back into the Pokeball with a sullen face. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and his contemptuous expression quickly turned into solemnity. As a trainer, just now, he had already given his all, but he didn't expect that he still had no way to deal with Ash's Bulbasaur. Although his Bulbasaur has an attribute advantage, the level difference between the two sides cannot be ignored. There is no doubt that Ash's trainer level is still very good. His combat power is not comparable to that of the main lineup, but at least he can reach the level of an elite trainer. This is really hard to understand. He is obviously just a rookie trainer who has just started and has not even participated in the regional competition. Could it be that this kid is Trainer 770, who is more talented than the champion trainer? At present, this is the only reasonable explanation. Bulbasaur's level has increased from IV.40 to 4.42. Bulbasaur defeated an elite Golem that is much higher than itself and gained a huge amount of experience points. In addition to the experience it had accumulated before, it directly crossed 2 levels in a row. After winning the first small victory, Bulbasaur was promoted by 2 levels. It could be said to be a double happiness. Ash's mouth curled up. Good. The experience points gained from fighting high-level Pokémon are indeed the longest. If this is changed to brushing small monsters in the wild, at least a few wild Pokémon groups must be killed, and a lot of medicines must be wasted to achieve the same effect. It is both time-consuming and laborious, but it is a pity that there are not many perfect sparring partners like Giovanni. Raising his inner vigilance against Ash, Giovanni then sent out his second Pokémon. Get ready for battle. Persian. Pokémon. Persian. Level 0.55. Persian is indeed one of Giovanni's representative Pokémon, and its level is also a little higher than the previous Golem. Don't underestimate this little bit. It is no exaggeration to say that the time unit required to upgrade elite-level Pokémon is calculated in months. Come back, Bulbasaur. Ash knew that Bulbasaur was definitely not an elite-level Persian rival, so he didn't choose to be brave and let Bulbasaur defeat Persian. With a huge level gap, it would be extremely difficult for Bulbasaur to win against Persian, who was not slow and had no attribute restraint. If he tried, at most Bulbasaur could consume some of Persian's physical strength, which would not have a decisive impact on the battle. Ash naturally didn't want Bulbasaur to be beaten anymore. Despite the aura of Ash, he could still stay rational during the battle. There would be no scene of hot-blooded attack without caring about anything. Show some courage. Hold on. Come on. Such lines would never come from Ash's mouth. He is used to making rational judgments after carefully calculating the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. It's okay once or twice occasionally, but if he always puts his Pokémon at a disadvantage and fights against Pokémon with obvious attribute restraint, and a much higher level than them, that means he is not competent as a trainer. Instead of relying on Pokémon to defeat rival, which is much stronger than itself, by relying on explosive fighting methods at critical moments, isn't this an overdraft of Pokémon's potential? What is your role as a trainer? As the name suggests, a trainer should focus more on training than fighting. As the saying goes, 10 years of hard work behind the scenes. Training is also to reduce the possibility of Pokémon being seriously injured in formal battles, so that Pokémon can grow better. Of course, this means that Ash is against defeating the strong with the weak. When encountering a situation with a large level gap, Combined with attribute restraint and the advantages of his own Pokémon, he will face the challenge after confirming that there is a certain probability of winning. This can also laser-focus Pokémon's Strongheart, the spirit of not backing down in the face of any powerful rival. Of course, there is no need to waste time when the winning rate is too low. The so-called Strongheart is ultimately accumulated through victory. It can be seen that the gap between the Pokémon of both sides is not facade. This kid is quite interesting. Seeing Ash make full use of the Challenger's authority to change Pokémon and decisively take Bulbasaur back, when he did not use Bulbasaur, who had good physical strength, to try to consume Persian's physical strength, Giovanni's expressionless face inadvertently flashed a touch of praise. The young man was mature and judged the situation. He did not have the stupidity of the hot-blooded boy who would never admit defeat unless he was beaten to a pulp. Carrot, at -2 at plus. What an excellent rookie trainer. It would be great if he could be recruited into the Rocket team. It's a pity that he is from Pallet Town, and he is an excellent talent cultivated by the old guy Oak for Alliance. Giovanni sighed with some disappointment in his heart, and at the same time cast his eyes on Ash on the opposite side. I was curious about what kind of Pokémon he would send to deal with his Persian, who is as strong as a whole Pokémon team. I'll leave it to you next, Pikachu. Pika. The second Pokémon Ash sent was Pikachu. The little guy jumped off his shoulder and ran into the battlefield. Against Persian, Pikachu, who was also agile and not much different in level, was a good choice. On the other hand, Ash deliberately concealed his own strength to avoid being overly concerned by the Rocket Force before he found Mutwo. In fact, Pikachu's combat power is stronger than ordinary elite-level Pokémon. With the blessing of the exclusive item Light Ball, it is probably not much worse than Zapdos at the same level. The key is that Pikachu is still his closest partner, and the tacit cooperation between the two naturally needs no explanation. Persian, Crazy Fury Swipes. Pikachu, Jump Up and Dodge. Persian's skilled abilities Crazy Fury Swipes are far more powerful than usual. Pikachu easily dodges with its amazing speed. The two engage in a fierce, high-speed, offensive battle. In this battle, Pikachu almost uses all his strength, and the dazzling golden spark flashes in the Tokiwa gym. Ash also uses all his means to assist Pikachu in the battle through telepathy, and finally defeats Persian with a completely unconventional fighting mode. Pikachu. After defeating Persian, the wounded Pikachu staggers back to Ash and starts to celebrate. Well done, Pikachu. Ash quickly takes out the potion and patiently treats it, then picks it up and puts it back on his shoulder. So far, Giovanni has only one Pokémon left. Theoretically, Ash's Pikachu will be considered to have given up the qualification to continue fighting after being treated, and the remaining ones are of lower levels. Bulbasaur and a Pokémon that has not yet been deployed. At present, the chance of winning is quite high. Ash clenched his hands behind his back slightly. The second one has already sent out an elite Pokémon. Next, Giovanni will send out trump card Pokémon, such as Beedrill, whose combat power is comparable to that of a third-level god Pokémon. Ash is not surprised. In that case, he can only try to fight with Zapdos and see if he can defeat Giovanni with his own Psychic. As for the ancient Dragonite, it is not his Pokémon after all. It is okay to be his trump card, but it is definitely not realistic to use it as a permanent Pokémon to fight for him in the gym battle. Moreover, with the size of the ancient Dragonite, the Viridian Gym cannot bear it. Just when Ash was ready for the worst, Giovanni threw out the third Pokeball. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang and the trembling of the field. A sturdy Nidoqueen stepped onto the battlefield. Pokemon. Nidoqueen, qualification, gold, level, IV.62. A champion-level Nidoqueen. Young man, you are great to force out my Nidoqueen. I admire you, but if you can't defeat my Nidoqueen today, you still can't get the badge. Giovanni looked at Ash and said confidently, a champion-level Nidoking, his first-line main Pokemon. Although it is not a trump card Pokemon, its strength has already surpassed the trump card Pokemon of most gym trainers in the Kanto region, except for special cases like Blaine and Koga. I'll leave it to you next, Ghastly. Ash released his second Pokémon, the champion-level Ghastly. Except for Zapdos, Ghastly, who has also entered the champion level, is undoubtedly the most suitable to deal with Nidoqueen. Carrying exclusive props and strange abilities, Ghastly may not be the strongest Pokémon in Ash's team, but it is definitely the Pokémon that his rivals are most reluctant to encounter. At the beginning, under Ash's exquisite command, Ghastly even defeated the legendary Zapdos, which was a slightly higher level than it. Facing Nidoqueen, which is far inferior to Zapdos in all aspects, whether in terms of level or species strength, it has a considerable advantage. Even when facing Giovanni, a trainer with champion-level strength, Ash still maintains a considerable advantage, and quickly helps Ghastly gain the upper hand with all his means. Finally, with Ghastly's outstanding performance, Hypnosis succeeded and Nidoqueen was taken away with a Shadow Ball. Nidoqueen loses the ability to fight, Ghastly wins, and the winner of this battle is the challenger Ash. Midori almost gnashed her teeth and announced the result. She thought Giovanni would teach Ash a lesson, but she didn't expect Ash's strength as a rookie trainer to be so terrifying. Although Giovanni sent out the mixed order of the first and second lineup Pokemon this time, he didn't go all out. But Ash is just a rookie trainer after all, and he is the leader of Team Rocket. Come back, Nidoqueen. Giovanni clapped his hands and laughed loudly after taking back Nidoqueen. Looking at the whole Kanto, the only Ghastly this powerful is probably the one in the legend of Maiden Gorge. I didn't expect it to follow you. Although it's not a Pokemon you trained yourself, you can actually command a champion-level Pokemon to fight, which is already pretty good. You're pretty good, boy. Come to my gym to learn after this Indigo Plateau Conference. Your command ability is great, but you still have a long way to go in training Pokemon. With a teacher like me helping you, your journey as a Pokemon trainer will be easier. Being defeated by Ash, Giovanni was not ashamed or annoyed, but instead his love for talent that had been suppressed for a long time broke out again. Even though Ash was from Pallet Town, he wanted to win Ash over to Team Rocket. At worst, he could offer him huge profits. He believed that there was nothing in this world that could not be traded as long as you could offer enough benefits to make the other party excited. This is the way of life he believes in, and it is also the main reason why Team Rocket can thrive in the Kanto region and even the Johto region despite the pressure from the Kanto Alliance. As for those high-ranking counselors of the Kanto Alliance who are righteous, as long as the benefits are enough, they can also make them work for Team Rocket, perhaps with money, perhaps with beauty. And for a young trainer like Ash, Pokemon or reputation must be what they care about most. Then I can also help him to reach the top of the Indigo Alliance and become the champion trainer that everyone is looking forward to. Thinking of this, my eyes can't help but light up. Cultivate a regional champion and a genius who is expected to become a champion-level trainer in the future. By then, won't Team Rocket's power in the Kanto Alliance be able to directly compete with the President's faction of Damaranchi? If this happened normally, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, a trainer with champion-level talents would basically not join an evil organization like Team Rocket unless it was an extreme case. As long as you're strong enough, it is definitely more attractive to be the regional champion than to be the executive of Team Rocket who has to hide in the shadows. And those who can get to this point are mostly people who have traveled in the Pokemon world for many years, and they know the consequences of being blacklisted by the Pokemon Alliance degree. As the only official organization in the Pokemon world, the Pokemon Alliance can continuously absorb the best talents in the region, while Team Rocket can only secretly absorb trainers who have opinions about the Alliance and some covet reform enthusiasts. Ash doesn't look like the above two, so he has to use his identity as a gym leader to win over Ash through benefits. Even if he finds something strange in the future, he has already been tied to the Rocket team's big ship. I only need to buy off the members of the Pokemon Alliance to cooperate with my performance to force Ash to the Rocket team completely. I can only say that it is fortunate that the Alliance has not fully realized the terrifying potential of the boy in front of them. Not interested. I care more about the badge in your hand. Show some respect to the gym owner. Facing Ash, who looked indifferent, Managi couldn't help but scold. Hey, Managi, there's nothing wrong with what he said. Okay, one day you will definitely change your mind. Believe me, boy. Giovanni looked at Ash meaningfully, and then threw the Earth Badge to him. He turned around and left without any hesitation. I can only say that he is worthy of the style of a big boss. After finding Mewtwo, tame the boy in front of him. Pokémon Alliance. Even the entire Pokémon world belongs to Team Rocket. After getting the Earth Badge, Ash waited for the system's prompt sound with some excitement. He has been waiting for Mewtwo's intimacy for a long time. Once the intimacy of this wave of gym tasks is obtained, he only needs to find Mewtwo to immediately establish a partnership with it. At that time, conquering Mewtwo will no longer be a dream. Ding! Triggering task. Accept Giovanni's proposal, attach to Team Rocket, and become the successor of Team Rocket. Task completion reward. Can greatly mobilize Team Rocket's resources to make Team Rocket executive obey you. Mewtwo's favorability permanently drops to negative numbers. Pokémon Alliance Camp Intimacy reduced by 50%. Rocket Team Successor? Mewtwo's favorability permanently drops to negative numbers? What a joke, I refuse. Ash was stunned at first, and then immediately refused. Even if there were no negative effects, he would not have joined Team Rocket. And what kind of task is this? Where's my gym challenge task? System, what the hell are you doing? Ding! It is detected that the host has rejected the task. The task is cancelled, and the compensation reward mechanism is triggered. Reward. Mewtwo's intimacy increased by 20%. Title. Team Rocket's public enemy. Title effect. When facing all members except Giovanni, all Pokémon strength increases by 20%. Ding! The fourth round of the Gym Challenge mission is completed. Tokiwa Gym Challenge Mission. Successfully defeat the gym leader and obtain the Earth Badge. Mission rewards. 100 W points. Mewtwo Earl Dervish intimacy increased by 20%. Mega Mewtwo attacks, and the level of the Pokémon Zapdos carried is increased to 472. Ash was in a good mood after receiving the mission completion reward. This wave of challenge to Tokiwa Gym, he simply won. First, he got the Earth Badge and collected all 8 gym badges required to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Second, he rejected Giovanni's recruitment, unexpectedly gained Mewtwo's intimacy, and got a title specifically for dealing with Team Rocket. Then, there is the Heavyweight Gym Challenge reward, collecting the Mage Evolution Stones required for Mewtwo's 2 evolution forms. Perfect, massive points, and Mewtwo's intimacy increased again. The biggest surprise was the random Pokémon level upgrade given to Zapdos, the highest level in Ash's current Pokémon lineup, which made its combat power usher in a qualitative leap and truly joined the ranks of the third-level gods. From now on, there is no need to bother with the ancient Dragonite anymore. Zapdos will become his real trump card. Speaking of which, this is also thanks to Giovanni's spare strength in the gym battle and did not expose the real trump card Pokémon. If Giovanni sent his trump card Pokémon Beedrill as the third Pokémon without martial ethics. Even if it is Zapdos, a legendary beast, there is a gap in strength of 1 level, and Ash is at most slightly better in terms of trainer. To be honest, it is not very difficult for him to defeat the city technique to complete the task. To be frank, the probability of failure will be even greater. It can only be said that Giovanni still failed to estimate the limit of Ash's combat power. Ash is great. Congratulations on collecting all the gems required to participate in the Quartz competition badge. It is indeed worth a mention to be able to defeat Giovanni, who showed his true strength. Misty and Sabrina congratulated Ash one after another. Misty was fine. She didn't know much about Giovanni. But at this moment, Sabrina was extremely surprised. Kanto region is quite special. As the strongest region recognized by the Pokémon world, any one of the Elite Four is qualified to compete for the regional championship in other regions. Because of this, Kanto region has never established a clear champion. Among the 4, no matter which one is in the top position, it is not enough to instruct the other 3 elites. After all, no one can suppress the other 3. According to Sabrina's guess, Giovanni's strength is definitely not inferior to the Elite Four in Kanto, and may even be slightly better. Although he didn't really go all out, it was also very remarkable that Ash, as this year's rookie trainer, could defeat Giovanni who tried to target him. It didn't take too long to challenge the Tokiwa gym. After getting the badge, Ash and the other two returned to the Pokemon Center. Room first. Ash checked his points balance. Total, 364W. After thinking for a while, he directly called up the system store interface. Top item, Ninjago Bond Evolution Quick Method. Item 3, 1 Ultra Beast Pokemon Egg. A rare Pokemon from Ultra Space. Value, 3 million points. Item 4, Charizard Perfect Mage Evolution Emblem. Carrying it will allow Charizard to perfectly master the 2 Mage Evolution forms of X and Y. Value, 2 million points. Item 5, Pokemon Carrying Slot Plus 4. Increases the Pokemon Carrying Slot limit of Pokemon Trainer. Value, for million points. There are 7 days left until the next refresh. Ash's purchase plan will also change due to changes in the current situation. And this time there are more points items with higher prices. Considering that the Ninjago Bond Evolution Quick Method is still a bit far away for him, Ash crossed it out from the top item column. Then he put item 5, which increases the Pokemon Carrying limit, in the top column. For Ash, what he needs most at the moment is Product 4. With it, Charizard's combat power can undergo 10 qualitative changes. After improving Charizard's combat power, it's not too late to consider the ultimate beast Pokemon egg that he has been coveting for a long time. It is worth mentioning that he has little time left. In 7 days, he still needs to earn about 1.5 million points. It is not easy. It depends on whether the system is strong enough. He must be assigned a few tasks with high enough points rewards. Ask for flowers. System, I will exchange product for. Ding, confirm the exchange of Charizard Perfect Mage Evolution Emblem. Deduct 2 million points. Exchange successful. Props have been put into the system space. Take the Mega Evolution Emblem. Ash's points balance dropped sharply to 1.64 million again. With curiosity, Ash thought and took out the Charizard Perfect Mage Evolution Emblem from the system space. Red rectangular box with flame conversion on it. The moment Ash took it out, the flame conversion on the box seemed to come alive, quickly transferred to the back of Ash's hand, and then fixed on his left arm. Ash looked at the flame conversion on his arm with a little hesitation, and the box turned into Ash after losing the flame conversion and asked, System, what's going on? Similar to the Z-Move wristband, you can communicate with Charizard through flame conversion to freely evolve into 2 mage forms X and Y. Free evolution, this is great. So it's so convenient to take both forms? After listening to the system's explanation, Ash's face suddenly showed joy. It saved the trouble of carrying 2 Mage Evolution Stones X and Y for Charizard. The next morning, Ash got up refreshed and went to the Pokemon Center for dinner. As for Misty, because she was too tired last night, she was sore and weak all over. She is currently lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. At this time, Sabrina was sitting with him to eat breakfast. With the previous experience, Sabrina became more alert when dealing with Ash and never asked for too much. Make sure you have enough energy to get up the next day. You are really amazing. Not seeing Misty beside Ash, Sabrina cast a meaningful look at Ash. She must be tired from shopping yesterday. Ash couldn't stand Sabrina's strange look, so he lowered his head and started eating. This can't be blamed on him. Megajin Rookie's physique is impeccable in all aspects. Otherwise, how can they be satisfied? 9 o'clock in the morning. Ash took the 2 girls on the journey back to Pallet Town. The 2 girls were obviously a little nervous on the way. Sabrina was a little better, but Misty was basically talking all the way. Although this was not her first time meeting Ash's mother. After all, they had a short time together in Landpulky City. But this was her first time visiting Ash's home as a girlfriend. After traveling for several months, she was already full of Ash and was afraid that she would make mistakes in some links, making Delia unhappy or embarrassing Ash. Seeing this, Ash also comforted her. Misty, just be like before. Mom is still easy to talk to, and she likes you very much. We don't have so many rules in our family. Just treat it as your own home. Sabrina too, when you arrive in Pallet Town, you don't have to treat yourself as an outsider. Just be more relaxed and be 0-2 king. After Ash's interruption, the mentality of the two girls calmed down a lot. On the way home, Ash and the other two met a suction cup puppet. It should be the one that ran to Ash's house in the original plot and was mistaken by his mother Delia, as Ash dressed as a suction cup puppet. In the end, it became a family member and helped his mother with housework. Ash recognized its identity and decisively subdued it. He was going to take it back as a present to his mother. If I remember correctly, this suction cup puppet really likes to do housework. It just happened to help his mother share the heavy housework and take care of his mother Delia to prevent various accidents. Not long after subduing the suction cup puppet, the three met Stella, the head of the circus in the original plot, and asked Ash to hand over the suction cup puppet to her. Let her use it to stimulate the original suction cup puppet in the circus. Help the lazy puppet regain its fighting spirit. I remember that in the original plot, the suction cup puppet gradually chose to escape because of Stella's overly strict training. Ash didn't want to dress up as a sucker puppet to help like in the original plot. You were so shameless to ask for the Pokémon you want to capture. After being rejected by Ash, Stella was obviously a little anxious. She took out the long whip she usually used in the circus and prepared to scare Ash. Ash's face suddenly sank. He has never been a good man, and his eyes were shining blue. He urged Psychic to catch Stella. Then he called Officer Jenny. He charged her with the crime of provoking trouble, and Ash didn't forget to add the crime of abusing the sucker puppet and forcing it to perform. 2 crimes, enough to drink. After educating Stella, Ash felt comfortable all over. I can only say that no matter which world, there will always be some people who rely on having a 13, torment, and they must not be spoiled. Mom, I'm back. Okay, long time no see, Andy. After solving the circus incident, Ash and the other two returned to Pallet Town. It's Ash and Misty. This lady should be the Sabrina that Ash mentioned. She's really beautiful. Ash, why didn't you tell me you were coming back so I could prepare food for you? You take a rest first. I'll cook now. When the 3 of them got home, Delia was watering the flowers and plants in the backyard. When she saw the 3 of them coming back, she immediately put down the kettle in her hand. She arranged Ash and the other 2 to sit down on the sofa, and she was going to prepare lunch. When she went to the kitchen, she was humming a little song. She thought her son was really amazing. Not only did he bring back his future daughter-in-law, but he also brought another beautiful woman with him. As a person who had experienced it, she could see at a glance that Sabrina was obviously interested in Ash. She definitely didn't have too many daughters-in-law. It can be said that this time Ash brought Misty back. Ash, who had always been worried about Ash's lifelong affairs, was very happy. Misty, Sabrina, you guys take a rest in my room or talk to my mom. I'm going to meet Professor Oak first and get the Pokeball of the suction cup golem back. Okay, go ahead, Ash. The 2 girls replied in unison. After leaving home, Ash went straight to Professor Oak's laboratory. As soon as he arrived at the laboratory, he ran into Gary. Gary, why are you here? Although he is Professor Oak's grandson, Gary rarely comes to Professor Oak's laboratory. He is usually busy with his own things. I'm just strolling around. Gary's eyes were a little vague, and his tone of voice was not very confident. It looked like he had something on his mind. In fact, when he learned that Ash had taken the badge of the Tokiwa Gym and was about to return to Pallet Town, he was ready to challenge Ash. At this moment, he came to his grandfather Professor Oak's laboratory, mainly to go to the backyard, to collect more information about the Pokémon that Ash fostered here to increase his chances of winning. From childhood to adulthood, although he showed disdain for Ash, he actually never stopped competing with him. And recently Ash's progress was so amazing that he felt more and more anxious. Therefore, he wanted to win the next battle with Ash to prepare for the upcoming Indigo Plateau Conference. Although he felt that Gary was a little strange at the moment, he couldn't tell what was wrong. Ash didn't think much about it and waved his hand. Okay, then you can take your time to walk around. I have something to do with Professor. Professor, I have something to do with you. Where's the suction cup puppet I just teleported back? Pushing open the door of the laboratory skillfully, Ash walked straight in and found Professor Oak, who was immersed in research in the laboratory. Professor Oak calmly recorded the data in his hand. Then he rushed to Ash in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed his hand, and asked excitedly, "Ash, you are back. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Have you captured any rare Pokémon or a photo of a legendary Pokémon?" Professor Oak stared at Ash. Ash rolled his eyes, spread his hands, and replied, "Professor, didn't we talk not long ago? What rare Pokémon can I capture in such a short time on 5.3? And legendary Pokémon are so easy to encounter. You have too much confidence in me, don't you?" Hearing this, Professor Oak was relieved at first. "I said there is no such thing as a lucky guy who can encounter legendary Pokémon every few days." Then he lost interest in Ash. Solation waved his hand and told him that the Pokémon he captured were all released in the backyard, and then he started recording the experimental data again. I can only say that Pokémon Professor is really so realistic. When he needs you, he wants to worship you. When you don't have the research materials he needs, he won't even be interested in you. It seems that the price of the pictures and materials of the legendary beasts must be raised sharply next time. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Ash doesn't need this little money now. The main thing is to make Oak explode with gold coins. As soon as he entered the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, Ash couldn't wait to use Psychic to expand his perception range to the maximum. The remaining 3 Squirtless of the Squirtle Corps who returned to Pallet Town to serve as firefighters have now evolved into Wartortle. It seems that they are very comfortable in Pallet Town and quickly adapt to the identity of firefighters and integrate into Pallet Town. At this time, they are practicing the accuracy of the water gun trick next to a small artificial lake. And the one who is training them is a turtle Pokémon, Blastoise, which is much larger than them. Although the form changes greatly and the level increases rapidly, the Pokémon's aura is still recognized by Ash's Psychic. It is the Squirtle leader that Ash captured. After leaving Landpulky City, it successfully evolved into Wartortle and was sent back to Professor Oak's laboratory by Ash. Unexpectedly, it has now evolved into Blastoise. It is quite a surprise for Ash, who hasn't seen it for a long time. Following the direction of Psychic Sense, Ash walked slowly towards the artificial lake and saw the tall and strong figure of Blastoise from afar, with 2 thick cannon barrels growing on his back armor, which made him look even more majestic. Cammy, Blastoise, who was directing his brothers to practice the water gun trick, saw Ash and Pikachu on his shoulder. His face was full of disbelief and surprise, and he immediately took heavy steps after finding that it was not an illusion. He ran straight towards Ash. Pokémon, Blastoise, the level has been upgraded from the original IV.34 to IV.41. When Ash exchanged it back to Professor Oak's laboratory, it was only IV.34. Now it has not only successfully evolved into Blastoise, but also has a huge level increase, which shows that Blastoise has always maintained high-intensity combat training in Professor Oak's laboratory. Blastoise is like this. What about his other Pokémon? Ash's eyes were full of expectations. Mook, the level has been raised from IV.38 to 4.44. Its level has also been raised significantly. Mook's efforts have indeed exceeded Ash's imagination. Because of the Grimer block, a special item, it is difficult for it to find a suitable rival to fight and accumulate experience in Professor Oak's laboratory. Many Pokémon can't stand its strong smell. The reason for such a big improvement is largely due to the training policy that Ash asked Professor Oak to help formulate when he sent it back. With Mook's current level, coupled with special items, it will definitely be a headache for the other Pokémon and even the trainer. Ash can't wait to see it show its ability at the Indigo Plateau Conference. After experiencing the surprise of Blastoise and Mook, Ash has a basic understanding of the progress of Pokémon. Then, I met all the Pokémon fostered in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory. The 3 Ghastly brothers, who are not keen on training, set up a comedy troupe and have gained many fans in Pallet Town. Now the daily comedy performances have become a must-have program for many Pokémon in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory. According to their own ideas, They want to try to perform in the surrounding cities of Pallet Town in a while. Dragonair, which was teleported back a while ago, is also living a very comfortable life. As an old house girl, it can stay in one place for more than 10 years without moving. After cooperating with Professor Oak's short research, it was arranged a quiet environment where it would not be disturbed. After hearing that its child had evolved into Dragonair not long after following Ash, it decided to live here for a long time. As for Tommy and his wild wilderness area, sorry, I'm not familiar with it at all. Those ancient Pokémon captured by Ash in Dasha Valley. Ash counted them carefully, and there was not a single one missing. Their spirit and contest condition are now several times better than when they just woke up from their deep sleep in the Big Silly Valley. Obviously, they have been well taken care of in Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak is not only a Pokémon researcher, but also a top Pokémon breeder, who is better at taking care of Pokémon than Xiaojiang. Then there is Tauros, who Ash captured from the wild wilderness area, and his level has reached 45. He has fully exerted his spirit of hard work and has become a Pokémon that can stand on his own in Ash's team. Butterfree, the first Pokémon that Ash captured after his journey, is living a very comfortable life. He and his lovely wife Pink Butterfree are inseparable all day long, and they have laid a Pokémon egg, which is currently being placed in the incubator of Professor Oak's laboratory. As one of the places designated by the Alliance to distribute the 3 Pokémon of the starter family to Rookie, Professor Oak's laboratory is also equipped with top-level Pokémon incubation equipment and related professionals. The conditions are so good and the equipment is so advanced that Ash can't wait to put the top-quality psychic Pokémon egg he just got in Professor Oak's incubator for cultivation. After all, when he completed Misty's couple mission, the Phantom Beast Manaphy was hatched from that egg. Ash is still full of expectations for this top-quality psychic Pokémon egg. Intimacy is intimacy. Of course, Butterfree has not forgotten the daily training plan that Ash has assigned to it. It was only level IV.30 when it was teleported back, but now it has been upgraded to level IV.38, which is a very good level increase. It is very good to be able to achieve such an improvement on the basis of devoting part of its energy to dating and having children. Of course, this is also mainly due to the fact that Ash has upgraded its qualifications twice, helping it to change its fate. Otherwise, if it was just the blue qualification in the original plot, it would be impossible to have such a fast improvement speed. As for the remaining Pokémon, because the time it was teleported back was relatively short, there was basically no obvious level increase. As for Krabby, who has the lowest potential in Ash's team and has been basically in free-range contest condition since being captured, and has not been taken care of much, the level has unexpectedly increased slightly. The level has increased from IV.25 to IV.29, and the growth rate is very low. Well, how should I put it? There is an improvement, but it is lower than Ash expected. The value of these levels, combined with the long time it has lived in Professor Oak's laboratory, the improvement is far less than that of other Pokémon. However, considering that it has the lowest potential, has it had too much interaction with Ash, the trainer, and has not received formal training. It is already very good that the level can be naturally improved to a certain extent. Next, Ash will also list it as a key training target, just to let it shine at the next Indigo Plateau Conference. Professor Oak's laboratory played with many Pokémons that he had never seen before for a long time. Checking the time, Mom was almost ready to prepare lunch. Ash took the suction cup puppet he captured on the way back to Pallet Town and left Professor Oak's laboratory. Back home, Mom Delia was still busy in the kitchen, and Nazi and Misty were helping out. It was hard to imagine that Sabrina, who had always been naive, was also learning housework at this moment. The 3 of them got along very well, and Mom Delia couldn't help but sigh that her son was really capable of making Misty and Sabrina get along harmoniously. Ash, you're back. What's the Pokeball in your hand? Seeing Ash coming back, Delia put the last dish in her hand on the table. Then she pointed at Ash, who was holding the suction cup puppet Pokeball in his right hand, with some doubt. Mom, this is the Sucker, a Pokemon I captured on the way back to Pallet Town. This is a present for you. This guy likes to do housework very much. You can let it help with housework in the future, so that you can also be more relaxed. As he said, Ash released the sucker from the Pokeball and handed the Pokeball used to capture the sucker to his mother Delia. The sucker greeted Delia with a smile. So that's how it is. Thank you for your present, Ash. Present. Mom likes it very much. Hello, sucker. Welcome to join our family. I'll trouble you to worry about the family affairs in the future. After hearing Ash's explanation, Delia happily took the Pokeball of the sucker and greeted it. Her face was filled with a happy smile. I have to say that since embarking on the journey, the son of the Bai family has become more and more sensible. Not only has he never asked for travel expenses from home, but he also sent money home from time to time. The situation at home is much better than before Ash went on a trip. Not only did she not have the pressure to make money, she even received large transfers from Ash from time to time. She never forgot to visit her family when she was away, and she would call from time to time and occasionally send some presents, such as the perfume from Rainbow City, which she found very good. Now she has even captured a Pokémon that specializes in housework, which obviously took a lot of effort. Compared with the parents of other rookie trainers who have been in a mess recently, Delia feels that she is undoubtedly the happiest one. Next, the family of 4, plus Pikachu and the 2 Pokémons, the Sucker Golem, sat down to eat together. Several people sat together and chatted about the interesting things during the trip. The dining atmosphere was quite relaxed and happy. After the meal, the Sucker Golem immediately began to show its strong ability to do housework. It didn't give Delia a chance to take over at all, and cleaned up the messy dining table and kitchen like a whirlwind. Won the unanimous praise of Delia and Ash. After dinner, Delia, Misty, and Sabrina chatted and laughed. Sabrina also seemed to open up her chatterbox suddenly, as if she wanted to finish talking about everything she had said in recent years. Ash was obviously a person who could not sit still. In order to challenge the Tokiwa gym, he, Misty, and Sabrina wandered around Tokiwa City for several days. If he continued to be idle like this, Ash felt that he might get moldy. Besides, he was about to start preparing for the Indigo Plateau Conference, so he simply went out to level up and kill time. Ash originally planned to call Misty or Sabrina, but they didn't seem to want to be alone with Ash. Maybe it was because they were shy in front of their mother Delia. Ash shook his head and didn't force it. It's not bad for him to spend time with his mother Delia all year round. Let Misty and Sabrina, the 2 future daughters-in-law, accompany her. It's also good for her to be happy. Pidgeot, I'll trouble you next. When he came to the open space outside the house, Ash took out Pidgeot's Pokeball. The mighty and handsome Pidgeot appeared in the open space, and its wide wings were fully spread out, even covering a house. it. Becoming Ash's riding Pokemon again, Pidgeot was very happy at this moment. When flapping its wings, it accidentally raised gusts of wind, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Fortunately, Ash was quick-witted and quickly used Psychic to suppress the wind. Otherwise, the flowers and plants that his mother Delia took care of carefully would be in trouble. Pidgeot, reacting and realizing his mistake, Pidgeot lowered his head with apology, looking at Ash with a flattering look in his eyes. Okay, Pidgeot, I don't blame you. Be a little more careful next time. Ash shook his head and chuckled. Then he turned over and jumped onto Pidgeot's back. Accompanied by Pidgeot's high-pitched cry growl, it took off at high speed and flew more than 10 miles in an instant. Pidgeot, stop at the beach ahead. Sitting on Pidgeot's back, expands Psychic to the limit. After flying for a long time, Ash finally found a coastal area with many wild Pokémon of high level. This coastal beach is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side. The total area is not too large, about 10 square kilometers. The sand on the beach is neat and tidy, obviously because of its unique terrain, so few human trainers approach it. Ash guessed that this is also the main reason why the coastal area near this beach can sense a large number of high-level wild Pokémon. Pidgeot. Pidgeot let out a loud cry in the air, as if to announce his arrival to the surrounding Pokémon, and then adjusted the angle and dived down at high speed. A normal Pidgeot riding a Pokémon trainer would definitely not dare to make such a rapid dive landing action. After determining the landing point, They will fully decelerate in the air and land vertically. Not only the terrifying wind pressure during the dive, but also the vibration during the fall is not something that a trainer with a much weaker constitution than Pokémon can withstand. However, Ash is not an ordinary trainer. As a person with Psychic, he had used Psychic to build a barrier to isolate the wind pressure the moment Pidgeot took off. No matter how bad the outside environment is, it will not affect him under the protection of a Psychic barrier. This is also done to allow Pidgeot to fully display the powerful ability of his flying field. Pidgeot's dive looked thrilling, but it successfully landed on the beach in an instant. The powerful aura spread, scaring the low-level Pokémon basking in the sun on the beach to flee in all directions. Come back, Pidgeot! After removing the Psychic barrier and jumping off Pidgeot's back, Ash took out the Pokeball and took Pidgeot back. Feeling that the dangerous aura had dissipated, many wild Pokémon that had long been frightened by Pidgeot's momentum were still trying to escape. Ash decisively released Dragonair from the Pokeball. A twister of astonishing size defeated them all. When they were thrown out of the twister, their eyes became rippled and they all lost their ability to fight. Okay, Dragonair, go find wild Pokémon around and fight them. Ash saw Dragonair defeat all the wild Pokémon near the beach. He activated Psychic to move all the Pokémon on the beach that had lost their ability to fight to the shade of the trees on the shore. He put them in neat rows. He still gave them super potions, some Pokémon food, and sent Dragonair to find rival around. Compared to the beach, there are more Pokémon in the sea, and their levels are much higher. The main purpose of starting the free-range mode is to train Dragonair's fighting will and independent judgment ability. After all, it has grown up with its otaku mother and has no experience in this area. This is also Ash's usual way of training Pokémon. Even without the command of a trainer, his Pokémon can still play a very good combat role. It has its own tactics and system. It is completely different from the good Pokémon trained by ordinary trainers who are completely dumbfounded when no one commands them. Ash always felt that the proportion of command by trainer in Pokémon battles was indeed very large. But in some emergencies, when Trainer 337 did not have time to react, Pokémon needed to make their own judgments on the spot. Letting Dragonair out to level up at this moment was to train it, and he had already explored the surroundings through Psychic in advance. So far, no strong aura has been found, so Dragonair will definitely be able to run away even if it encounters an opponent it cannot defeat. Of course, another reason is that Ash has trained too many high-quality Pokémon. If he needs to accompany each one to level up and train, he will be exhausted to death. Similar to the classic hosting mode in turn-based games. Under the condition of ensuring victory in most cases, hosting is undoubtedly the most worry-free mode. During this period, game players can also do more other things. Bulbasaur, Milotic, you guys go too. Then Ash released the two of them again, and they set off in different directions from Dragonair. Pikachu, next is your special training. I don't expect you to level up. Today's goal is to make you master the surf skill. Ash took out two surfboards that he had prepared long ago. He used the big one for himself and the small one for Pikachu. He planned to try to make Pikachu learn the surf skill. With Pikachu's talent and intelligence, although it is certainly difficult, it is not impossible. If Pikachu can master the surf skill, his attribute attack methods will also increase. What Ash is looking forward to more is the combination of surf and volt tackle that he has been thinking about for a long time in his mind. Every time he went to the beach in the past, Ash would try to make Pikachu learn surf. This time, he also hoped that Pikachu could learn it thoroughly. About an hour passed. Since all the Pokémon on the shore were defeated, Bulbasaur returned to Ash with a dejected look. Because of the accumulated combat experience, the level has risen from 4.42 to 4.43. However, seeing Milotic fighting in the sea, it could only watch from the shore, which made it feel frustrated. Bulbasaur, don't worry. We will go to the forest to train later. That is your home field. Ash smiled and comforted Bulbasaur, as if he had detected Bulbasaur's thoughts. Come on, Pikachu, try the surf trick again. Then, Ash turned his attention to Pikachu again. After a long time of riding the surfboard and using the waves to surf, Pikachu has gradually adapted to this contest condition, and his body balance is very good. Pika. On the sea, Pikachu was riding a small surfboard and gliding on the sea, accompanied by Pikachu's determined eyes, countless attempts. Finally, this time, waves and ripples were stirred around its body and the surfboard, pushing the surfboard under Ash's feet to speed up. Is this the surf trick? Although it looks weak and has normal thrust, it must be the surf trick. A touch of joy flashed across Ash's eyes. Pikachu really lived up to his trust and was able to learn the surf skill without the help of the skill machine. Ash thought and checked Pikachu's panel, and in the column of the skill bar, the surf skill was there. Although the power was weak and the waves were not obvious, it was definitely surf that Pikachu performed just now. Now we just need to improve the skill proficiency, and the power will naturally increase significantly. Pikachu, great job. Pika. Ash and Pikachu clapped their hands together, and the joy of success was on their faces. Everything is difficult at the beginning, as long as you successfully learn surf. Next, you just need to remember the feeling at that time, and you can use it again naturally. Accompanied by Ash, Pikachu used the surf skill again and again. Although it was not a skill of his type, with Pikachu's outstanding talent and unremitting efforts, the proficiency of his surf skill was rapidly improving. Another half an hour passed. Pikachu surf. Pikachu, Pika. On the calm sea, with Ash's command, there was no need for the assist surfboard, and a wave of 4 or 5 meters high was raised, and Pikachu walked on the wave. The huge waves that had begun to take shape roared past, pounding the sea surface fiercely. It was already stronger than the surf performed by many water-type Pokémon. In actual combat, the effect would definitely be very good, considering that most of the battles were not fought in the water field. Ash brought Pikachu to the shore and tried the surf skill again. Compared to the water, the waves summoned were only slightly reduced. The effect was still very good. Pikachu has officially mastered the surf skill. Good job, Pikachu. You've worked hard today, so I'll reward you with a special Pokémon food. Ash touched Pikachu's little head and smiled. Pika. Although Pikachu was exhausted, his eyes were full of joy of success. Now that surf is learned, the next step is to try to combine it with Volt Tackle into a combination move.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.